Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Marvel. Daddy Kingpin. I am the Lord of the Shadows. Part 1. September 29, 2025. A rainy night on an overpass, but there's no Maybach, only a Xiaomi Su 7. Because the rain was too heavy, the road was barely visible. So after driving off the overpass, Dujay simply parked his Xiaomi car in a roadside parking spot, planning to wait for the rain to stop before moving on to avoid any traffic accidents. Not knowing how long the rain would last, Dujay tapped the screen and started playing his usual hypnotic masterpiece, Jackie Chan Adventures, preparing to take a short nap before the rain stopped. The Xiaomi Su 7's onboard screen automatically played the episode he had last watched, which happened to be his favorite from childhood, the one where Jade becomes the queen of the Shotokan. Compared to the 12 talismans, Dujay actually preferred the omnipresent and loyally protective Ghost Shadow Ninja a bit more. After all, who would refuse a Ghost Shadow Ninja who could act as a thug, a bodyguard, and even a nanny? Listening to the familiar voices from Jackie Chan Adventures, Dujay, whose eyelids were already heavy, couldn't help but think how great it would be if he had a Shotokan army of his own. However, in his days, Dujay didn't notice that just as this thought arose, a Ghost Shadow Ninja on the car screen actually looked out at him weirdly. In the next second, Dujay felt as if someone had thrown an AE flashbang into his car. Even with his eyes closed, he felt a burst of blinding white light. Then his body went numb, and he instantly lost consciousness. Boom. The last sound Dujay heard was a deafening roar of thunder. Holy crap, what a sloppy way to go. I'm hiding from the rain in my car and I still get struck by lightning. Wasn't he just a bit of a scoundrel normally? Did he really deserve to be struck by lightning? As those last few thoughts crossed his mind, Dujay transformed from a reader into a protagonist. Marvel Universe, Earth 200000. 18 years later. September 5, 2008. This is Carl's 18th year in this Marvel Universe. That bolt of lightning from his previous life, which didn't follow any rules of fair play, made him a member of the vast army of transmigrators. And it wasn't a simple soul possession, it was a reincarnation. He estimated that his body from his previous life, along with the Xiaomi Su 7 he had just finished paying off, had already been cooked to well done. In this life, he was no longer called Dujay, and he wasn't even ethnically Chinese, but a mixed-race person. From now on, the name Dujay will never appear again. His name in this life is Carl Fisk, the child born to Wilson Grant Fisk, the famous underground emperor of Marvel, Kingpin, and a Chinese woman in his youth. He is also Kingpin's first and, so far, only child. Carl inherited his father Kingpin's ridiculous physical talent, achieving strength beyond ordinary imagination through training. How unimaginable. Let's put it this way. Carl can crush the hardest bone in the human body, the skull, with his bare hands. His grip strength isn't measured in kilograms, but in tons. Born with Kingpin as his father and inheriting Kingpin's physical talent, influence and power, Carl had both from the very start. Do you think Carl would rely on these two things to follow in his father's footsteps and take the invincible path of an underworld boss? No, no, no. Carl isn't satisfied with becoming a mere underground emperor. He knew very early on that no matter how large an underground force is, it can never outweigh the authority that exists in the light. So he began planning very early on how to increase the authority in his hands. How early is very early? Let's put it this way. Shortly after Carl was born, once he confirmed this was the Marvel Universe, he was already planning. And this opportunity to gain authority came even earlier than Carl had expected. Among the guests at the full moon banquet Kingpin held for him, Carl saw a familiar figure. That was Alexander Pierce, who was still serving as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. at the time. A bold plan immediately formed in Carl's tiny head. While Kingpin was hosting Pierce, a distinguished guest, in private, Carl made his move. Ghost shadow ninjas with eerie red eyes emerged from behind the two men and from every corner of the study, almost filling the entire room. That's right, Carl's greatest cheat isn't that his father is Kingpin, nor is it the physical talent inherited from Kingpin, but the Xiaomi car, Ba. It's the Jackie Chan adventures that was playing in the Xiaomi car when he was struck dead in his previous life. When he was born, he had a strange, ferocious ghost mask birthmark on the left side of his chest. This birthmark gave him the ability to summon the Shotokan army, one of the 9 Shadow Legions. He was born the Lord of Shadows. After the ghost shadow ninjas appeared, they didn't harm the 2 people in the study. Instead, they stood respectfully in 2 rows, bowing slightly toward Carl in the crib. It was then that Kingpin and Pierce noticed Carl's eyes had also turned blood red, and his tiny body was floating slightly. This eerie scene made both men realize that these ghost shadow ninjas were the work of this 1-month-old baby. Alexander Pierce, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. on the surface but actually one of the leaders of Hydra in the shadows, naturally wouldn't let such a God-given treasure slip away. But Kingpin's influence already spanned all of New York. He was the undisputed underground emperor of New York. So, if he wanted to take Carl by force, it was clearly unrealistic, and the cost would be too high. Going to war with Kingpin also carried the risk of exposing Hydra. After all, he had cooperated with Kingpin for many years, and Kingpin knew of HYDRA's existence. But for Pierce to give up was even more impossible. This was a special treasure even more enticing than the super soldier serum that Hydra had always pursued. With a single thought, he could summon countless shadow assassins from the darkness. Even if these shadow assassins had average skills, their sheer numbers could overwhelm a super soldier. Not to mention, these ghost shadow ninjas didn't look average at all. If used for assassination, they would likely be invincible. So Pierce had a thought and proposed the idea of becoming Carl's godfather to Kingpin. To this, Kingpin had no objection. Having spent his life in the underworld, Kingpin knew better than anyone that without protection from the legitimate world, the underworld is a joke. Those powerful figures in high positions, if they want you dead by 3, you definitely won't live past 5. And by leaning on a mountain like Pierce, Kingpin's underground influence would undoubtedly gain unimaginable benefits. So on the day of Carl's full moon ceremony, Kingpin couldn't wait to complete the baptism with Pierce, officially making Pierce Carl's godfather. Both got what they wanted, and both were overjoyed. As for Carl, he soared to success from then on, growing strong under the cultivation of 2 top-tier forces. Over the past 18 years, he had mastered countless skills, from business operations and political networking to murder, robbery, infiltration, and assassination. He was capable of almost anything. Now, Carl was not only Kingpin's designated successor as the next underground emperor of New York. He was also a level 7 agent within Hydra, becoming a pillar of the organization. Furthermore, because he was Pierce's godson, in Hydra, apart from a few individual level 10 Hydra heads, he didn't need to listen to anyone else. Not even Hydra agents of a higher rank than him. In layman's terms, he was now second only to 2, and above everyone else. Carl, still dreaming. School's out, wake up. As the dismissal bell rang, a girl with long, light blonde hair and a pair of captivating large eyes nudged Carl, who was sleeping soundly beside her. The girl's name was Gwen Stacy, a top student at Midtown School, and also Carl's classmate and girlfriend. As expected, Carl showed no signs of waking up despite Gwen's calls. He merely turned his head and continued his sweet dream. Seeing this, Gwen revealed a beautiful, yet cold, smile. She stood up, twisted her slender wrists, and unceremoniously hooked her hands under Carl's armpits. Then, she pulled with all her might. Get up. With Gwen's soft shout, Carl, who was 1.9 meters tall and weighed over 120 kilograms, moved a little. But it was only a slight movement. Gwen's delicate strength was simply not enough to lift Carl, who was incredibly heavy with over 90% muscle mass. Instead, because she pulled too hard, her hands slipped, and she stumbled backward. But just as Gwen's back of the head was about to hit the ground, a large hand timely wrapped around her slender waist, saving Gwen from a large bump on her head, or something even worse. Carl, with his messy black hair, fair skin, clear blue eyes, and handsome face, winked at Gwen and smiled slightly. Miss Stacy, be careful. The back of the human head is very fragile, you must protect it well. Gwen rolled her beautiful big eyes, showing no gratitude, pushed Carl away, stepped out of his embrace, and her pretty face turned cold. Whose fault do you think this is? It's the first week of the new semester, and you've spent all 5 days sleeping. With your mental state, if I didn't know you didn't have those bad habits, I'd really suspect you got too high over the summer. Now, tell me, how was your internship during last semester's break? Facing Gwen's question, Carl thought for a moment. During last semester's break, over 3 months, he had completed nearly 100 Hydra missions, raising his Hydra agent level from 6 to 7. He was either killing or on his way to kill. So he shrugged at Gwen and said leisurely. It was all right. My internship clients were quite easy to handle. As for my service, they didn't utter a word when asked, and there wasn't a single negative review. Of course not. Every client was dead. 100 missions, with a 100% completion rate and a 100% target fatality rate. How could there be any negative reviews? Gwen looked Carl up and down in surprise. I really didn't expect it. You, a young master, would actually go for an internship yourself. Are you sure you weren't just using your privilege for an internship at your father, Mr. Wilson Fisk's Fisk Group? Also, what kind of project were you interning for? It wouldn't be anything illegal, would it? Towards the end, Gwen's delicate brows furrowed, and a hint of worry appeared on her face. Her father, George Stacy, was a captain in the New York Police Department. Therefore, she knew more or less about her boyfriend's father. Although her father hadn't explicitly said anything, from the way her police chief dad scrutinized Carl with the eyes of a suspect every time Carl drove her home, and told her to have less contact with Carl and not to go to the Fisk family home, the smart girl knew that Carl's father was by no means as simple as the benevolent philanthropist he appeared to be. After all, her upright police chief father would never dislike someone without reason. Carl chuckled softly, put his arm around Gwen's shoulder, and led her out of the classroom. Don't worry, Gwen, I know what you're concerned about, but rest assured, I definitely didn't help my dad do anything shady. This holiday, I was interning at the United Nations, working for my godfather. He wasn't lying. These past few months during the holiday, he hadn't done anything illegal for his dad, Kingpin. Instead, he was following Pierce, doing illegal things for Hydra. Gwen didn't mind Carl holding her. Instead, she looked up into Carl's eyes with surprise and asked, You actually have a godfather? While the concept of a godfather exists in America, and some children do have godfathers. However, because a godfather is not only a witness to the child's baptism but also an important guide in the child's life, and even has custody of the child if necessary. Therefore, parents are very cautious when choosing a godfather. They only choose someone they absolutely trust. Thus, many children in families actually don't have a so-called godfather. For example, Gwen herself didn't have a godfather. Carl explained as he walked. That's right, I have a godfather, but his identity is rather special and not suitable for public disclosure, so I've never actively brought him up in front of others. But you're my only exception, so I can tell you. The only exception. Upon hearing this, Gwen couldn't help but secretly rejoice, and the slight annoyance she had felt about Carl keeping secrets from her immediately vanished. She actively hooked her arm through Carl's and asked curiously, So who is your mysterious godfather who works at the United Nations? Carl didn't keep her in suspense and said directly. I think you should be quite familiar with him. Perhaps you've even seen him on TV or in newspapers. His name is Alexander Pierce, the Secretary of the United Nations Security Council. Carl's tone was casual, but Gwen, upon hearing this, couldn't be casual at all. She was so surprised that her already large eyes widened even further. Oh my gosh. Your godfather is Secretary Pierce. Carl lightly covered Gwen's mouth with one hand, leaned down, and winked at her. Shish, keep it low-key. I've only told you about this. Let it be our secret, okay? Is this person so good at flirting? Gwen's face flushed, and she nodded obediently, then changed the subject. Oh, by the way, as Dr. Connor's assistant, I still have to go to Osborne Group for an internship this weekend, so I might not be able to accompany you. Seeing Gwen's slightly disappointed expression, Carl gently stroked her hair and comforted her. It's okay. Even if you don't have time for me this weekend, we still have a whole 5 days together from next Monday to Friday, don't we? Besides, I also have to go to Washington later, and I'll probably spend this weekend there. I still have a bit of internship work left that my godfather assigned me. This wasn't just something Carl said to comfort Gwen. Pierce had indeed told him that he needed to go to the Middle East this weekend to carry out a highly classified Hydra assassination mission. And he had even been assigned a mysterious partner. It was just that he didn't know what the mission was or who the partner was yet. After all, his work for Pierce wasn't his public job at S.H.I.E.L.D. It was a shady Hydra mission. For Hydra missions, he usually only received the details on the day of the mission. Even as the godson of Pierce, the head of the snake, he was no exception. Hearing this, the disappointment on Gwen's face vanished, and she looked up to kiss Carl on the mouth. She winked at Carl. Since you have plans too, then I'll see you next week. Carl grabbed Gwen just as she was about to run off after kissing him, pulled her back into his arms with a slight pull, and lowered his head for a deep French kiss. At first, Gwen half-heartedly patted Carl with her hands, but after a few seconds, she actively wrapped her arms around Carl's neck and responded. It wasn't until a commotion broke out nearby that the two stopped their mouth-to-mouth combat. Carl frowned and turned to look at the source of the noise. With his excellent vision, he could see what was happening at a glance. It was Flash Thompson, the bully of Midtown School, bullying another student again. Carl usually couldn't be bothered to care about such things. As the son of Kingpin, it was already good enough that he wasn't bullying others himself. He wasn't the one being bullied, so why should he care about this nonsense? However, even if he didn't care, someone else naturally would. For example, a boy with a camera around his neck, a skateboard on his back, messy curly hair, and a handsome face. This person also had a name familiar to everyone, Peter Parker, who would later become Spider-Man. Of course, Peter wasn't Spider-Man yet. Seeing Thompson, the school's other wimp, and that fool Parker arrive, Thompson excitedly held the bullied boy upside down by his legs and shouted to Peter. Hey, Parker, take a picture of me with your camera. Peter, who had been hesitating whether to meddle, naturally refused when he saw Thompson wanted him to participate in the bullying. But he still stepped forward, gathered his courage, and said to Thompson, "No, I won't take such a wrong photo, and you should put him down." However, Thompson didn't care if Peter was willing or not, and his tone remained firm. "Come on, Parker, don't spoil my fun and make me unhappy now. Come on, take a picture for me as a souvenir." The surrounding crowd, who loved a good show, started heckling along, shouting, "Take a picture! Take a picture!" Seeing everyone heckling and no one helping the helpless bullied boy, Peter finally made up his mind and shouted at Thompson. "No, I refuse. Let him go now, Eugene." Thompson was stunned for a moment when he heard Peter call him Eugene, and then he was furious. He hated it most when people called him Eugene, which was why he gave himself the nickname Flash. But he didn't expect this usually cowardly nerd, Parker, to actually dare to publicly provoke him with that name. How could Thompson stand this? He dropped the thin little student he was holding upside down and walked aggressively toward Peter. "Very well, Parker. If I don't beat the crap out of you today and then beat you again with your own crap, my name isn't Thompson." Seeing this, Peter swallowed hard. Facing the tall and strong Thompson, he had no intention of fighting back, he just wanted to turn and run. But the heckling crowd behind him formed a thick wall of people, blocking Peter's retreat. With nowhere to run, Peter had only one word in mind: finished. Facing Thompson's raised fist, he could only close his eyes and prepare to be hit. Slap. However, the expected pain didn't come. Peter opened his eyes cautiously and found a figure even taller than Thompson holding the arm Thompson had swung from behind. Who the hell is so blind? Thompson turned around, swearing, ready to attack the person who stopped him from hitting Parker. But when he saw the tall figure standing there, which made him feel a sense of suffocation just by being present, the words immediately got stuck in his throat. F. Fisk. Big Brother Fisk. Carl raised an eyebrow and, using one arm, actually lifted the nearly 170-pound Thompson with one hand. What should you call me? Thompson glanced at his cousin Gwen, who was standing beside Carl with her arms crossed and glaring at him, and quickly changed his tune. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. HMPH. Carl gave a cold snort and then threw Thompson to the ground, where he landed next to the thin boy he had just been bullying. However, while Carl spared Thompson, Gwen, Thompson's cousin, had no intention of letting him off. Grabbing Thompson by the collar, she pulled him in front of Peter and said coldly, "Flash, apologize to the two classmates. Otherwise, I'll tell my aunt about today, and don't even think about me tutoring you on your homework again." Thompson's face showed his reluctance, and he wanted to make an excuse. But seeing Carl silently standing behind Gwen, Thompson immediately lowered his head submissively and apologized to Peter. "I'm sorry, Parker, and you too, thin kid." Gwen nudged Thompson's kidney hard with her elbow and said unpleasantly, "Flash, is this how you apologize? Apologize again. An apology should at least include the person's name, that's basic politeness." Thompson's face turned red, and he stammered for a long time without being able to speak. Gwen frowned, thinking he was unwilling to apologize, and questioned, "What? You have the courage to bully others, but you don't even have the courage to apologize." Thompson flared up in embarrassment and answered loudly, "Of course I have that much courage, but I don't even know his name. How can I call out his name to apologize? Cousin, brother-in-law, Parker, do you know his name?" Hearing this, Gwen, Carl, and Peter all fell silent. To be honest, they really didn't know what this person's name was. Even after 3 years, they didn't even know he existed. "Ned. My name is Ned Leeds." Just then, the thin white boy who had been bullied weakly raised his hand and said his name. This made Carl take another look at this inconspicuous thin boy. This person was actually Little Spider's future best friend and future rival, Hobgoblin Ned. But in his memory, wasn't Ned a chubby kid with yellow skin? Why was he a thin white boy now? However, Carl only paid Ned a little attention and didn't care anymore. Whatever. Although this universe was the Marvel universe, the timeline was clearly not the sacred timeline, and the Marvel characters inside were a complete mess. Ned could have been a scrawny white kid or even a monkey, Carl wouldn't have batted an eye. Besides, even when Ned later turned into some kind of demon, his strength was nothing special, hardly worth Carl's notice. Thompson wasn't a complete jerk, he just liked to horse around. Deep down, he was still the decent sort you'd expect in America. After all, in one universe he was the famous Agent Venom. Once Thompson learned Ned's name, he apologized to him straight up. Ned accepted the apology without fuss, forgiving the prank. Ned wasn't stupid, he knew Thompson only said sorry because of Carl and Gwen. So he took the out before Thompson decided to make more trouble. In a U.S. high school, this kind of everyday bullying was nothing new, but with Carl and Gwen stepping in, it ended there. Carl glanced at his watch, then looked up at Thompson. "Flash, take Gwen home for me. I've got to get to Washington." Thompson nodded eagerly. "Sure thing, bro. Drive safe, I'll get my cousin home in one piece." Carl nodded to Gwen. They'd already said their goodbyes, so he turned to leave. "Thanks." But as Carl passed Peter, he caught the boy's quiet gratitude. Carl glanced at the still green Peter, clapped a hand on his shoulder, and said solemnly, "No need to thank me. Just remember, with great power comes great responsibility. I have the power, so helping the weak is only natural. I'm sure if you had the same power, you'd do the same, right?" Without waiting for an answer, Carl walked off. Yet those words shook Peter to the core and, after he became Spider-Man, changed his life. Carl, already far away, curled his lips in a wicked little smirk. Screw, with great power comes great responsibility. All he knew was, the greater the power, the bigger the slice of cake. He'd only said it because he figured a future Spider-Man Peter might come in handy. So he'd planted the maxim, one Peter's Uncle Ben should have delivered, to make the kid remember him fondly. Carl reached the campus lot and headed for a black metal beast twice the size of the other cars. It was a custom Ford Raptor pickup. His godfather Pierce had given it to him for his 18th birthday. And don't write this Raptor off as just another truck. Outside, it looked like any Ford Raptor. Under the skin, though, it was a whole different animal. For starters, its armor matched the director of SHIELD's own ride. It packed top-tier onboard AI assist and a flight mode. That's right, it was a flying smart truck. Price tag. North of $10 million US, and you still couldn't buy one. The black market tech on it simply didn't exist in any showroom. In a pinch, this truck could be a second life. A lifesaver. Even Carl loved the thing. Sure, he could summon the Shadow Legion and had inherited Kingpin's monstrous strength. But you can't guard against everything. He wasn't bulletproof. Small arms couldn't kill him in close quarters, but a long-range sniper. Different story. A big caliber rifle would punch a hole through steel plate, let alone flesh. The Raptor, though, could soak sniper rounds and even a few bomb blasts. High clearance, brutal power, a bed big enough for cargo or corpses, perfect for family trips or a quick murder heist. He climbed in, skipped the driver's seat, and flopped onto the wide rear bench. Hey, Jarvis, auto route to the Triskelion in Washington. Wake me when we get there. He dubbed the AI, Jarvis, on a whim, swiping the name from Tony Stark's assistant to mess with him. One day he could tell Tony, yours is the fake Jarvis, mine's the real one. Understood, sir. Autonomous drive engaged. ETA 4 hours. With that, the Raptor's V8 roared out of the lot. Was a driverless car legal in 2008? In America, Carl was the law. Any complaints could go to his dad Kingpin or his godfather Pierce. The ride was glass smooth. In minutes Carl was sleeping like a baby, picking up the dream Gwen had interrupted. Where had it left off? Ah, yes, second only to 2, above millions. Next goal, second to none, above billions. And he knew it wouldn't stay a dream. He would, bang. But the dream got smashed again. And far less gently than by Gwen. A blue garbage truck ran the red, slammed broadside into the Raptor at the intersection. And sent the pickup skidding. Carl, lying across the back seat without a belt, tumbled like a rag doll. Mother. Clutching his bashed head, Carl swore in the tongue of his last life. What the hell? Did lightning strike me in a car again? For a second he thought he was about to reincarnate a second time. But no lightning this time, and the hardware was in a different league. Even after being shoved dozens of meters, the Raptor only showed a slight dent. It wasn't scrap. The garbage truck, still wedged against a wall, kept gunning its engine. This was no accident. And before Carl's Raptor could drive away, it was hit violently twice from the front and back. Bang! Bang! 2 SUVs slammed into the front and rear of Carl's Raptor, completely blocking his escape route. Facing this, Carl didn't have a panicked expression, he just sat up straight and frowned slightly. Jarvis, are you dead? Tell me where I am and what's going on. Sorry, sir, we are currently at Block 36 on 5th Avenue heading toward Washington. We encountered a violent impact from a municipal garbage truck at the intersection. But according to the system query, there are no municipal garbage trucks scheduled for Block 36 right now, so there is a 90% probability of a deliberate attack. The system has automatically sent a distress signal to Secretary Pierce. The strike team's support is expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Until then, it's recommended that you stay inside the vehicle for your own safety. Hearing this, Carl glanced through the side windows at the more black SUVs surrounding him and the masked men stepping out with AKs. His expression instantly turned cold. Wait for rescue. I'm afraid I can't wait for the rescue, and they won't last until it arrives. Taking hits passively was never Carl's style. Taking the initiative was. Just like in his first month after transmigrating, he took the initiative and plotted to get himself a godfather with godlike power. Jarvis, turn off all the lights inside the car. The next round is mine. Understood, sir. Have fun. As all the lights in the car went out, Carl pulled a pitch-black dagger from the back of the driver's seat. In the next moment, he actually sank directly into the shadows inside the car. When Carl reappeared, he was already behind the garbage truck driver, who was still flooring the gas pedal in an attempt to crush his custom Raptor. Buddy, do you know the repair costs for this hit start at $1 million? I don't think you can afford it, right? The sudden voice startled the garbage truck driver. He turned around to see that his target had somehow appeared behind him, twirling a dagger in his hand. How did you? PFF'd. Before the driver could even pull out his pistol, Carl had already plunged the cold dagger into his neck, leaving him to helplessly spit out blood foam, unable to even utter a complete last word. All right, now we're even. You hit me once, I stab you once. Fair, right? Carl grinned, and with a forceful pull of his arm holding the knife, he sliced off the driver's entire head. While the chances of surviving a stab to the neck are slim, they aren't non-existent. But with the head sliced off as well, he was truly as dead as could be. So, it's a good habit, isn't it? Just then, the walkie-talkie in the garbage truck rang. Suka, Abulev, why did your fool gas pedal stop? The boss said we must catch Kingpin's fool son this time, we absolutely cannot fail. You didn't drink too much vodka again at such a critical moment, did you? Russian. Hearing the Russian coming from the communicator, Carl narrowed his eyes. Those Russian guys again. It seemed this attack was once again due to the nonsense between his old man, Kingpin, and other gangs over territory in Hell's Kitchen. As the underground emperor of New York and the largest dark force in Hell's Kitchen, Kingpin naturally had many powerful enemies from the underworld. And the Russian guys were one of the hostile gang forces that could not be underestimated. To fight for the territory and business of Hell's Kitchen with Kingpin, the two sides were often at each other's throats. However, before this, it was just the underlings shooting and hacking at each other, small-scale skirmishes where neither side had really gotten serious. After all, the skirmishes could also liven up the atmosphere of Hell's Kitchen, taking the opportunity to clear out some old-timers from various gangs who should have retired long ago, making room for young blood. But he didn't expect these Russian guys to actually target him this time. It seemed the Russian guys were planning to go to full-scale war with the Fisk family this time. Since Carl rarely helped his old man handle the dirty business between gangs, these guys seemed to have mistaken him for an easy target. This is truly seeking death. A frightening red light lit up in Carl's eyes. Hey, Abulev, are you dead? Answer me. As Carl's killing intent rose, the communicator rang again. Carl simply picked up the walkie-talkie, pressed the talk button, and said slowly in a deep voice. That's right, he is indeed dead. And now, it's your turn. Johnny's here Russian. Carl, who was fluent in 12 languages, didn't take action personally after replying in Russian. Instead, with a thought, a symphony of screams instantly erupted from the dozen or so surrounding SUVs. Ghost shadow ninjas emerged from the shadows inside their vehicles, raising their butcher knives to mercilessly bring their lives to an end. Before the Russian guys outside, who were approaching, could realize what was happening in the cars behind them, more ghost shadow ninjas silently appeared behind them, placing cold long blades against their necks. Then, PFF'd. Heads rolled one by one, and blood splattered across the ground outside Carl's vehicle. Carl just sat quietly in the car, listening through the walkie-talkie to the beautiful tone of the blades slicing through throats at the moment of their deaths. Oh, how pleasant to the ears In just a moment, 99% of the gang members who attacked Carl had been eliminated by the Ghost Shadow Ninjas. Why 99%? Because an accident occurred with the Ghost Shadow Ninja attempting an assassination in one of the vehicles. The person inside, or rather, the monster, actually burst the entire car open and tore the Ghost Shadow Ninja and the Russian guys inside to shreds. Sitting in the passenger seat of the garbage truck with his feet propped up on the center console, Carl instantly became interested and focused his gaze on the monster that had burst out of the car. It was a gray-skinned monster nearly 3 meters tall, its skin like rock and a single horn growing from its head. Carl recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Isn't this the classic Spider-Man villain, Rhino? How did this guy get mixed up with the Russian guys? Wait, it seems that Rhino guy was originally a Russian. Well, that makes sense. After bursting out of the car, Rhino looked around for Carl's figure and roared, "Coward, those circus jokers of yours can't hurt me. Now get the hell out here." When he was a kid watching cartoons, Carl felt that Rhino was all brawn and no brains, a total idiot. Seeing him today, Marvel truly did not deceive me. He had even used the garbage truck's intercom to shout, and yet this guy still didn't know where he was. With this level of IQ, if he were in Hydra, he wouldn't even qualify as the lowest level cannon fodder agent, he'd only end up as an F-class lab subject. And specifically, the intellectually deficient model of lab subject. Wait, so is that the real reason why Rhino was turned into this monstrous, neither man nor beast state? Oh tilde. Carl felt as if he had accidentally discovered the reason for Rhino's transformation in this universe tilde. However, since the opponent had called him out, it wasn't his style to back down from a fight. Carl patted his backside, opened the door from the passenger seat of the garbage truck, and stepped out, clapping his hands at Rhino, who was still roaring everywhere. "Hey, idiot, stop yelling. Your daddy is right here tilde." Hearing the voice, Rhino whipped his head around to look at Carl, his eyes filled with fury. Instead of stopping his roars, he bellowed even louder. "You coward who only knows how to stab people in the back, you finally dare to come out. Your father Kingpin killed my family, forcing me to become this monster for the sake of revenge. Today, I will kill you too, letting him enjoy the same pain of losing family, turning him into a monster of revenge as well." Carl dug at his ear, which was itching slightly from the vibration of Rhino's loud voice. He wasn't intimidated by the threats, instead, he asked with a curious expression. "Wait, you said my old man killed your family. Then why are you still alive?" "Rhino. I fooling said your father killed my family and I'm going to kill you for revenge, and you're asking me why I'm still alive. I think there's more wrong with your brain than mine." Seeing Rhino's bewildered expression, Carl shrugged. "Sorry, I didn't mean to poke at your scars, but based on what I know of my father, when he deals with enemies, he always sends the whole family off together in an orderly fashion. It's rare to have an exception like you tilde. So tell me, how did you escape? Let me gain some survival experience tilde." Looking at Carl's insincere, almost provocative apology, Rhino's anger flared uncontrollably, and he began scraping his hooves against the ground. "Slippery-tongued brat, once I rip your mouth apart and tear you into 5 pieces, let's see how you use that tongue then." With that, Rhino aimed his horn at Carl and began a wild charge in his direction. Thump, thump, thump. The ground shook continuously with Rhino's advance, as if it weren't a person charging, but a human tank. Seeing this, the loyal Ghost Shadow Ninjas, having finished off all the Russian guys except for Rhino, immediately raised their blades to block the way in front of Carl. However, the Ghost Shadow Ninjas, known for assassination and attentive service, were clearly not enough to stop Rhino, who was known for his strength. One by one, the Ghost Shadow Ninjas blocking the path were smashed along with their long blades by Rhino, turning into wisps of black smoke and dissipating into the air. Carl didn't feel the slightest heartache for the dispersed shadow soldiers, he didn't even plan to dodge. He simply folded his arms across his chest and watched quietly as Rhino approached with unstoppable momentum. And then, thud. With a dull thud, Rhino's horn stopped less than 10 centimeters from Carl's face. Of course, it wasn't Carl who acted. After all, his hands were still folded across his chest as he posed. The one who acted was a massive figure behind Carl, no less tall than Rhino and also nearly 3 meters in height, who caught Rhino's horn with its giant black pincers. This was another type of Shadow Legion summoned by Carl. That's right, Carl could summon more than one type of Shadow Legion. When he was 10, another ghost mask tattoo automatically appeared on his left abdomen, giving him the ability to summon a second type of Shadow Legion. Which was the Claw Legion currently appearing, the Pincer Shadow. The Pincer Shadow was also one of the 9 Shadow Legions known for its strength. In the original story, even half a Pincer Shadow could make a Superman like Jackie Chan run for his life. Its strength could be imagined. Especially those powerful pincers, their grip was so strong that objects caught by them could almost never break free. Just like Rhino at this very moment. He was using every ounce of his strength but couldn't wrench his horn out of the Pincer Shadow's massive pincers. Carl tilted his head to look at Rhino, who was pinned by the horn and couldn't even lift his head, and flashed a polite smile. Hey, buddy, remember how you just said you were going to turn me into a 5-way split Shangyang? I've always been one to return a drop of kindness with a surging spring, so if you want to split me into 5 pieces, you'll have to be split into at least 100. Not a single piece less tilde. So, my little lobsters, remember to mince this hunk of Rhino meat a bit finer tilde. After speaking, Carl patted Rhino's despairing cheek and turned directly toward his Ford Raptor, which had been smashed against the wall by the garbage truck. From Rhino's shadow, several more tall pincer shadows emerged, snapping their sharp, giant pincers at the terrified Rhino. Ah, no. Following Rhino's agonizing screams, the pincer shadows dutifully divided him into 100 portions. Meanwhile, Carl kicked the garbage truck, sending the at least 10-ton vehicle sliding several meters away. This wasn't the power of the Shadow Legion, it was simply Carl's terrifying physical strength. After getting in the car and pulling open the slightly deformed door, Carl called out to Jarvis. Jarvis, start the vehicle's flight system and take me directly to the Triskelion. I don't want to be attacked halfway again. Apologies, sir. The vehicle's flight system was damaged in the collision just now and cannot be started for the time being. Hearing this, Carl's lip twitched. Suppressing his anger, he said in a low voice, then turn on autopilot and get me to the destination as fast as possible. Apologies, sir. The autopilot system was also damaged. This time, Carl could no longer hold back. He punched the steering wheel, causing the airbag to deploy. But Carl didn't care. He just pushed the airbag aside and asked angrily. Then tell me, what the fool is still functioning normally in this car? 10 seconds ago, the manual driving function was normal. However, due to your punch just now, the steering wheel is now scrapped, and manual driving is impossible. Currently, the only 2 normal systems in the vehicle are the air conditioning and the radio. Which one would you like to use? Carl felt like his 18 years of cultivation were almost broken today by this artificial idiot. So in a fit of rage, he got really angry indeed. He kicked the car door open and stepped out again with a dark expression. Continuing to lose his temper was useless. Besides, this car was his own, worth $10 million. He couldn't bear to tear it apart. However, in the end, Carl got his wish and boarded a private plane to the Triskelion. Because just as Carl got out of the car, the rescue team summoned by the vehicle's intelligent system's automatic distress signal arrived. It was the Shield Branch Strike Team sent by Pierce, or rather, the Hydra Strike Team. The very same strike team that often cleaned up Nick Fury's messes and handled the aftermath. It was also SHIELD's most elite combat unit. Even though this elite team was composed entirely of Hydra members tilde. But it didn't really matter, did it? After all, as far as he knew, at least 80% of SHIELD was Hydra tilde. Proportionally speaking, the real SHIELD agents led by Nick Fury were actually the undercover ones tilde. However, although this strike team sent by Pierce arrived a bit late and didn't help Carl much in the fight. At least Carl didn't have to take a taxi to the Triskelion, he even had a private plane for transport. Furthermore, the strike team towed his damaged custom Ford Raptor back, promising to return it to his home once repaired. The service could be described as incredibly thoughtful. With a private plane, things moved quickly. What would have been a journey of several hours now took less than one. However, upon reaching the airspace above the Triskelion, Carl didn't have the strike team's helicopter land on the rooftop helipad. Instead, while the helicopter was still about 100 meters from the roof, he leapt straight off. Woohoo! Did you think Carl was going to pull a Captain America with a hard landing? Of course not. He didn't have a vibranium shield, nor did he have vibranium knees. Even if his physical fitness could handle it, it would still hurt like hell. Halfway through his fall, Carl's entire body turned into a shadow and vanished into thin air. He reappeared, emerging from the shadow of Rumlow, aka Crossbones, who was waiting for him on the rooftop. In 18 years, Carl hadn't just learned to summon two types of Shadow Legion, he had also developed other uses for the shadow dimension. For instance, what he just used, spatial movement through his own or someone else's shadow within a certain distance. Carl casually draped an arm over Rumlow's shoulder like they were best buds and waved at the helicopter in the sky. Thanks, man. I'll buy you a burger later. Seeing Carl wave, the helicopter that brought him turned around and left. After all, this rescue squad wasn't from SHIELD headquarters but was a SHIELD strike team from the New York branch, otherwise, the support wouldn't have arrived so quickly. Rumlow, waiting on the roof, wasn't at all surprised by Carl's elusive movements, he was clearly used to it. Young master, please. The officer has been waiting for a long time. Although Crossbones, now a level 9 agent, was 2 levels higher than Carl. His attitude towards Carl still seemed a notch lower. As they say, choosing a good father is really important. Without needing Rumlow to lead the way, Carl walked into the Triskelion as if he knew it by heart and soon arrived at the Security Council floor. It was the private floor of Alexander Pierce, the secretary of the Security Council. Bang! Carl pushed open the secretary's office door, walked straight to the desk, and sat down across from Pierce without ceremony. He picked up an apple from the fruit bowl on the desk and started munching. Godfather, I just worked 3 months of unpaid labor for you over the break. I finally got a week off when school started, and now you've assigned me another mission. Even a slave wouldn't be used like this, right? Pierce, who was reviewing documents without looking up, glanced at Carl upon hearing this and let out a small smile. Treating you like a slave. Hey, slaves don't get salaries, let alone your status and freedom. And who says slaves have it easier than you? There's Oslave, downstairs right now working for me 24/7, 365 days a year. Hearing this, Carl understood instantly. A mischievous smirk appeared on his face. Godfather, I didn't expect you to become humorous too. Pierce said calmly, with an improper godson like you, as your godfather, I find it hard not to be influenced. Influenced by me. Quite the reversal of the natural order. Carl clapped his hands. He'd only heard of fathers influencing sons, never sons influencing fathers. Today was certainly an eye-opener. Pierce put down the documents and muttered the phrase Carl just used. Reversal of the natural order. It seems you still love Chinese culture as much as ever. That's fine, Chinese culture is broad and profound. Learning more will benefit your future. As a secretary who frequently dealt with the 5 permanent members of the council, Pierce was naturally no stranger to Chinese culture. And although he was Hydra, he actually harbored no ill will towards China. In fact, compared to America with its heavily divided states, Pierce preferred China, which had strived for unity since ancient times. If Hydra could one day overthrow the American regime, Pierce felt he should adopt the Chinese model of unification. However, even if that day came, Pierce felt he might not last until then. Therefore, He needed a successor who could see that day and had the ability to fulfill his dream. Pierce looked at Carl with a meaningful gaze. All right, down to business. The reason I called you here today is that tomorrow's mission target is a bit tricky, and he might not be able to handle it alone. Carl's brow furrowed as he caught the key word in Pierce's sentence. He. A man. Godfather, who exactly is this partner you said you'd pair me with? Although he asked, Carl already had a good idea of the answer. If he wasn't mistaken, the he Pierce mentioned was Captain America's best buddy, James Buchanan Barnes, known as the Winter Soldier. And Pierce's next words confirmed Carl's suspicion. He has no name, only a code name. He is Hydra's most capable cold-blooded assassin from World War II to the present, nearly 70 years, aside from you. His code name is Winter Soldier. Just as I thought. Although Carl was calm inside, since he hadn't officially met the Winter Soldier yet, he still put on a look of appropriate surprise and thoughtfulness. Of course, this was just for Pierce's benefit. Seeing Carl's expression, Pierce didn't suspect anything and instead explained. Having you work with the Winter Soldier this time isn't just because of the mission's difficulty, the most important thing is for you to get familiar with each other. Hearing this, Carl gasped and leaned back tactically. No way, Godfather. I'm not gay. No matter how handsome the Winter Soldier is, I'm not interested. Even someone as composed as Pierce fell silent for several seconds after hearing Carl's words before slowly saying, I'm starting to question whether making you my successor, and handing the Winter Soldier over to you, was the right call. What? Carl's eyes lit up. You're passing me the title and giving me the Winter Soldier. The next instant, Carl vanished from his chair, rising from Pierce's shadow behind him. While rubbing Pierce's shoulders, he asked with a beaming smile. Godfather, mention that and I'm all ears. When do we sign the papers for the head of the snake and the Winter Soldier? Pierce glanced sideways at the suddenly filial Carl, a smile tugging at his lips. The head of the snake seat isn't that simple. I've only designated you as my next successor to train. It doesn't guarantee you'll sit securely in my branch's throne. When the time comes, you'll compete with other candidates. Only the last one alive takes the seat. Carl's massaging hands paused. He raised an eyebrow. You've raised other godsons. Pierce shook his head lightly. No, you're my only godson and my sole candidate. But my Hydra cell is the deepest buried and largest of all branches, so the other heads won't ignore this prize. When I step down, they'll send their own candidates to fight for it. Hydra allows this jungle law contest, even I can't appoint you directly. Understand? Carl's gaze chilled, he clenched a fist and grinned. Got it, survival of the fittest. How about this, Godfather? Tell me who the candidates are now and I'll make sure they never see tomorrow's sun. Pierce shook his head again, exasperated. How many times have I told you? Leave your father's gangster mentality behind. Don't always look for a one-shot solution, think of consequences. If killing rivals secured succession, world leaders would change daily. Even if you slaughter the contenders, the other factions have backups, and you'd invite a united hunt. Carl had to admit the logic. The other Hydra heads were old foxes, they'd never bear every card. Killing their candidates might only push himself into the storm's eye. Pierce patted Carl's arm, voice steady. Don't overthink it. I'll pave the road, you just walk it without stumbling, and the seat will be yours in time. I'm only telling you early so you're prepared. Don't stress, let's look at tomorrow's assignment and your target. He picked up a file from the desk and handed it to Carl behind him. Carl shrugged, he wasn't going to brood over the air business. If Pierce said the path was laid, what worry was there? Pressure never existed. Carl never bowed to pressure. Unless the other side was someone like Hulk or Thor, even superhumans posed little threat. And even against Thor or Hulk, though he might not win, they could forget about killing him. After all, besides summoning the Shadow Legion, he could slip into the Shadow Dimension, a space only he could enter. That alone put him in an invincible position. Carl took the file and flipped it open. He'd known the mission was in the Middle East and that he'd have a partner. Now that he knew the partner, it was time to see the details. But as he read, genuine surprise crossed his face. The target wasn't anyone else, it was Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. The task had two parts: assassination and interception. Location: Israel in the Middle East. He and the Winter Soldier were to ambush an Israeli nuclear engineer. Escorting that engineer was none other than Black Widow Natasha. Winter Soldier would handle the kill, Carl was to intercept. His job: keep Natasha busy so she couldn't stop the assassination. Carl had no complaints. He liked beauties, but Black Widow left him cold. Even if she threw herself at him, he'd fear catching something. After all, Black Widow was Marvel's famous gene collector. Though the movie version seemed younger and less prolific, he still had zero interest in this poisonous spider. Still, he asked, Godfather, just block her. I don't need to squash the spider. For others she's tough, but you know crushing her is barely harder than squashing an ant. Pierce shook his head. I trust your skill, but for now she and Nick Fury are useful to Hydra, so let her live. Since Pierce said so, Carl nodded. Fine, whatever you say, Godfather. Pierce gave a satisfied nod. That's all. You can't sit still, go wander, but be home tonight. We'll drink and I'll introduce you to the Winter Soldier. Though U.S. law bans drinking before 21, Pierce was the law here. And few in the states obeyed that rule anyway. Okay. Carl flashed an okay sign, plucked a flower from Pierce's desk vase, and left the office. He greeted Crossbones at the door, walked to Pierce's private elevator, and descended. But he didn't exit the Triskelion headquarters, instead he stopped at the operations floor. Every agent there straightened at the sight of Pierce's private elevator opening, suddenly all diligent. One agent secretly slacking off to play a game instantly alt-tabbed. The speed of that switch happened the very second the elevator doors opened, clearly a repeat offender. By the time Carl stepped out of the elevator and they saw it wasn't Secretary Pierce, the agents all exhaled in relief and went right back to loafing or slacking. As for Carl, who wasn't even a shield agent yet wandered the Triskelion like he owned it, they found nothing odd and no one tried to shoo him away. After all, the kid's godfather was a man whose orders even the director had to heed. Who dare ruffle the tiger's whiskers? Carl walked straight up behind the gaming agent, set one hand on his shoulder, tapped the keyboard with the other, and flicked the screen right back to the game. Tisk, tisk, Andre, only level 30 in Thunder Fighter. I beat that trash when I was 12. Your IQ can't even top my 12-year-old self. Agent Andre, busted, didn't flinch, he simply flipped Carl an internationally friendly finger. Bite me, Carl. Here to harass my cousin again. Beat it, she's in the director's office. Go try prying that iceberg loose yourself. Andre was, of course, another, connections, guy, and his connection was no small fry. She was SHIELD's deputy director, Maria Hill. That's why he dared game openly in the command hub. In the original story he even slacked off on the helicarrier and got caught red-handed by Tony. Smart. When I win your cousin over, I'll bring you a carton of Wazi, Carl said, patting Andre's shoulder before heading for the director's office. Wazi. What's Wazi? Some new American herb. But Carl never touches that stuff. Andre was left wondering what on earth a Wazi was. Director's office. Click. The office door opened and two women in black uniforms, polar opposites in vibe, stepped out. One wore an icy glare, the other a sultry smile. Naturally they were Carl's target, SHIELD Deputy Director and Commander Maria Hill. And tomorrow's mission target, one of SHIELD's ace agents, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Each reacted to Carl's presence in her own way. Hill showed no emotion, simply regarded him in silence. Natasha looked at him like prey, red lips curving. Carl Fisk, godson of Officer Pierce. Back to court our ice princess, handsome. But I'd say Hill's not interested. SHIELD has plenty of beauties, why hang yourself on a frozen tree? So switch targets, say, to me. We might share an unforgettable night tonight Tilda. She stepped between Hill and Carl, her face a finger's breadth from his, flicking red hair and winking. Carl raised a brow, reached for Natasha's cheek, and peeled her face away from Hill. Sorry, Black Spider, you're blocking today's leading lady Tilda. Leaving Natasha's sulky glare behind, Carl snapped his fingers beside Hill. A flower appeared from nowhere. Lovely Maria Hill, may I have the honor of dinner? Before Hill could answer, Nick Fury stuck his bald head out, face black. Hey, lovebirds, get a room. This is a spy agency, not a hotel corridor. Carl patted the big bald head, gave it a friendly rub, then shoved Fury back inside. Hi Baldy, bye Baldy Tilda. Mother. Before the one-eyed glare could finish, Carl yanked the door shut, crushed the handle, and locked Fury inside. With the obstacle gone, Carl smiled and lifted the flower again. So, what's your answer Tilda? Arms folded, Hill walked past him without taking the bloom. Back to my office. Stop embarrassing me. And next time buy a flower yourself. I saw that one on the secretary's desk yesterday. Chuckling, Carl tucked the blossom into Natasha's red hair and followed Hill. Ran into a snag on the way, no time. I'll make it up next round Tilda. Natasha watched him go, sniffed the flower, licked her lips. Interesting man. Shame I've got a flight, would have loved to see if he can resist my charm. Next time, little boy, you're mine. As her interest peaked, frantic pounding erupted from the office behind her. Natasha, open up. That punk locked me in. She eyed the mangled handle, shrugged. Sorry, director, I'm an agent, not a super soldier. Lock picking I do, door busting I don't. Off to Israel now, plane won't wait. Good luck, Nick Tilda. She slid the flower into the twisted handle and sauntered away. Only Fury's roar echoed down the corridor. Carl, you'll pay for locking me in. Of course, he was venting, he knew he had zero leverage. The kid's godfather had plucked him from obscurity and still outranked him, he wouldn't dare touch Carl. Lay a finger on the boy today, and tomorrow he'd be written up for stepping into S.H.I.E.L.D. left foot first, Pierce would see to that. Fury fumed, fooled nepotism. Except Carl wasn't even S.H.I.E.L.D., just a pampered playboy. Half an hour later. Deputy Director's office. Hill sat in her office chair, correcting documents. Carl sat directly on Hill's desk, replying to Gwen's messages on his phone. Your long-distance boyfriend is out picking up girls Tilda. This is quite reasonable Tilda. Of course, it wasn't that Carl was a scumbag, he just had a lot of love to give Tilda. Besides, he wasn't trying to juggle multiple boats. He and Gwen were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but with Hill, he just wanted to develop a simple friends with benefits relationship Tilda. A girlfriend is a girlfriend, and a hookup buddy is a hookup buddy, the two cannot be conflated Tilda. Because while Hill's cold and frosty temperament deeply attracted Carl, their age gap meant they weren't exactly suitable for a long-term commitment. So, weren't they better off as friends with benefits? Hill looked up at Carl and said indifferently, messaging your little girlfriend. Carl didn't deny it. After all, lying to the deputy director of the world's strongest intelligence organization would be quite foolish, wouldn't it? Carl put away his phone and chuckled. What, are you jealous? Hill's expression remained calm, her tone cold. I don't get jealous over little brats, and we aren't in a relationship anyway. Carl wasn't hurt at all. Instead, he flashed a wicked smile. But we are childhood friends, aren't we? When we were little, you even promised me you'd marry me Tilda. Hearing this, a rare look of speechlessness appeared on Hill's face. She rubbed her forehead and said, please, here you go again. I've told you, that was when you were a kid, and I was already an adult. And you were the one pestering me, insisting I play house with you. I only agreed because I had no choice, alright. Back then, Hill had just graduated from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy and was interning as an assistant to Alexander Pierce. Once, Pierce brought his godson, Carl, to S.H.I.E.L.D. and asked her to help look after him. The 10-year-old Carl had stuck to her like Maltose candy, pestering her to play house. It was the kind where Carl played the husband and she played the wife. Since Carl was the godson of her boss, Pierce, and was only a 10-year-old child at the time, she hadn't refused. As a result, every time Carl came to S.H.I.E.L.D. after that, he would pester her in the capacity of a husband, leaving her both annoyed and amused. However, to say she hated Carl because of it wouldn't be true either. After all, the mixed-race Carl had been very cute as a child, and as he grew up, he became truly handsome, with a great physique, and he was genuinely good to her. Moreover, because of Carl, Pierce treated her exceptionally well too. It allowed her to reach the position of deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. before even turning 30. Hill didn't believe for a second that Carl didn't deserve some credit for this. So, it was hard to say that Hill didn't like Carl at all. Carl swung his legs over from one side of the desk to Hill's side, leaning down to meet her eyes. Commander Hill, for the past 8 years, you've used the excuse that I wasn't an adult. Well, I'm an adult now. What excuse are you going to find this time? Snap. Hill snapped the file shut. Suddenly, she reached out, grabbed Carl's chin as it hovered inches from her face, and shoved his upper body down onto the desk. Then, Hill stood up, her leg parting Carl's knees as her body pressed close to his. Her cold face hovered above his as she said chillingly. I don't like people looking down on me from above, so you're going to be on the bottom. Big sister is so domineering, I love it. Hill's series of domineering actions and words made Carl feel a heat in his lower abdomen. He couldn't help but swallow his dry throat. If it's you, what's the harm in being on the bottom? Besides, what's wrong with being on the bottom? You don't even have to do the work, right? Thinking this, Carl reached out to wrap his arms around Hill's slender waist. But Hill took a step back, making Carl's embrace hit empty air. Hill grabbed Carl by the collar and pulled him up from the desk, saying coldly, the agency is no place for your games. Go eat first. Carl stood up, adjusting his gun, and didn't rush. Instead, he elegantly extended a hand to Hill. Of course. I've already booked a table at the Ritz-Carlton. We can go dine anytime. Hearing this, Hill raised an eyebrow, puzzled. You already booked the hotel. You were that certain I'd agree this time. Carl smiled. No, of course I wasn't sure. In fact, every time I look for you, I book a hotel. The cow warrior never removes his mask, and Carl never misses an opportunity. Hill. Carl's words left even the Ice Queen Hill speechless. She turned and walked straight out of the office. Carl followed close behind her. As the two walked out of the office together, amidst the disbelieving and heartbroken expressions of the other agents in the command center, Carl patted the back of a bewildered Andre and grinned triumphantly. Andre, your cigarettes are a sure thing now. Before Andre could recover from his confusion, Carl and Hill had already taken the elevator down. Only the continuous sound of breaking hearts remained in the command center. The male agents' hearts broke because the icy beauty deputy director Hill had been plucked by this second-generation playboy. The female agents' hearts broke because Carl, the handsome and wealthy treasure of a boy, was being cradle-snatched by the deputy director. As for what happened next, I believe there's no need to waste ink, right? Dinner was just a formality, the after-dinner part was the main course. Once the do not disturb mode is on, nothing else matters. A night of silence, save for the moans. The next morning, at just 6 in the morning, there was a knock on the hotel room door. At the sound, Carl slipped his arm out from under Hill's head. What's wrong? As an elite agent, Hill instinctively opened her eyes the moment she heard the knocking. Carl leaned down and kissed Hill's forehead, chuckling. It's nothing. Go back to sleep. I'll go see which blind fool it is. Hill didn't refuse and closed her eyes again. After all, she had been on top all night. Even her well-trained stamina was nearly exhausted, and she truly didn't want to move at all right now. It had to be said, this little brat Carl didn't just have a good body, his kidneys were even better. After tucking Hill in, Carl sat up, the smile vanishing from his face. Rubbing his tired eyes after less than 2 hours of sleep, and with the irritability that comes from sleep deprivation, he walked toward the door. Opening the door, Without even checking who it was, Carl started with a string of choice words. You motherfooler with an asshole for a face and no eyes, you better have something important to tell me, or you'd better pray your asshole is big enough to fit your own head inside. Standing at the door, Crossbones Rumlow's eyes twitched at the words. Suppressing the urge to punch Carl, he said with a fake smile. Young master, the officer is calling you home, right now. Seeing it was Rumlow, Carl finally remembered that Pierce had asked him to go back last night for a few drinks and to introduce the Winter Soldier to him. He let his hormones get the better of him and completely forgot, stood up his godfather. But even so, Carl didn't regret it in the slightest. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. He had been chasing this woman for 8 years, what was wrong with standing up his godfather once? He believed his godfather would surely understand him. Carl looked back into the room at Hill, who seemed to have fallen back into a deep sleep, and said to Rumlow, give me a minute. With that, Carl slammed the door shut with a bang. Dressing, washing up, and a goodbye kiss, it was all done in one smooth motion. In less than a minute, Carl opened the door again. Let's go, Rumlow, Carl said, closing the door and taking the lead toward the end of the hallway. Rumlow followed half a step behind him. Once Carl disappeared from the corridor, the door that had just closed opened again, and Hill walked out of the room, fully dressed. She glanced in the direction Carl had left and headed toward the elevator at the other end of the hallway. She had to go to work too. Yesterday's emotions were fine, but now that her desires were spent and she was clear-headed, leaving with Carl would be a bit awkward. But what she didn't know was that Carl and Rumlow hadn't taken the elevator at all. At the corner of the corridor, the two of them simply vanished into the shadows. This was, of course, Carl's shadow meld ability. Moving through the shadow dimension didn't just allow him to move himself, he could take others with him as well. However, there was a range limit. With his current ability, he could only move freely within a range of about 1,000 meters. After that, he had to exit the shadow and enter it again to continue moving. But 1,000 meters of free shadow movement was actually already very strong. After all, this was equivalent to a flying thunder god technique with no cooldown. Reappearing, Carl and Rumlow were already sitting in Rumlow's car. Rumlow wasn't surprised, he shifted gears and hit the gas in one efficient motion. The black Chevrolet SUV sped out of the hotel's underground parking lot. Half an hour later, Rumlow drove the car into the yard of a detached villa. After Carl got out of the car, he ignored Rumlow and walked into the villa alone. In the living room of the villa, Alexander Pierce was currently taking a bottle of milk out of the refrigerator. Without looking back, he asked, "Want some milk? To replenish the high protein you lost last night." Carl sat down unceremoniously on a chair at the dining table and smiled. Of course. It would be even better if there were 2 French-style fried eggs to go with it. Pierce shook his head slightly and walked over with the milk. You brat, you stood me up and you're still so demanding. Even as he said this, he still poured a full glass of milk for Carl and cracked 2 eggs into a bowl. Carl drained the full glass of milk in one gulp. While pouring himself another, he laughed. That's only because I have my godfather's indulgence, which is why I'm so fearless. While frying the eggs, Pierce glanced back at Carl and said calmly, it's not indulgence, it's favoritism. And you are worthy of this favoritism, worthy of me investing everything. 18 years ago, when I first saw you surrounded by shadows, I knew that you would eventually become the master of this dark dimension. Carl raised his glass to Pierce and smiled slightly. Not bad, you have great vision, Godfather. Pierce didn't continue the topic. Instead, while frying the eggs, he said, by the way, your father called yesterday to ask about the attack on you. I told him about the Russian guys. He's furious. I expect he'll be going to total war with the Russian guys very soon. But you don't need to worry. Focus on the mission I gave you. I'll send people to help your father wipe out those Russian guys. Hearing this, Carl just nodded indifferently. He wasn't worried about it at all to begin with. He had already expected that Kingpin would go to total war with the Russian guys after finding out he was attacked. Never mind having the support of Hydra, even without it, Kingpin could wipe out the Russian guys if he was willing to pay a small price. Now with Hydra's help, he probably wouldn't even suffer much loss and could take the opportunity to annex the Russian guys' territory and business, a huge piece of the pie tilde. The French fried eggs you wanted. Eat up. Once you're done, you need to get ready to hit the road. You two need to scout the mission location in advance. Pierce placed the plate in front of Carl and sat down as well. Carl didn't stand on ceremony. There was no need to act elegant in front of his godfather. He finished the 2 fried eggs in a few bites. Wiping his mouth, Carl looked up at a corner shrouded in shadows and said leisurely, "Well, isn't that handsome guy hiding in the shadows going to come join us for a bite? If you don't eat, then what drives you and your mechanical arm? Gasoline or electricity?" Ka. A figure in the corner stood up at the sound and slowly walked out of the shadowy corner. Medium-length brownish-black hair, a chilling silver metal arm, eyes cold to the bone, and that pitch-black combat suit. It's him, it's really him, our Winter Soldier, Bucky-san. Carl stood up, looking at the Winter Soldier with an interested gaze, and asked Pierce an enigmatic question, "May I?" Pierce, who had practically raised Carl, naturally knew what his godson was thinking. He didn't answer, but simply made a, "Please," gesture. Seeing this, Carl took off his jacket and tossed it onto the chair, revealing his muscular upper body covered only by a black tank top. He pulled a black dagger from his thigh, gave it a flourish, and without a word, charged toward the Winter Soldier with a reverse grip. His speed was so fast that he crossed the 10-meter distance in the blink of an eye, thrusting the blade without hesitation toward the Winter Soldier's only exposed eye. Clang! But the blade didn't actually pierce the Winter Soldier's eye socket, it was blocked by his silver metal arm. However, it was merely blocked. The Winter Soldier's gaze remained indifferent, showing no intention of counter-attacking. "Defeat him with all your strength, Winter Soldier." Just then, the seated Pierce spoke and issued the command. Upon hearing the words, the Winter Soldier seemed as if a program had been activated. His eyes instantly became sharp, and the iron arm blocking the dagger exerted force, actually crushing the alloy dagger into pieces. Immediately, a rapid front kick struck Carl's abdomen. With the Winter Soldier's strength, which was not inferior to Captain America's, a single kick measured in tons would have likely caused an ordinary person's bowels to explode. But Carl only slid back a short distance, rubbed his abs, and looked as if nothing had happened. One must realize that Carl was different from Captain America and the Winter Soldier. He had never been injected with any version of the Super Soldier Serum. Carl casually tossed aside the dagger, which now had nothing left but the hilt, and grinned. "Hey, now this is getting interesting. So far, you're the first guy besides my father to pique my interest in terms of strength. Of course, that idiot Rhino didn't count. Carl didn't even have the interest to deal with that guy personally." Carl pulled a new dagger from his other thigh and rushed toward the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier also quickly drew a dagger from his combat pants and charged at Carl. Both possessed both speed and power, and their clash could only be described as occurring in the blink of an eye. From Pierce's perspective as an ordinary human, he could only see 2 blurry shadows constantly intersecting, while the air was filled with the clanging sounds of metal colliding. In terms of strength and speed, Carl, who inherited Kingpin's terrifying physical talent, was even slightly superior to the Winter Soldier. However, because the Winter Soldier had maxed out his combat skills and had decades of accumulated assassination experience, combined with his terrifyingly powerful mechanical arm, he compensated well for the slight gap in strength and speed compared to Carl. So, although Carl was stronger and faster, the gap in technique meant he couldn't gain an advantage. Several times, he was even nearly wounded by the Winter Soldier's dagger. It stands to reason that if he hadn't been performing assassinations for Hydra for a while now, he would have already been successfully killed by the Winter Soldier's counterattack. Indeed, besides strength, combat techniques and experience were also very important. Carl was well aware of this, but after all, the difference in time the two had spent as killers was significant. The Winter Soldier's assassination resume was more than 10 times that of Carl's. It wasn't something Carl could surpass immediately just by saying so. After blocking another dagger aimed at his neck and using the force to leap backward a certain distance, Carl pointed his dagger at the Winter Soldier and praised him. Impressive. I have to admit, in terms of combat skills, you are the strongest person I've encountered so far. Even my murderous old man isn't as formidable as a human killing machine like you. However, be careful next, because I'm going to get serious now. One must remember that Carl's greatest strength had never been power or physical techniques, but rather his omnipresent shadow abilities. Carl lunged forward, and seeing this, the Winter Soldier instinctively took a defensive stance. But in the next moment, the charging Carl suddenly vanished into thin air, and a bone-chilling coldness came from behind the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier always trusted his intuition, and his metal left arm immediately swung back to block his heart. Clang! With the crisp sound of metal clashing, the Winter Soldier's intuition saved his life. His metal left arm barely blocked Carl, who had emerged halfway from the shadow behind him and was stabbing toward his heart. With the strike failing, Carl immediately delved into the Winter Soldier's shadow again. When he reappeared, he was already in the shadows of the ceiling. Carl shot down from above like an arrow toward the Winter Soldier. And the speed of that descent was startlingly fast, as if Carl really were a bolt fired from a crossbow. Even though the Winter Soldier instinctively blocked it, he was still sent flying by Carl's downward slash, crashing hard against the wall. This naturally wasn't because Carl's jumping ability was truly that amazing, but because within the shadow dimension, there were two specialized pincer shadows that had launched him. The strength of the pincer shadows went without saying. Those large pincers could even hold back the rhino. One could imagine the power when used as Oslingshot. Next, Carl shot out from various shadow corners in the living room, continuously attacking the Winter Soldier. The unpredictable nature of shadow traversal, combined with the explosive force of the pincer shadow's launches, left the Winter Soldier only able to passively take hits, completely unable to fight back. Eventually, the Winter Soldier couldn't even touch the ground, subjected to an infinite aerial combo by Carl, who flew out from various shadow corners. Alright, stop. Playtime is about over. It wasn't until Pierce turned on all the lights in the hall and called for a stop that Carl reluctantly ended his combo. He emerged from Pierce's shadow and sat leisurely in a chair, draining the remaining milk on the table. Thump. Without Carl's combo, the Winter Soldier fell to the floor and silently climbed back up. Ignoring his injuries, he stood frozen in place like a cold statue, obeying orders. Pierce didn't care about the Winter Soldier's injuries either. In his eyes, the Winter Soldier was merely a weapon, incomparable to Carl, his chosen successor. Pierce patted Carl's shoulder with satisfaction and praised him. Not bad. Compared to last time, your use of your abilities has become even more proficient. I've also watched the combat footage of you dealing with those Russian guys, it was clean and efficient. Very well done. Using, not bad, or, well done, multiple times showed just how satisfied Pierce was with Carl's performance. Carl smiled indifferently. Isn't that thanks to the 100 or so assassination missions Godfather assigned me during the 3 months of summer vacation? If I didn't make even a little progress, wouldn't I be wasting the tempering Godfather specifically arranged for me? In 3 months, 100 missions had allowed Carl to experience assassinations under all sorts of circumstances. Whether it was making people open-minded, broad-chested, losing an ear, or bursting with rage. These various assassination operations allowed Carl's skills to reach a height in 3 months that ordinary people couldn't achieve in years, or even over a decade. This was also why Gwen had complained about him sleeping for an entire week during the first week of the new semester. Because of the non-stop operations for 3 consecutive months, his daily rest was less than 4 hours. Sometimes, while waiting for a target to appear, he had no rest time at all. Naturally, Carl, who hadn't rested well in 3 months, had to catch up on sleep. I know the hard work you've put in these 3 months. Pierce massaged Carl's shoulders and said with a faint smile, but trust your godfather, the effort you're making now is an investment in your own future. It is absolutely worth it. Every contribution you make to Hydra will become the merit that allows you to control Hydra when you sit in my position in the future. This truly wasn't Pierce trying to fool Carl. For every politician Carl had eliminated in those 100-odd missions, Pierce had arranged for his own people to take their place. This was one of the ways he was paving the road for Carl's future, these would become Carl's bargaining chips. Carl glanced back at Pierce with a grin. I've never doubted that for a second. The father and son exchanged a smile. Everything was understood without a word. Pierce finally gave Carl's shoulder a light pat and said coolly, all right, move out. The sooner you leave, the sooner you're back. Remember, Natasha can live, but that nuclear engineer has to die, and bring me the engineer's souvenir. Relax, I've got this. Carl winked, stood up, and strode out of the villa first. Pierce turned to the Winter Soldier, who was lagging behind, and said coldly, the real priority this mission isn't the assassination, it's keeping Carl Fisk alive, even if it costs you your life. The Winter Soldier paused, gave a silent nod, and followed Carl out of the villa. The two climbed into Rumlow's waiting car. Rumlow pulled away at once and drove to the Hydra branch in Washington. Carl and the Winter Soldier transferred to a Hydra jet and took off for Israel. On a normal commercial flight, Washington, D.C. to Israel takes about 13 hours. But the Hydra jet made the trip in under 5. Only Carl and the Winter Soldier were on this operation, no backup. Their target location was a small town 100 kilometers outside Jerusalem. According to reliable intel, Natasha would escort the nuclear engineer straight through this town. It was the perfect spot for an ambush. On the roof of an unremarkable apartment building, two figures in black combat gear crouched and lounged. They were, of course, the Winter Soldier and Carl on assignment. The Winter Soldier knelt on the roof, an unidentified sniper rifle trained on the town's only road. Carl lay half reclined, pulling a bag of chips from his shadow, then an ice-cold Coke. Anyone seeing him would think he was on vacation, not a hit. Hey, Ice Man, quit staring. According to the intel, SHIELD's convoy won't be here for half an hour. Come snack, drink, and swap some lies. As he spoke, Carl fished another chilled cola from his shadow and tossed it at the Winter Soldier's back. Smack. Without looking, the Winter Soldier caught the can, set it on the roof, and glanced back coldly. Intel is never 100%. A top operative like Black Widow could ditch the timetable and show up early. Carl merely shrugged. He didn't argue. He understood the risk perfectly. He might look relaxed, but the moment they'd arrived he'd seated Ghost Shadow Ninja through every patch of darkness in the town. He simply didn't need to watch the road himself. He had countless eyes doing it for him. Huh. They're here. The crouching Winter Soldier and the lounging Carl spoke at the same instant. One through his scope, the other through ninja eyes, they spotted a convoy of jeeps approaching. Range 3 kilometers. 5 vehicles, 4 jeeps and 1 armored car. 24 regular troops in the jeeps. The armored car's interior is shielded, but SHIELD's elite agents and the target are almost certainly inside. The Winter Soldier rattled off the data in a flat voice. Carl sat up. Can you punch through the armor and drop the target? The Winter Soldier shook his head. Shield armor is custom. Snipers useless, we need to flush them out. Fine, leave it to me. Carl flicked his empty bottle aside, brushed his face, and a crimson, snarling demon mask snapped into place. It wasn't so much a mask as a second skin fused to his face. Red visage, red eyes, fangs, gold horns, jade green hair, Carl's first shadow tattoo, the ninja mask that summons the Ghost Shadow Ninja. Normally he could summon the Shadow Legion without wearing it, but during missions the mask hid his identity perfectly. Now his voice, hair, and eye color were all altered, no one could recognize him. Tin Arm Astro Boy, stop the first and last vehicles. I'll pry the little spider out of that tin can. His voice, now dark and magnetic, vanished as he sank into his own shadow. The Winter Soldier sighted on the lead driver and murmured, "I still prefer Winter Soldier to Astro Boy." Phut! Phut! Two muted shots rang out. Inside 2-kilometer range, the drivers of the first and last jeeps dropped, headshot. Both vehicles slewed, front jeep rammed a wall, rear one slammed the jeep ahead. The sudden blockade forced the whole convoy to halt. As the Winter Soldier predicted, Natasha and the nuclear engineer were inside the lone armored car. Natasha swore under her breath, "Suka. We moved up our departure 30 minutes and still got hit." She glanced through the reinforced window, saw soldiers falling to sniper fire, and knew they couldn't stay. This was a planned ambush. She rapped on the armored partition. "Hey Max, forget them, we're taking the emergency route." But the driver didn't respond, the vehicle stayed put. "Max." She leveled her pistol at the partition, ready to force it open. Before she could, the partition slid aside on its own. "Agent Romanov, I'm afraid Max can't hear you anymore. Why don't you give me the emergency route, so I can personally deliver you to your grave?" A red demon face grinned through the glass, and Natasha instinctively stepped back, eyes widening in shock. The nuclear engineer hugged a metal case to his chest, shrieking in terror as he scrambled backward. If Natasha hadn't grabbed him, the man would already have leapt from the vehicle. "Stay calm. This armored car is built like a bunker. As long as we stay inside, we're safe." While soothing the panic-stricken nuclear engineer, Natasha fought the urge to fire at the grinning mask ahead. Even though the armored partition between her and the driver was gone, the bulletproof glass remained. A rash shot could ricochet and kill both her and the man she was protecting. Natasha drew a steady breath, lined her sights on the masked Carl, flicked a glance at the two motionless colleagues in the front seats, and snapped. "Who are you and who's paying you? I'm an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., authorized for top-level negotiations. Whoever sent you to kill him, I'll double the price, and S.H.I.E.L.D. will owe you a favor." Carl answered the veiled threat, and the bribe, with a contemptuous smirk. "Tisk, Agent Romanov. Been an agent so long you forgot you were once a Red Room killer, a Black Widow. You know our code. Take a better offer and betray the client. My reputation would be shot, and contracts would dry up. Besides." His mask flexed like real skin, curling into a wide, wicked grin. "My target isn't him. It's you, poisonous spider." The instant the words left Carl's mouth, he vanished from Natasha's sight. Startled, Natasha let female instinct whip her elbow backward. Crack. The elbow connected, but she'd underestimated the strength gap. A powerful palm caught the strike effortlessly, locking her arm immobile. "Ooh, a black mamba elbow. Bet you love basketball in your spare time." Carl kept the banter flowing while restraining her elbow. She didn't reply. Her free hand snapped up to put 2 bullets through his skull at point-blank range. Before she could squeeze the trigger, a flash of silver sliced the pistol's front half clean off. A biting spider can still choke on its own fangs. Still grinning, Carl rammed the dagger he'd used into her abdomen with lightning speed. "Oops, there goes your bikini body. You fool." The stab and the taunt snapped her control. She triggered the widow's bite in both gauntlets, zapping the hand on her elbow, then smashed a kick toward Carl's groin. Even Superman would flinch from that shot. A mere mortal ducked in a bow, barely dodging. "Hey, little spider, no low blows. Basic rules. Those rules are for decent people, not scum like you." Furious, Natasha ignored every code. The groin strike was only a feint. As Carl dodged, she clamped his head and executed her signature, rod to tree, move. Like a viper she coiled up his torso, legs wrapping his neck, crackling blue gauntlets racing for his temples. Carl enjoyed foot massages, not electroshock, so he shot both arms up to block the sparking hands. Glancing at the thighs strangling his neck, Carl leaned back and quipped. "Whoa, Master Bao, any closer and we'll be lip to lip. I can already smell dinner." The failed zap didn't disappoint her, she smirked. "Creep, hope your neck's as tough as your mouth. Both your hands are busy, what's going to stop me from snapping your neck?" Her thighs clamped harder, python coils crushing his throat. An ordinary man would black out in seconds, maybe die. But Carl, son of Kingpin, his neck was forged steel, squeezing it felt like gripping an iron post. Natasha's strength couldn't even make him dizzy, let alone break bone. Little spider, if you want to play so badly, let's get a bigger room. Still relaxed, he locked her wrists, used her as a cushion, and dropped backward. Not good. Natasha tried to twist free, but his iron grip held, she braced for impact. Darkness flashed, followed by a moment of weightlessness, then soft fabric, not pain. Yet she couldn't move. Why? Because a 220-pound man was pinning her down. The impact drove the dagger fully into her abdomen, her face went white. Even the Red Room's super soldier serum couldn't dull that agony, she fought for breath. When Carl casually stood up, Natasha found herself no longer in the armored van but on a king-size bed in an unfamiliar room. Exactly the bigger room he'd promised. In all her years, she'd never encountered anything so surreal. She had no idea how he'd transported her here. Training overrode shock, she rolled off the bed, clutching her bleeding side, and fired electric discs from her widow's bite. Each disc could drop a grown man. Carl strolled through the hail, casually sidestepping every shot while closing in. Oh, shock eggs. Kinky. Looks like our little spider has a wild side. Natasha clenched her teeth, backing toward the door while spitting venom. Ha, if you like them so much, I'll gladly shove them into every hole you've got and make you scream for more. Do all spiders love to run their mouths? I admire your hobby of stuffing things into people, but I really don't like what you just said, so you'll have to suffer for it, Tilda. Carl shrugged. His casual stroll snapped into a blur, a single feint and he closed the gap, rearing up to smash a high kick into Natasha's skull. Crack. Boom. Natasha's sixth sense saved her life again. She crossed both forearms over her head before the boot landed. Her arms weren't so lucky. The bones of her forearms, along with her signature weapons the widow's stingers, were shattered outright by Carl's crushing kick. The impact hurled her backward, slamming her into the iron door and denting it. Her broken arms dangled uselessly. Pinned to the metal, bleeding from the gut, arms ruined, body feeling ready to fall apart, Natasha knew she'd lost completely. All the skills she'd honed through a lifetime were useless before absolute power. Gritting her teeth, she lifted her head and blood spilled from her lips. Her insides had taken a beating too. Eyes dull, she watched Carl walk toward her and whispered. Before you kill me, at least tell me who you are. Easy, easy Tilda. Carl's grinning mask loomed inches from her bloodless face. He slipped an arm around her waist and yanked her off the door, ignoring the fresh agony it caused. Hooking her waist with one arm, he breezed to the window and forced her to look down at the street, chuckling. Hey, little widow, if you're dying today I don't mind letting you die, enlightened Tilda. But sorry, it's not your day, someone else is going to die, so you'll miss the jaw-dropping sight of my handsome face. Now, let's watch your stand and pay the price, Tilda. A chill ran through Natasha. She glanced down and saw the convoy she'd been escorting, more than half the soldiers already dead. Through her fading vision a black figure with a rifle emerged from the far end of the street. It was the Winter Soldier, the sniper who'd been picking them off moments ago. After emptying his rifle and cutting down most of the guards, the Winter Soldier stepped in personally. Without a word he fired a grenade that flipped the lead jeep and vaporized two soldiers using it for cover. With Natasha gone, the convoy faced a one-sided massacre. These soldiers couldn't last a single exchange. In moments every jeep except the armored transport was blown sky high. The Winter Soldier strode straight for the APC, not even bothering to dodge. The occasional bullet that came his way was slapped aside by his metal arm. So effortlessly it felt as if he weren't fighting enemies, merely swatting bugs. When it came to sheer intimidation, nothing beat the Winter Soldier in his prime. Every step radiated menace. And it wasn't for show, it was psychological warfare, targeted pressure on his objective. Sure enough, Watching the Winter Soldier blow up a vehicle with every step like a reaper harvesting soldiers, the nuclear engineer inside the APC forgot Natasha's strict order that the armor was impregnable and he must never leave. Panicking, he dropped his case, popped the rear hatch, and bolted for the buildings lining the street. A terrified, mindless dash. To Carl, the Winter Soldier, and even Natasha, it was suicidal idiocy. But for a terror-stricken civilian it was perfectly understandable. Fear strips away judgment. Natasha's broken fingers twitched, instinctively groping for a pistol to stop the Winter Soldier as he raised his weapon at the engineer. But Carl pinned the struggling widow to the windowsill, pressing his full weight against her from behind. He trapped both her shattered wrists in one hand, lifting them above her head until her feet left the floor, while a single fingertip pressed against the knife hilt buried in her gut. Arg! The white-hot pain drenched her in cold sweat, every ounce of strength burned away in an instant. As he rocked the embedded knife handle back and forth, Carl rested his chin on her shoulder and murmured. Such an ungrateful spider. My orders say not to kill you, but they don't say I can't break a few legs. Want to see what happens if you really piss me off? Natasha's body trembled. She hung her head, silent, whether from agony or terror. Bang! A gunshot cracked below. The fleeing nuclear engineer collapsed, a bullet through his brain. Natasha's escort mission had failed. And with it, Carl and the Winter Soldier's objective was complete. After putting 2 more rounds into the engineer's chest, Carl finally stepped away and tossed Natasha onto the big bed. Little widow, until your rescue arrives I'd leave that dagger in your gut, pull it out and you're really dead. I'm letting you live this time, that scar and blade are my souvenirs for you. With a casual wave to the battered Natasha, Carl sank into the shadow at his feet and vanished. Staring at the spot where he'd disappeared, Natasha burned with rage and hatred, snarling like a wounded beast. I'll find you, I swear I'll make you pay for today. Classic last words, then her vision blacked out and she slipped into unconsciousness. Carl reappeared on the street, right beside the Winter Soldier. He was holding a black case, the very one the nuclear engineer had left in the armored vehicle while fleeing. This was Hydra's true target this time, the manufacturing method for a new type of neutron bomb. Got the goods, let's bounce Tilda. Carl placed a hand on the Winter Soldier's shoulder and slipped away silently before the military could arrive. After dozens of shifts using shadow meld, Carl had already taken the Winter Soldier dozens of kilometers away from the town. A plane from the Hydra Israel branch was waiting there to pick them up, and Carl and the Winter Soldier flew directly to the branch headquarters. With the death of a national treasure-level nuclear engineer, the Israeli military would naturally lock down the country for a period and strictly investigate the killer. So Carl and the Winter Soldier were in no hurry to return. They rested at the branch office, intending to wait for the heat to die down before leaving. As for Carl's school, Pierce had already made arrangements for him. He would be participating in an important internship at the United Nations all week. No one would suspect a thing. To be honest, though, Israel is a Middle Eastern country constantly at war, there's really nothing fun to do. After a week, Carl was bored out of his mind. If it weren't for the Winter Soldier accompanying him every day to train in combat techniques, he probably would have snuck out of this boring branch long ago. Ring ring. Ring ring. The piercing sound of a phone ringing echoed. Carl caught the Winter Soldier's incoming metal arm with one hand and slammed him against the wall with a fierce shoulder throw. Pause. A call's coming in. Let's call it a day, brother . Carl gave a cunning smile, signaled a halt to their sparring session, and walked toward his satellite phone, which was ringing incessantly. The Winter Soldier, whose turn it should have been to attack, silently climbed up from the ground. He didn't speak, just kept staring at Carl. He kept staring. Although the Winter Soldier remained expressionless, he gave off the vibe of someone with a very hard life . But Carl didn't care about the Winter Soldier's pitiful stray kitten mood. He glanced at the satellite phone displaying, Dad, and picked it up. Moshi Moshi . Kingpin was silent for a moment on the other end before his deep, thick voice came through. My dear son, I recall your godfather saying you were on a mission in Israel, not Japan. Carl leaned against the table, picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and laughed. I am in Israel, that's right. But as you probably know, this godforsaken place is so boring it rivals my grandmother's house. So, I've had to learn some Japanese over the last few days to kill the time tilde tilde. In response to Carl's words, the other end of the satellite phone went silent again for a few seconds. But when it rang again, it wasn't Kingpin who answered, but a gentle female voice. I hope you're learning proper Japanese, my baby Carl tilde. Hearing that gentle voice, Carl raised an eyebrow, a smile appearing on his face. Aunt Vanessa tilde. This voice belonged to Kingpin's current wife and Carl's stepmother, Vanessa Fisk. As for Carl's biological Chinese mother, she had died of complications during childbirth after having him. Well, it seems you still haven't fully accepted me, and you're not even willing to call me mother. On the other end of the phone, Vanessa's voice sounded faintly dejected. Oh, Vanessa, you're really wronging me there. The only reason I don't call you mother is simply because I can't bring myself to say the word mother to such a young and beautiful lady tilde. Honestly, if our family were walking down the street and I didn't say you were my stepmother, people would definitely think you and I were a couple. My old man is totally robbing the cradle, okay. Tilde. Carl didn't fall for the playing pitiful act. Instead, a few words had Vanessa giggling on the other end. She clearly enjoyed Carl's flattery tilde. After laughing, Vanessa's voice came through with a teasing tone. Your tongue is much sweeter than your father's. If you had been an adult when I met him, I don't think I would have even looked at him. I would have fallen for your sweet talk instead tilde. Facing Vanessa's teasing, Carl teased back. It's truly your lucky day that you didn't meet the current me, Vanessa tilde. After all, I didn't inherit my father's devoted nature. If you had met me back then, I think you'd be living in tears every day now tilde. Hearing this, Vanessa sighed. Sigh, I suppose that's your only flaw. But since you're our child, we'll always love you no matter what. Come home soon, Carl. Carl replied. I love you guys too, Aunt Vanessa tilde. Regarding Vanessa, although she was his stepmother, Carl didn't actually feel any resentment toward her. In fact, he quite liked her. Because Vanessa was gentle, intellectual, elegant, and tolerant, she possessed all the excellent qualities of a mother and treated him as sincerely as if he were her own biological child. The reason Carl was unwilling to call her mother was, as he had explained, because as someone who had lived two lives, he really couldn't call a woman only a dozen years older than him mother, tilde. After all, Carl's combined age from both lives was greater than Vanessa's tilde. Alright, I know you and your father still have business to discuss, so I won't take up any more of your time. But remember, come home soon, baby tilde. Vanessa gave one last reminder and handed the phone back to Kingpin. Facing Kingpin, Carl didn't waste words and asked directly, Dad, let's have it. Why are you looking for me at this time? Usually, while Carl was on a Hydra mission, Kingpin wouldn't call him. Every time he did, it was bound to be something very important. Kingpin wasn't one to beat around the bush either, getting straight to the point. Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on the CEO of Stark Industries, Tony Stark, this year, and notify you immediately if he went missing? Just as you expected, news broke this morning that Tony Stark was attacked by terrorists while showcasing a new product in Afghanistan, and his whereabouts are unknown. That's why I contacted you urgently while you're on the mission your godfather gave you. Hearing Kingpin's words, Carl immediately straightened up, his expression becoming excited. He asked, Great, that little mustache has finally gone missing. Have you prepared the capital reserves I asked you to? Of course. I've always fully supported your decisions. I don't know why, but since the beginning of the year, I've been mobilizing all the liquid capital I can. It's ready for use at any time. Listening to Kingpin's words of unreserved trust, Carl's expression softened. To other superheroes, Kingpin might be a wicked, hypocritical crime lord, but when it comes to his own people, especially family, he is truly beyond reproach. With just a single word from Carl, Kingpin didn't even ask a question. He spent half a year raising every bit of capital he could for him. It was precisely because of Kingpin's unreserved love for him that Carl, living his second life, was willing to recognize this villain as his father. In Carl's view, black or white didn't matter, whoever treated you well was what was real. What did good and evil matter? After thinking for a moment, Carl asked again, did the news say exactly how long Tony Stark has been missing? And what about Stark Industries' market value? The reports don't mention the specific time of his disappearance, but as soon as I heard the news, I immediately sent people to Stark Industries for a secret investigation. According to internal sources, Tony Stark didn't actually go missing recently, he's been gone for 2 months already. It's just that Stark Industries' second in command, Obadiah Stane, used the company's PR to keep the information under wraps. It only leaked out this morning. As for Stark Industries' market value, its glory ultimately relies on the genius minds of every generation of the Stark family. Once the reports of Tony Stark's disappearance and unknown status came out, the market value plummeted. In just 5 hours, it has already dropped by 20%. If Tony Stark isn't found, I estimate Stark Industries' market value will be cut in half at the very least. Not to mention those arms buyers who only care about the Stark name. I reckon Stark Industries is finished this time. Hiss. Hearing Kingpin's words, Carl couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He knew Tony's disappearance would affect Stark Industries, but he didn't expect the impact to be so massive that it could lead directly to the company's collapse. Did Obadiah, the instigator, not consider this point? Or was he truly so insane to seize Stark Industries? Or perhaps Obadiah had some mysterious backup plan to keep Stark Industries minting gold for him even after losing a treasure boy like Tony. But regardless of the answer, it had nothing to do with Carl. Right now, he just wanted to make a massive fortune from it. A smile played on the corner of Carl's mouth. Dad, from now on, go all out to acquire the dumped shares of Stark Industries. Buy as many as you can. If the money isn't enough, borrow from my godfather. But remember, you must not let even a tiny fraction of Stark Industries' circulating shares slip away. The other end of the line was silent for 2 seconds before Kingpin's voice came through again. Understood. I will begin acquiring all dumped shares of Stark Industries immediately. Hearing this, Carl's smile widened. Aren't you going to ask why I'm investing all our family's money into a company like Stark Industries that could go bankrupt at any moment? Kingpin's voice was filled with indulgence and trust for Carl as he laughed. There's nothing to ask. This money, including everything I've built, is yours. How you want to squander it is your business. I only need to support you silently from behind, my son. Oh, I'm truly touched, Dad Tilda. But rest assured, I'm a real money grubber. I won't let a single cent go to waste. Every penny I invest will definitely return to us 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold in the future. With a burning gaze, Carl stood up, ready to make his move. All for the dollars. But before that, Carl suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Dad, has anyone posted a bounty mission to find or rescue Tony Stark today? On the other end, Kingpin thought for a moment and then immediately said. Actually, there is. Someone posted a high-value bounty of exactly $10 million to find and rescue Tony Stark, across various mercenary organizations and even the underground forces under my command. Let me think, the person who posted it, her name is. Right, her name is Pepper Potts. I recall from the investigation that she is Tony Stark's personal assistant. The news of Tony Stark's disappearance leaked this morning seemingly because she secretly posted the bounty for the Stark mission among the underground forces. So it was Pepper Tilda. Carl nodded, as expected. Tony Stark was a cocky and arrogant guy, he didn't have many true friends in his life. When he went missing, aside from that group of parasites in the company who feared they wouldn't be able to make gold if he died, it was likely only Pepper, Rhodes, and the director, Happy who truly cared whether Tony lived or died. Tilda. Presumably, seeing that Tony had been missing for 2 months and the company was doing nothing, Pepper had no choice but to seek help from the underground forces out of desperation. Carl's thoughts flashed by as he continued. Dad, help me take on this mission as well. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. 10 million isn't much, but it's just enough to give us a little bit of a recovery. As someone who controlled the underground world, Kingpin's intelligence went without saying. Once Carl said this, he already guessed what Carl was planning to do. Are you planning to go and rescue Tony Stark yourself? Carl didn't deny it but admitted it openly. That's right. I'll bring that guy back. As long as he returns, the money we've invested will grow exponentially. And I happen to be lying low in the Middle East right now anyway. Since I'm free, rescuing him is just a convenient task. I see. Kingpin realized, understanding how his son intended to make money. To put it simply, it was to profit from the price difference. Tony Stark was currently missing, the stock price had plummeted, and the scattered shares being dumped would naturally be at a very low price. Once Tony Stark returned, the Stark Industries shares centered around him would definitely soar, allowing them to make a fortune. While it might not be as exaggerated as the 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or 10,000-fold returns Carl mentioned, they could indeed easily earn back several times their principal. Thus, Kingpin couldn't help but smile and asked one last question. But my intelligence shows that even those inside Stark Industries don't know if Tony Stark is currently dead or alive, or which terrorist force in Afghanistan kidnapped him. Are you sure you can find him? Facing Kingpin's doubt, Carl gave a confident smile. Did you forget, Dad? Before that guy Stark even went missing, I already knew he would. Naturally, I also know which force kidnapped him. Hearing this, Kingpin asked no more questions, nor did he ask Carl how he knew, he simply reminded him. Good. As long as you have a plan, let me know if you need anything. I still have a few contacts in the Middle East. OJBK. After a bit more small talk, Carl hung up. International calls are expensive, after all. Just kidding. Snap. Carl snapped his fingers and beckoned to the Winter Soldier, who had been staring at him from the corner. The Winter Soldier walked over at once. Soldier, tell the branch to locate a terrorist group called the 10 Rings Gang in Afghanistan. As soon as they find them, get me the file. At Carl's order, the Winter Soldier turned and left the training room without a word. Carl meanwhile chatted with Gwen over the satellite phone, as usual. Naturally, the signal was rerouted before reaching Gwen's cell. If Gwen tried to trace the call, she'd only see it coming from Washington, D.C. After a while Gwen went to class, and Carl took a shower. HYDRA's efficiency had always been stellar. By the time Carl finished rinsing off, the Winter Soldier was already waiting outside the bathroom with the file. Carl opened the door stark naked, unbothered, and wrapped a towel around his baby arm, right in front of the Winter Soldier. He then took the file and started reading. It was the intelligence the Hydra branch had compiled on the 10 Rings gang that had kidnapped Tony. The file listed the group's exact location, manpower, leaders' names, weapons, everything. According to the report, the gang was only 10 rings in name. There was no Mandarin, no supervillain. The leaders and members were all just ordinary terrorists. To Carl, a 10 rings without the Mandarin was nothing to fear. From his current location in Israel to Afghanistan was only about 3,000 kilometers, not far at all. A few hours by plane. If he left now, Tony might be biting into a cheeseburger from home before the day was out. But Carl had no intention of leaving yet, he would wait a few more days. He needed to let the bullet fly a bit longer. Stark Industries' market cap hadn't bottomed out, and there still weren't enough shares being dumped. He would let the situation ferment until Kingpin had scooped up every share he could, then make his move. Before that, their dear blacksmith would just have to keep swinging his hammer in the cave for a few more days. 5 days later, what goes clang clang clang? Clang clang clang. In an Afghan cave, a sweating Tony will tell you, every hammer strike goes clang clang clang. Tony, we're almost at their deadline. How much longer for the armor? Ethan, his assistant, whispered to the blacksmith Tony. On the surface they were forging the Jericho missile the Ten Rings wanted. In secret they were building the armor Tony had designed for their escape, the Mark I. Tony kept hammering, pounding scrap missile parts into shape. Almost done tilde. But Ethan didn't buy it, pushing his sweat-slicked glasses up his nose in panic. God, Tony, you said the same thing yesterday, right before they beat us half to death. I nearly got a red-hot iron shoved in my mouth, remember? Tony merely shrugged. Sorry, I don't recall. I wasn't the one nearly mouth blown yesterday. Instead of getting angry, Ethan relaxed and sighed. After all these years you haven't changed, Tony. You stay so cool no matter what. Sometimes I really envy that. Seeing Ethan relax, Tony set down the hammer and patted his shoulder. No, you're wrong, Ethan. I feel fear too, and I care, but I won't let fear win. I care about the people I care about, not those I don't. And you, Ethan, you taught me not to be beaten by fear. You're one of the people I care about most now. I said I'd get you out safely, and I will, promise. So stop worrying. Stick close to me and everything will be fine. Ethan's eyes widened. Wait, in a bit. Does that mean? Exactly. Tony grinned, lifting the crude steel mask he'd just finished and holding it in front of his face. Through the mask's two rough eyeholes Ethan saw Tony's unshakable gaze and broke into delighted shock. Oh my god, you actually finished it. Shish. Low profile. We still have the last, most critical step left. Tony put a finger to his lips, then walked to the corner, beckoning. Come on, Ethan. Time for the final stage of our escape plan, let's suit up. After 2 months of observation they knew every blind spot in the cave's surveillance. Mask in hand, they uncovered the other hidden armor pieces and began assembling them at top speed. They had no choice, there was no time left. Today was the deadline the Ten Rings had given them, and if they stayed out of camera view much longer the gang would notice something was wrong. They had to finish assembling and power up the armor before the Ten Rings came to check. It was a deadly race against time. While the two raced the god of death, only a kilometer away Carl lounged against a dirt mound, burger in one hand, Diet Cola in the other. Oh, it's finally starting. Made me wait a whole day. His eyes glowed blood red as he shared the view of a ghost shadow ninja hidden in Tony's cave. In fact, he'd arrived in Afghanistan yesterday and located the Ten Rings hideout. But at the time Tony and Ethan were being beaten while the bald Ten Rings thug gave them their final ultimatum, so Carl chose not to intervene. After all, the hero always shows up at the very last second, right? Of course, that wasn't the real reason. Carl hadn't acted yesterday. Instead, he'd waited a full day in the desert before making his move. It was all about maximizing the payoff. After all, being rescued in an ordinary way and being snatched from the jaws of death are two very different things, right? And today was the most critical do-or-die moment for Tony and the others. Crack. Carl crushed the soda can in his hand and looked down toward the cave. The tin can inside was finally assembled. Now it was time for the savior to take the stage. Inside the cave, as the last component clicked into place, Tony's first-generation Iron Man armor was complete. My god, Tony, this is a miracle. You've created something incredible in this cave. A heartfelt smile lit Ethan's face. He wasn't rejoicing because the armor meant escape, he was happy he hadn't misjudged Tony. Tony deserved to be saved, deserved everything Ethan had risked to keep him alive. Tony's genius would change the world. And he, Ethan, would make sure Tony lived to see it. While Tony wasn't looking, Ethan's gaze at his back turned resolute, as though he'd reached a decision. Boom boom boom. Hey, jibber jabber, clatter clang. What the hell are you doing? Open up. Rough pounding and unintelligible shouting erupted from the iron door that imprisoned Tony and Ethan, dousing their brief excitement in cold water. Fortunately, they'd expected this and jammed a large wrench through the door handles. For the moment, the Ten Rings gang couldn't break through the very gate that had once caged them but now served as their lifeline. Oh God, Tony, they've found us, hurry, we have to start the armor now. Panicking, Ethan shoved Tony toward the suit. Tony stayed calm, but he knew every second counted and scrambled inside. Once Ethan had strapped Tony in, he dashed to the computer and initiated the activation sequence exactly as Tony instructed. But the instant Ethan hit the key, terrorists outside brought in breaching gear and blew the heavy door apart. Yet, boom. Before the terrorists could rush in, the door exploded the moment it gave way, killing several of them on the spot. That, too, was part of Tony and Ethan's backup plan: rig the door with explosives to stop any forced entry. It was only a stopgap. There were plenty more terrorists where those came from. Ethan stared at the progress bar on the screen, only halfway loaded, and turned white. There wasn't enough time. Someone had to buy more. Only one candidate existed. Ethan looked back at the armored Tony. Tony met his gaze. Their eyes locked, and Tony instantly understood. No. Ethan, don't. Stick to the plan, stay here, wait for the armor to finish loading, and I'll get you out. But Ethan shook his head firmly. No, Tony, this was always part of my plan. I'll stall them. You, live. No. Come back. Ethan. Ignoring Tony's hoarse roar, Ethan snatched a rifle by the door, fired into the air, and sprinted out without looking back. Believe it or not, his reckless African-style charge scared the terrorists at the front. They stumbled backward. After all, they earned only a few hundred a month. Why risk their lives? But the reprieve was short. Rounding a corner, Ethan's expression froze. Ahead, two full ranks of armed terrorists stood and knelt, weapons leveled. One bald leader even held a rocket launcher. Oh, I'm done. Ethan's mouth opened slightly, despair flooding his eyes. Fire. At the bald leader's command, the cave filled with strobing muzzle flashes. Bang bang bang. Rip rip rip. Eyes closed, Ethan waited for pain that never came. Instead, amid the gunfire, he heard the slick sound of blades slicing flesh. What's happening? Trembling, Ethan cracked an eye open once everything went quiet, only to see pitch black darkness. For a moment he thought he'd died and gone to hell. Then the darkness moved, and turned around. Looking up, Ethan realized the blackness was a towering, pincer-armed creature brushing the cave roof. Ah! Monster! He shrieked in terror, more frightened than when facing the terrorists. A staunch materialist, Ethan found anything beyond human logic utterly terrifying. Tisk. Dr. Ethan, you share a name with a guy who carved through zombie hordes. How can you be such a coward? A strange voice sounded, and the monster dissolved into wisps of black smoke. In its place, a blood-soaked hellscape. The 10 ringed soldiers who'd fired were now a heap of corpses. Perched atop that small mountain of bodies sat a black-clad figure in a posture reminiscent of Jahao. Of course, only the posture. This newcomer was genuinely handsome, unlike Jahao's affected coolness, as handsome as you readers. Carl stepped up to the stunned Ethan and offered his hand. Dr. Ethan, hello. I'm Carl, Carl Fisk. Ethan shook Carl's hand mechanically, stammering, hello, Mr. Fisk, how are you here? What was that creature? Did you kill all these men? Carl released Ethan's ice-cold hand and shrugged. Obviously, I'm here to rescue you. And that creature just took bullets for you. Calling it a monster wounds its heart. Embarrassed, Ethan scratched his head. Sorry, I shouldn't have called it a monster. An honest one, this Ethan. Carl chuckled. Don't take it to heart, Dr. Ethan, I'm joking. It's no monster, it's my ever-present partner. And these fellows on the ground. They got what they deserved, didn't they? Why yes, that's right. Ethan leaned against the wall, still dazed by the miracle of survival. Even though he had been ready to die for Tony, who truly wants death if they can live. He longed to see the sun outside the cave again, to breathe the free air beyond it. Thank you, really, thank you for saving me. After narrowly escaping death, Ethan offered Carl his heartfelt thanks. Carl gave a casual nod, accepting Ethan's gratitude. Though the penniless Ethan's verbal thanks meant little to Carl. Saving Ethan mattered a great deal to Carl. Because that debt of gratitude would one day be repaid by someone else who would pay the price. Speak of the devil. Ethan. Ethan, where are you? At that moment, Tony's frantic shout echoed from deep in the cave, and a hulking figure lumbered around the corner. It was Tony Stark in the Mk1 armor. The instant he saw Ethan unharmed, Tony exhaled in relief. Only then did he notice Carl standing before Ethan, and the small pile of terrorist corpses nearby. Seeing this, Tony frowned inside the armor and focused on the stranger facing Ethan. Clearly, this carnage wasn't the work of Ethan, who couldn't even kill a chicken, hadn't he fired his gun into the air. Therefore, only one person could have slaughtered these terrorists. That man standing right in front of Ethan. Yet Tony didn't aim the armor's flamethrower at Carl. Without waiting for an explanation, Tony lifted his helmet and jerked his chin. Hey, handsome, who are you? You look kind of familiar. Tony rarely remembered men. If he did, the man had to be someone special. Carl wasn't surprised Tony didn't recall him. This playboy only had eyes for science and women, why would he remember another man? Or rather, if Tony had specially remembered him, Carl would have clenched up inside. So Carl smiled without embarrassment and introduced himself again. Carl Fisk. We've crossed paths at a few banquets. You only chatted briefly with my father before rushing off to chase girls, we never actually spoke. With that reminder, Tony suddenly recalled who Carl was. So it's you, Wilson Fisk's boy from Fisk Industries. Tony looked the battle-dressed Carl up and down, sensing a danger even a civilian could feel, and said meaningfully. The media used to tout you as the young genius most likely to surpass me, but then you vanished from the headlines. I scoffed, thinking you were second-rate hype. But now I see you're no second-rater, more than just a genius. Carl folded his arms, tone disdainful. Genius. Is that title worth anything? Besides attracting every schemer's attention, what good is it? Look at you, hailed as a genius, yet ambushed by ordinary men and nearly killed by your own weapon. I've always thought flaunting the genius label before you can protect yourself is idiotic, like painting a target on your back, just like the old you. Tony didn't refute Carl's barbs, they were true. He merely curled a smile and extended his hand. You're interesting, Carl. Officially, Tony Stark. I don't know why you're here, but thank you for coming to save me, and for saving Ethan. He means the world to me. Carl shook Tony's hand, then tapped the crude metal giant and marveled. Gotta say, for all your flashiness, building this ugly brute in a place like this and getting it to work proves you deserve the title of genius. Tony couldn't hide a proud grin. Like you said, a genius who can't protect himself is just a money tree for the taking. In this cave I realized that. Once I'm out, I'll keep improving it until no one can threaten me, or my friends, ever again. He glanced at Ethan, then at Carl. Carl raised an eyebrow. What? The almighty Stark's friendship bar isn't sky high. You're calling a stranger a friend so easily. Tony spread his hands, grinning. High or not, saving my life clears it, and you saved too. Besides, it's not just the rescue, I just like your style. Carl stepped back warily. Buddy, 2 months locked up with another guy can do weird things to a man, but I'm not gay. Tony's mouth twitched. Can I revoke that friendship slot? Haha, too late. Carl's wary look melted, clearly a joke. Come on, as one of your few friends, I should show you something you'll definitely find interesting. Without waiting, Carl turned and strode toward the cave mouth. Tony and Ethan exchanged a glance and hurried after him. Along the way they were stunned to find every 10 rings gang terrorist inside and outside the cave dead. All had identical wounds, slashes that nearly severed their necks. Most terrifying of all, no sign of a fight anywhere. Clearly the terrorists had been killed instantly and simultaneously, no chance to resist. But how had he done it? Ignoring their puzzled stares, Carl entered a tent outside the cave. Tony and Ethan followed. Inside, the terrorists were likewise dead, only a computer screen still glowing. Carl tapped the keyboard a few times and unlocked the computer. Earlier he'd had the ghost shadow ninja keep watch over everything inside and outside the cave, including this tent. The ninja had seen the bald chieftain type the password with perfect clarity. After pulling up a file, Carl hooked a wicked grin and gestured grandly to Tony. Be my guest, genius, take a look at the surprise I prepared for you. The moment Tony stepped in, he recognized the tent as the one belonging to that self-proclaimed Ten Rings chieftain. His eyes bored into the monitor, he already knew what was inside. If he was right, this was the smoking gun behind the ambush 2 months ago. During nearly 3 months in the cave, Tony had wondered how the military's secret route had been leaked to the terrorists. Only a handful of people knew the safe itinerary, someone among them had sold him out. Yet every name on his mental list seemed to lack a motive. First, the military. Apart from the convoy led by Rhodes, only top brass had advanced knowledge, and they were Stark Industries' biggest customers, scrambling each year for his newest weapons, no reason to bite the hand that fed them. That left Stark Industries' second in command, Obadiah Stane, his personal secretary Pepper Potts, and driver bodyguard Happy. The first had toiled for Stark since his father's day, keeping the company afloat while Tony drowned himself in grief after his parents' death, the uncle who dragged him back from the abyss. The other two had stood by him for years, even decades, secretary and bodyguard in name, they were family, Pepper and Happy. In Tony's mind, none of the three could ever betray him. Now the answer sat in front of him, and for a moment he couldn't bear to look. He was terrified of seeing any of their names on that screen. But Tony wasn't the type to run. He hesitated only a second, then stepped forward and opened the file. Inside were a video and hundreds of transaction records, 2 decades worth of arms deals between Stark Industries and the Ten Rings. The mere sight of the records turned Tony's face black with rage. He had never authorized a single one, he hadn't even known Stark sold to the Ten Rings. Back in Howard Stark's day, the company had been expressly forbidden to supply terrorists. Yet the earliest entries on the list began the very year his father died. It proved one thing, there was a traitor inside Stark Industries. And Tony already knew who it had to be. Only one person could bypass both him and his father to ship Stark weapons to the terrorists. Tony drew a long breath and clicked the lone video. The opening scene hit like a lightning strike. The bald chieftain, whose throat Carl had since slit, stood pointing at an unconscious Tony while shouting Obadiah's name. Obadiah had lied, he ranted, they hadn't been told the target was Tony Stark, so the price had changed. Pay up. That bargain hunting was part of why Tony was still alive. Besides dumb luck, Obadiah's stinginess meant he hadn't revealed the real target, so when the Ten Rings realized whom they'd caught, they hadn't carried out the order to kill. When the clip ended, Tony clenched his fist and slammed it into the steel table, denting it deep. Through gritted teeth he snarled, "Stane." Watching the wounded beast roar, Carl and Ethan knew better than to offer hollow comfort. What Tony needed now wasn't consolation, he needed space. And Tony's nerves were steel, he didn't let rage consume him. In minutes he was calm again. He turned to Carl and asked quietly, "Tell me straight, why did you come to save me?" Seeing the look that was half accusation, half plea for reassurance, Carl answered plainly. "Money, of course. Your secretary Pepper Potts was disgusted by the company's inaction, so she posted a bounty with the Underworld, $10 million, probably every cent she could scrape together. You know what my old man really does for a living, so the Fisk family figured we might as well keep the cash in-house. But for me, the cash isn't the big prize. The second your disappearance tanked Stark stock, I sank everything I had into shares. Only if you come back can I turn that bet into a fortune." Tony's taut face finally relaxed, a soft smile tugged at his lips. Pepper. Someone in this world still cared. That was enough. Still, Tony shot Carl an odd, hesitant glance. Should he admit he planned to shut down Stark's weapons division the moment he got back? Carl might lose every penny, might even decide to throttle him right now. In the end, Tony told him anyway. Carl had been straight with him, friends didn't lie. To Tony's shock, Carl didn't flinch, his expression stayed flatline calm. So calm that Tony wondered if the kid had really bet everything after all. When he asked why Carl wasn't furious, the answer sent his opinion of the man sky high. I bought Stark shares not for the weapons, but because Stark Industries has you. As long as the great Tony Stark is around, I'll earn back 100-fold, right? Pretty words, and Tony's mustache fairly twitched with delight. Tony stopped hiding anything. He laid out his plan to storm the energy market and push Stark Industries forward, no, leap miles ahead, to Carl. Someday the world might see the end of war and a shrinking need for weapons. But it will never outgrow its hunger for energy. As technology advances, that hunger will only grow. He had miniaturized the arc reactor tech his father Howard left behind right there in the cave, and Tony was certain that, powered by the arc reactor, his entry into the new energy field would sweep the globe and define an era. When that happened, the profit from any weapons division would be pocket change by comparison. Tony invited Carl to join the venture. Carl wasn't about to turn down such an obvious gift of money and agreed on the spot. He thumped his chest and told Tony to build and cash in with reckless abandon, he'd handle every obstacle in their way. After witnessing Carl's bizarre, overwhelming power, Tony welcomed the offer. With Carl as a super partner, he'd never again have to fear a terror attack like the one he'd just endured. Of course, he'd still develop the MK series to protect himself. Having backup didn't mean he'd go back to being reckless. He'd simply sleep easier with such a formidable ally. The more they talked, the more Tony liked Carl. They might as well have been brothers from different mothers. They shared the same wit, the same broad knowledge, the same roguish charm. By the time they stepped out of the tent they had their arms over each other's shoulders, as close as blood brothers. The Mark I armor drained too much power for the crude arc reactor in Tony's chest to keep it running long, so with Ethan and Carl's help he'd already removed it. They didn't leave the suit behind, though, two pincer shadows carried it behind them. At first Tony cried foul, insisting a being that rose from and was made of shadows defied science. That lasted until Carl summoned a swarm of ghost shadow ninjas from Tony's own shadow. Then Tony had to admit the world simply wasn't scientific. At Tony's request the ninjas wired the Ten Rings gang's cave with explosives, and once the three were clear they blew the mountain, and the piles of Stark Industries munitions outside, to rubble. A helicopter soon arrived to pick them up. It wasn't a Hydra bird, Carl wasn't ready to reveal that affiliation. It was a contact his father Kingpin had in Afghanistan. The rest of the trip was uneventful. After a few transfers they slipped back into New York without anyone noticing. Instead of heading straight to Stark Tower, Tony stayed at Carl's estate. The mastermind, Obadiah, was still at large, and Tony feared a careless return might corner Obadiah into hurting Pepper or Happy. He planned to lie low until Obadiah was dealt with. And, as always, the thing you fear most is the thing that finds you. So the moment Tony bit into the cheeseburger he'd craved for 2 months, Fisk's butler Alfred walked in with a folder. Alfred bowed politely to Carl, glanced at Tony, and said evenly, "Young master, the master just sent back an urgent file. He said you, and your new friend, should see it." Carl looked up. Tony stopped mid-bite. Only Ethan, unmoved, kept chewing the first decent food he'd seen in months. The butler's friend was clearly Tony, it had nothing to do with him. Carl opened the envelope, skimmed the page, and surprise flashed in his eyes. Tony, watching him, felt a lurch of dread. He abandoned his burger and demanded, "Carl, what's wrong?" Carl simply passed him the file. Tony tossed the burger aside, scanned the pages, and his face darkened until he burst out. "That son of a fool Stain actually put out a hit on Pepper and Happy." Carl added coolly, "And he used my father's network to do it." Apparently riled by the bounty Pepper had posted in the Underworld to find Tony, Obadiah had placed his own bounty on Pepper and Happy, through Kingpin's assassin channels. Kingpin had spotted it at once, killed the contract, and sent word to Carl the moment he returned. Coincidences, right? Seeing Tony brood over the file, Carl snatched it back, glanced at the price, and sneered. 2 million, split between two targets. Cheap fool. No wonder the 10 rings didn't kill you, even your little secretary scraped together 10 million. He slung an arm around Tony, murder flashing in his eyes. Forget the drawn-out revenge plot, Tony. Let me just walk in and erase this clown. Tony had already entrusted him with the new energy plan. Carl wasn't about to let Obadiah screw that payday. This wasn't for Tony, it was for the dollars. Before, Tony had wanted to nail Obadiah through legal channels. But targeting Pepper and Happy crossed a line. Now Tony wanted him dead. He had never followed a no-kill rule anyway. He met Carl's gaze, voice icy. Obadiah's left me no time for the slow road. Time to take the shortcut. Immediately, Tony looked at Carl, who had his hand on his shoulder, and grinned. But, brother, this time I want to watch him die with my own eyes. No problem. Of course, my brother Tilda. Carl naturally wouldn't refuse such a simple request from his money tree and agreed immediately. Hearing this, the smile on Tony's face widened, and his mood lightened. However, Tony still asked worriedly, then what about the assassination mission on the underground web? No one will actually take the mission and go after Pepper and Happy, right? Carl replied with a look of indifference, put your heart back in your chest. This mission is listed under my father's influence. No one dares to take this assassination mission without his permission. Tilda. Do you even understand the weight of the 4 words, Underground Emperor? That's good then Tilda. People of Tony's class certainly know Kingpin's power, he just needed Carl to give him this answer personally. With this answer, he could truly feel at ease. Carl saw through it, of course, but he didn't care. Instead, he clapped his hands. All right, you two. Broad daylight is no time for murder and arson. Go take a hot shower, wash off that suffocating caveman smell, and get a good night's sleep. We'll move tonight, okay? Of course, Dr. Ethan doesn't need to get up tonight. You can sleep until you wake up naturally tomorrow. Tilda. Alfred, please help me lead our 2 guests down to rest, will you? Hearing Carl's light-hearted and humorous tone, Tony and Ethan couldn't help but smile. They followed the butler, Alfred, out of the living room and went to rest peacefully. Although Carl wasn't old, every time he spoke, it inexplicably made them feel very comfortable and gave them a strong sense of security. This might stem from the powerful strength Carl displayed, or perhaps from his calm and efficient way of doing things. In short, in just 2 short days, the two had completely come to trust Carl. This naturally stemmed from the versatile training Pierce had given Carl over the years. In front of 1,000 people, he could show 1,000 different faces. When performing a mission, he could be a Hydra assassin who kills without blinking and has no tenderness for the fairer romance. When facing Gwen, he could be a sunny and righteous boyfriend. When facing Vanessa, he could be a pleasing and filial son. When facing business partners like Tony, he could be a reliable friend who brings them a sense of security. If you ask which Carl is the real Carl, then why can't every Carl be the real Carl, or perhaps none of them are the real Carl? At least, so far, no one has said Carl is hypocritical, have they? And even if the personalities Carl displays are all fake, as long as he maintains the disguise for a lifetime, then they are all real. Tilda. This is the logic Carl's godfather taught him. Tilda. Having rushed back from Afghanistan last night and slept on the plane for a night, Tony and Ethan, these 2 middle-aged men, might still be able to sleep now because they haven't rested well for over 2 months. But Carl, a vigorous young man of 18, wasn't sleepy at all. Checking his watch, it was only 2 p.m., still early for the night's operation, so Carl took a shower and headed out. As for what he was going to do. Well, yes, to do. Tilda. 3:30 p.m. Midtown School. The school bell rang on time, and boys and girls brimming with youthful energy constantly emerged from the campus in groups. Soon, Carl locked onto his target. His little girlfriend, the little angel Gwen. Tilda. Carl instinctively smiled and started the sports car parked by the roadside. Although his Ford Raptor was now repaired and Pierce had already had someone deliver it to Fisk Manor. It was clearly inappropriate to drive a Raptor for a date with a girl. Few girls would like a big beast like the Raptor. It would be more suitable for dating a boy. Girls generally still like flashy but impractical big toys like sports cars. Even the top student Gwen was the same. Amidst the eye-catching roar of an engine, a fiery red Ferrari stopped beside Gwen and the girls she was walking with. While the other girls looked on in pleasant surprise and Gwen frowned, the Ferrari's window rolled down, revealing a handsome, well-defined face in the driver's seat. Now it was Gwen's turn to be pleasantly surprised and the other girl's turn to be disappointed. Because the newcomer was Carl Fisk. Although he was voted the most popular boy at Midtown School, who at Midtown High School didn't know he was Gwen's boyfriend. Moreover, at Midtown School, Carl had always shown no interest in other girls. Even if they took the initiative, Carl remained unmoved. He was the perfect god hailed by the girls as Midtown's most devoted. At least, that was how it appeared on the surface. Even Gwen thought so. Carl reached out to Gwen and winked. Hey beautiful, do you have plans today? Want to go for a drive with me? Just as they thought, from beginning to end, Carl's gaze was fixed on Gwen, not giving the others even a single glance. But was this really because Carl was devoted? Of course not. If Carl were devoted, he wouldn't have hooked up with Agent Hill during his trip to Washington. It was simply because Carl's standards were too high. Other than Gwen, he didn't care for any other woman at Midtown School. As Tony said, why waste your extra attention on people you don't care about? Gwen was already accustomed to Carl's high-profile style. She didn't act shy and naturally placed her hand in the one Carl extended to her. However, she didn't answer Carl first, but turned to wave to her friends. Girls, Carl missed 2 weeks of classes, so I have to go give him some tutoring. You guys head back first. The girls looked at each other and started giggling with their hands over their mouths. Tutoring. I bet the place you're tutoring isn't at a desk, right? And with 2 weeks of classes missed, Gwen, you'll definitely have to give Carl some all-night tutoring. Haha, I hope our little Gwen still has the energy to come to class tomorrow after tutoring Carl all night. Don't say that. With Carl's all-around physical stamina, Gwen might not even be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Oh no, I mean, she might not have the energy to get up. Ha 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 ha. 3 of the 4 people who had been walking with Gwen started teasing her. But it was all good-natured teasing. Gwen rolled her eyes at them and ignored these dirty-minded girls. She knew the more she responded, the more excited they would get. Therefore, after waving again, Gwen turned and got into Carl's passenger seat. Carl didn't hesitate either, immediately stepping on the gas and leaving with Gwen in a high-profile manner. Gwen's girlfriends, finding no couple to ship, lost interest and got ready to head home. They'd only taken a few steps when they realized someone was missing. Turning around, they spotted the quiet, orange-haired girl still standing there, staring after Gwen and Carl. A brown-haired girl frowned and called out, "MJ, what's wrong? We're going home." Before she could finish, the 2 near-identical, 90-plus point blonde twins flanked her and pulled her back. Yup, identical twin sisters. Meeting the brunette's puzzled look, both blondes rolled their eyes at MJ. Unlike Gwen's earlier exasperated eye roll, theirs were laced with pure disgust. Or rather, nothing but disgust. One blonde explained. Sky, ignore that fame-hungry witch. She's a sewer mermaid dreaming of marrying into the royal castle, delusional and disgusting. The other blonde snickered. Hey, Kate, like you're not fame-hungry. Don't you like Carl? Don't you want into the Fisk family and skyrocket? Kate planted her hands on her hips and glared at her teasing sister. Of course I like Carl, but I'm not some fool who'd try to steal her best friend's guy when she knows he's Gwen's boyfriend. Older sister Emma nodded solemnly. Exactly. Unless Carl pursues us first, we won't betray Gwen. Kate flushed. Ah. What are you saying, Emma? Who says I'd share Carl with you? Emma grinned wickedly. Hey, keep him to yourself if you want. We look the same. When you're not around, I'll just pretend to be you and have my fun with him. I'm sure even if he notices, a guy won't tell. Kate's mind already pictured her sister sneaking off as her to meet Carl. No, no, no. You can't steal Carl from me like that, Emma. Instantly Kate slipped into wife mode and started chasing her. Cheating, sister. Emma laughed and ducked around Sky while Kate tried to catch her in their loving twin chase. Sky, caught in the middle, realized from their barbed words why they loathed MJ, and she started to dislike her too. Kate and Emma were only joking, MJ wasn't. Gwen had been nothing but kind, gentle, generous, taking Sky in when she was helpless, ending the bullying. Yet MJ still wanted to steal her boyfriend. Sky glared at MJ, seething on Gwen's behalf. What a cheap woman. Unnoticed, the dust at Sky's feet quivered with her anger. All right, Sky, stop staring. We'll keep an eye on her for Gwen. Let's go, we'll walk you home, Kate said. By then the twins' horseplay had ceased. Their words snapped Sky back to herself, and the dust settled. None of them noticed the tiny tremor. Thanks, Kate, Emma. Sky's eyes shone with gratitude. She knew they were protecting her because of Gwen, yet they were among her only friends since transferring. That made her resent MJ even more. She shot the girl a final glare and followed the twins. Meanwhile MJ, still clueless, kept gazing after Gwen and Carl, eyes swimming in envy. Handsome, rich, devoted, why did such a perfect guy choose Gwen over her? Was she really inferior to Gwen Stacy? No, impossible. Aside from family, looks, and grades each being a teeny, 100 million bit worse, where exactly was she lacking? Gwen had simply gotten there first and stolen her spot. The one who should be riding shotgun as Carl's girlfriend was Mary Jane Watson. Yep, that was it. Sky wasn't the only one feeling indignant. MJ felt wronged, too. And so MJ, shameless fool that she is, indulged another fantasy of ousting Gwen and living happily with Carl, then headed home to her poor, abusive household. She'd only taken a few steps when she collided with someone. Already in a foul mood, MJ's face darkened and a four-letter M word leapt to her lips, until she saw it was her neighbor Peter Parker. Since they saw each other daily, she swallowed the American greeting. Peter, likewise lost watching Gwen and Carl vanish, blinked back to reality and apologized. Ah, sorry, Mary Jane, I didn't see you, are you okay? Though it was her own inattention, MJ only glowered at him and stalked off in silence. Fool loser, seeing you is bad luck. She left behind a bewildered Peter. It was just a bump. And technically hadn't she run into him? Peter didn't dwell on it for long. After one last glance in the direction where Gwen and Carl had disappeared, he pulled back his wistful gaze and sighed softly. Sigh, maybe someone as amazing as Gwen really only deserves someone equally outstanding like Carl. I should just forget it. Yes, Peter had feelings for Gwen too. He'd secretly adored her for a long time. But once Gwen started dating Carl, Peter, unlike MJ, never tried to steal her away. He tactfully buried his affection. Then last week, after Gwen stood up for him at Oscorp, those dormant feelings flared up again. Where to begin? It started when Peter went to fix a pipe in the basement and stumbled upon the briefcase his father had left before he died, hidden away by Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Inside a secret compartment he found equations that made him suspect his father's death hadn't been a simple plane crash. A photo in the same compartment led him to Dr. Connors, once his father's colleague. He learned both his father and Connors had worked for Oscorp. To uncover the truth, Peter posed as an Oscorp intern, slipped into Oscorp Tower, and joined the tour group led by Dr. Connors' assistant, Gwen's group. Gwen spotted him, of course. She didn't expose him, only told him to stay with the team. That let Peter meet Dr. Connors and sneak into the bio lab where his father once worked. Inside the lab he hadn't found a single clue when he accidentally activated equipment that dumped a swarm of genetically enhanced spiders onto him. He shook most of them off, but one slipped under his clothes and rode out with him. Just as Gwen caught him trespassing and scolded him, that spider bit him. From that moment, Peter's life changed forever. At the time he didn't know, the bite seemed trivial. Kind-hearted Gwen never reported his impersonation or intrusion, sparing him serious school discipline. Her kindness rekindled the feelings he'd tried so hard to suppress. Carl had been absent for a week, giving Peter a sliver of hope. But the instant Carl returned today, that fragile hope was extinguished. Even now, transformed, Peter felt no confidence beside Carl. Like a star beside the full moon, no matter how brightly the star shines, it can't outshine the moon. Sigh. He sighed again, pushed the thought away, and took the skateboard off his back, heading for Dr. Connors's lab. This week, apart from the changes the spider had wrought, Peter had something to show for himself. Using his father's formula, he'd earned Dr. Connors's trust. They were now researching how to extract lizard genes to cure human disabilities. Peter was fascinated, maybe the project would explain his own mutation. Every afternoon after school he hurried to Connors's lab to work. So engrossed was he that he forgot Uncle Ben's morning reminder to pick up Aunt May after her shift, setting up another twist of fate. Vroom. A red stallion pulled up outside a five-star hotel in Queens. Carl stepped out of the Ferrari, opened the passenger door, and helped Gwen out. He tossed the valet, a Chinese-American kid, his keys along with a few bills, then led Gwen inside without a backward glance. He had lessons to attend to. What Carl didn't know was that the valet wasn't ordinary. Counting the crisp hundreds, the young man wore a satisfied grin until someone slapped his shoulder. Hey, Sean. That tip looked fat, mister. Moneybags was generous. The slap nearly sent cash and keys flying. With a deft double scoop, Sean snatched them back before they hit the ground. He didn't need to look. Katie, if you keep that up we'll both be unemployed. Katie shrugged, snatched the keys, eyes sparkling at the Ferrari. Oh my god, and Enzo, only 399 in the world. Let me drive, pretty please. Sean's eye twitched. No. You'll land us in Africa paying off the debt tomorrow. Ignoring him, Katie sprinted to the car, yanked the door, and slid behind the wheel. Sean scrambled into the passenger seat to keep her from catastrophic impulse. These two valets, Sean and Katie, were none other than Shang-Chi of the 10 Rings and Katie who wields 5 rings in Marvel Zombies. Here they looked closer to their comic versions. Shang-Chi wasn't a small-eyed stereotype but a sharp-featured, strikingly handsome man. Katie wasn't a short, plain sidekick either, she was a lively, well-proportioned girl, cute if not cover-girl gorgeous. That was why Carl hadn't recognized the two of them. In this universe their looks hadn't been uglified for the sake of political correctness, so they'd naturally failed to grab his attention. Besides, after half a month of abstinence Carl had no mental bandwidth left to notice anyone else, did he? He was in a hotel right now, busy with the extra lessons Gwen had prepared for him. Why a hotel instead of his own manor, you ask? Because Gwen's dad, while not outright forbidding her from dating Carl, had explicitly banned her from setting foot in Fisk Manor. Carl didn't want to be halfway through tutoring Gwen when her police captain father kicked down the door of Fisk Manor with a shotgun in hand. He had zero interest in finding out how persuasive that future father-in-law's boomstick could be. By the time their study session wrapped up, 4 hours had slipped by. And if he hadn't had plans tonight, Carl would have happily made it an all-nighter. Sadly, the clock, and Gwen's stamina, wouldn't allow it. After a shared shower with a limp-limbed Gwen, the two of them left the hotel. The morning valet, Shang-Chi, was still on shift. Spotting Carl escorting Gwen out, he jogged over without being asked and delivered the car keys. Sir, your keys, the car's parked right in front. Thanks. Carl nodded, took the keys, and tucked several bills into Shang-Chi's hand as he did. Shang-Chi beamed and thanked him again. He'd racked up over $1,000 in tips today, more than he used to earn in half a month. Of course he was thrilled. Carl gave a slight nod, studied Shang-Chi with thoughtful eyes, then left with an arm around Gwen. Earlier he'd been too impatient to notice, but now that he looked, this valet was no ordinary guy. The aura rolling off him was sharper than the top enforcers under his father Kingpin's command. Though his posture looked casual, Carl could tell the man was always ready to counter a sudden attack. It resembled the subconscious defensive stance drilled into Hydra assassins, yet it wasn't quite the same. Interesting. Carl didn't ask, but he intended to dig up everything on this Chinese-American valet once he got back. Right now, though, he had to drive Gwen home. Otherwise the next vehicle to collect her would be her dad's patrol car, and Carl might spend the night in a cell. But just as Carl rolled up to an intersection, his peripheral vision caught a gray-haired old man grappling with a long-haired, gun-wielding mugger. A scene like that was hardly rare in a city as crowded as New York. Yet the odd pairing made Carl instantly recall a classic moment from 2 generations of Spider-Man stories. Uncle Ben's shooting in the line that changed Peter's life. With great power comes great responsibility. In this universe, however, Carl had already beaten Uncle Ben to the punch, feeding Peter that very line some time ago. So Uncle Ben no longer needed to sacrifice his life to deliver the wisdom. Saving your life can be my thanks for borrowing your line. Carl grinned, but instead of braking he yanked the wheel and sent the car straight at the thug who was now aiming at Ben Parker. Boom. The crash rang out faster than any gunshot. The gunman was flung a dozen meters by Carl's fishtail and lay motionless. Outside, Ben Parker, seconds from death, was stunned. Inside, so was Gwen. Recovering quickly, Gwen jumped out to help the fallen Ben. "Sir, are you hurt? Anything broken?" Ben, reeling from his brush with death, shook his head, eyes worriedly on the motionless robber. "I'm fine, but what about him?" "Tisk, uncle, the guy almost blew your head off and you're still worried about him." Saint Ben, alive and well. Carl, leaning lazily against the door, couldn't decide whether he was mocking or praising. Gwen shot him a glare and pinched his waist. "Shut it, Carl, behave." She turned back to Ben. "Sorry, sir. He doesn't mean it, he's actually a good guy, just mouthy." Ben waved both hands. No, I'm grateful. Without you kids I'd never see my wife or nephew again. I'll tell the police exactly what happened, you're heroes." Gwen exhaled in relief. The last thing she wanted was trouble for Carl. With the victim willing to testify, everything should be smooth. Carl merely pursed his lips, saying nothing. Uncle Ben might be absurdly kind, but he wasn't sanctimonious. Carl couldn't bring himself to dislike the man. Because Carl's sports car had body slammed the gunman, the onlookers who'd been dodging bullets now crowded round, phones out, snapping away. One jerk even narrated while filming. "Rich punk mows down pedestrian, arrogant and remorseless. Like hell Carl would swallow that." He shoved through the crowd, grabbed the guy by the collar, lifted him off his feet, and crushed the phone in one squeeze, reducing it to plastic shards. A glance at the press pass on the man's chest, Daily Bugle, Eddie Brock, made Carl sneer. Eddie Brock of the Bugle. What were the odds? Not only Uncle Ben, but also the Eddie Brock Spider-Man fans loved to hate. This wasn't the decent Eddie from the Venom films, this was the jealous, embittered Eddie of the old Spider-Man trilogy. Carl didn't care which version he faced. Like sneaking photos and slander, mongrel. You didn't even check who you're smearing. Say goodbye to your paper and to the rest of your career. With that sentence on Eddie's future, Carl hurled him aside. For a man who could flip a car, tossing a human was child's play. Even a casual throw from Carl meant Eddie would be counting broken bones for weeks. But before the terrified Eddie could hit the ground, an agile figure darted out from the crowd and caught him steadily. The person who caught Eddie was none other than Peter, who had just arrived after seeing the commotion over here. As soon as he arrived, he saw someone flying through the air. Without time to think, he instinctively acted to save the person first. After letting go of the shaken Eddie, Peter saw that the culprit was Carl, which left him even more bewildered. He had only come over to check things out because he saw so many people gathered and knew Uncle Ben had headed in this direction, sensing something was wrong. He hadn't expected Uncle Ben to actually be here, But Uncle Ben was fine. Instead, he saw Carl committing an assault. Carl, what's the situation here? At that moment, Ben Parker and Gwen also spotted Peter. Ben Parker jogged to Peter's side, first checking him over to make sure he was okay before sighing in relief. He then quickly apologized to Eddie on Carl's behalf and stated he was willing to pay full compensation for the phone Carl had crushed. Eddie, having lost his material for tomorrow's headline, naturally didn't want to accept. But then he looked up and saw Carl's cold smile and remembered the threat Carl had made to him earlier. No matter how stupid Eddie was, he knew he had run into a tough character today. He didn't dare make a scene anymore. After giving Carl a final glare, he turned and ran away without looking back, not even planning to ask for compensation for the phone. Once Eddie had fled, Ben Parker explained the whole story to Peter, clearing up Peter's misunderstanding of Carl. The onlookers, seeing how fierce Carl was, crushing a phone and hitting someone over a disagreement, didn't dare take any more pictures. However, someone had quietly called the police. Carl naturally heard it, but he simply didn't care. He never intended to run. He had just knocked a guy flying and hit a paparazzi dog. Was that even a crime? He was acting bravely for a just cause and stopping an unscrupulous reporter from maliciously spreading fake news. Okay. This was an act of justice. Not only should the New York Police Department not arrest him, they should give him a Good Citizen Award. And speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Woo triple A woo triple A woo triple A. Along with the sound of sirens, several police cars and an ambulance soon drove up from the distance. Among the officers stepping out of the police cars, the one leading the team happened to be Gwen's father, George Stacy. Chief Stacy was originally nearing the end of his shift. But just as he reached the station door, the precinct received a report saying a rich kid had hit someone with a car. When the other captains heard it involved a rich kid in a place as chaotic as New York, none of them wanted to touch that hot potato, fearing they would get into trouble that might affect their careers. But Chief Stacy, who was never afraid of such things and had been upright his whole life, saw that no colleagues were willing to take it on. He chose to work overtime on the spot and led the team out immediately. But to his surprise, as soon as he arrived at the scene, he saw two familiar figures. One was his most beloved daughter, Gwen. The other was the despicable, blonde, who had snatched his precious daughter away, Kingpin's brat, Carl Fisk. Stacy's eagle-sharp eyes locked onto the suspect instantly. Needless to say, like father, like son. It's definitely you, you blonde Carl. Without a word, Chief Stacy pulled out handcuffs from behind him, walked straight to Carl, and cuffed him. Carl smiled and offered no resistance, but Gwen and Ben were the first to get anxious. Gwen, who had been checking the injuries of the robber Carl had knocked flying, immediately rushed forward and pushed her father away, shouting angrily. Dad, what are you doing? How can you treat Carl like this? Chief Stacy was pushed back 2 steps. He clutched his chest where he'd been pushed in disbelief, as if he heard something inside shatter. His little girl was turning against him. Chief Stacy then became even more furious. You're asking me what I'm doing. Your thug boyfriend hit someone. Is it wrong for me to arrest him now? Also, it's so late and you're not home. Why are you still with him? Where did you two go? Did he take you drag racing on the streets in the middle of the night, and that's why he hit someone? I've said it before, these rich kids are all the same, especially the Fisk family, not a single one of them is any good. Now, you, get back in the police car. Hearing her father give her no chance to explain and hearing his heart-stabbing words, Gwen couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Tears instantly welled up in Gwen's eyes. For the first time, she disobeyed her father's order, her face full of disappointment as she said. You, how can you say such things? You always taught me to look at a person's heart, not their surface. You said it's wrong to judge good or evil based on appearance. But what about you now? Because of your prejudice against Carl's family, you've labeled Carl a bad person from the very start. But you actually don't know him at all. You didn't even try to understand the truth of the matter before putting those handcuffs that represent a criminal on Carl's hands. You are the one being truly unreasonable. Crash. Listening to his daughter's rebellious words, Chief Stacy felt his already cracked heart shatter completely into dust. You're coming back with me. In a fit of rage, Chief Stacy tried to forcibly pull Gwen away, but before his hand could touch her, a tall figure blocked his path. Carl smiled and said, Chief Stacy, Gwen is an adult. You should listen to her own thoughts and respect them. Tilda. Seeing Carl lecturing him was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire, Chief Stacy got even angrier. He grabbed Carl's wrist, intending to use an over-the-shoulder throw to pin the boy blocking him to the ground. But with this sudden throw, not only did Chief Stacy fail to move Carl even an inch, but he also nearly threw out his own old back. Chief Stacy felt like he wasn't throwing a person, but a heavy, human-shaped block of iron. But with his daughter and so many subordinates watching, Chief Stacy had to endure the back pain for the sake of his pride. He put all his strength into it, planning to try again. 1, 2, 3, up you go. Crack. With a crisp sound that the entire crowd could hear, Chief Stacy's face suddenly turned pale, and his legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. It was over, he really had thrown out his back this time. And even more embarrassing was that the only reason he hadn't fallen straight to the ground was that Carl was supporting him with his hand. With a look of concern on his face, Carl smiled and asked, Are you all right, father-in-law? However, no matter how Carl's smile looked, in Chief Stacy's eyes, it seemed like a provocation. But the key issue was that because he had thrown out his back, he couldn't move. Chief Stacy was in a position where he couldn't let go of Carl, but couldn't keep holding on either. It was extremely awkward. Fortunately, his deputy walked over at that moment and whispered a few words in his ear. Chief Stacy's expression shifted repeatedly as he listened. Finally, he couldn't help but look at Carl, his face showing a look that was hard to describe as either good or bad. It turned out that while Chief Stacy was being heartbroken by his leaky little cotton jacket, Gwen, and the farce of throwing out his back while trying to suplex Carl, Ben Parker had cleverly run off to explain the whole situation to the other officers. After learning that Carl wasn't some rich second-generation kid who had hit someone, as the emergency call had suggested, but was actually a hero who had acted courageously to save an old man from being shot. The deputy hurried up to report the news to his chief, taking the opportunity to bail him out of his awkward predicament. Chief Stacy's expression was complex. He looked at Gwen, who was sulking and refusing to look at him, then at Carl, who was still smiling politely. He slapped his hand heavily on Carl's shoulder and gritted his teeth. Fine, kid. I was indeed wrong this time. You can file a complaint or report me later if you want. I'll accept any punishment resulting from this impulse. Jack, unlock his handcuffs. For someone of Carl's status, if he were to file a complaint, there was a high probability Chief Stacy would be fired directly by the police department. But Chief Stacy didn't try to evade it, instead, he took the initiative to accept responsibility. Carl shook his head and smiled faintly. A complaint. If I were to complain about one of the few honest police chiefs in New York over a small misunderstanding like this, then this city really would be completely rotten to the core. Tilda. As for the handcuffs, there's no need to trouble Officer Jack. Snap. Before Deputy Jack could get the keys to unlock the handcuffs on Carl's wrists, Carl easily snapped them apart as if he were breaking a piece of dry ramen. This sight startled Chief Stacy slightly. As for Deputy Jack, his jaw had already dropped in shock. Also stunned was Peter, who was standing next to Ben Parker acting as an NPC. One must know that the tensile strength modern handcuffs can withstand is at least 1,000 kilograms, that is, more than a ton. This was a level of strength that an ordinary person could absolutely never achieve. And looking at the effortless way Carl snapped the handcuffs, it was clear he hadn't used his full strength at all, he barely even seemed to try. It seemed that in this world, he wasn't the only one who had become special because of that super spider, there were others who were equally extraordinary. A glint flashed in Peter's eyes as he planned to find a time to chat with Carl. Chief Stacy, meanwhile, gave Carl a deep look but didn't ask anything. He knew more or less about Kingpin's own superhuman strength, so the fact that Carl, as Kingpin's son, possessed strength beyond normal humans didn't surprise him too much. Alright, kid. Although you were acting courageously in this matter, you still have to come back to the station with me to give a statement according to the law. Understand? Carl shrugged. Of course, no problem, my dear father-in-law Tilda. Hearing this, Chief Stacy's face darkened again, but this time he didn't retort. Instead, supported by his deputy, he returned to the police car. Immediately, Chief Stacy instructed his deputy, Jack, help me take Gwen home. I'll take the others back first. But then, Gwen walked over and stood beside Carl, her face firm as she said, no, I'm going to the station with Carl. I don't trust you. Since he was in the wrong this time, Chief Stacy rarely didn't argue with Gwen and nodded in silent agreement. After the officers dispersed the onlookers, the group, except for those staying behind to investigate and protect the scene, returned to the New York Police Department in a grand procession. Since Carl wasn't a suspect, he didn't ride in a police car and continued to drive his Ferrari. Naturally, Gwen went with him. Meanwhile, Ben Parker, Peter Parker, and the robber who had been sent flying were taken by police car and ambulance respectively. They were brought to the station and the hospital in their capacities as victim, victim's family, and criminal. After arriving at the station and each giving their statements, they went to the waiting room to wait. After they had been drinking tea for a while and Peter and Ben Parker had once again expressed their heartfelt thanks to Carl and Gwen, Chief Stacy finally walked in holding a file while clutching his back. Gwen's anger had mostly dissipated by now. Seeing her father like this, she couldn't help but stand up to support him, asking with concern, Dad, are you okay? Seeing his little cotton jacket become warm again, even if something was wrong, Chief Stacy felt fine now. Chief Stacy forced his back straight and smiled. Of course I'm fine. My body is at its peak and I'm very strong. It's just that your boyfriend is too heavy, he should probably lose some weight. Hearing this, Gwen covered her mouth and chuckled. Lose weight. Carl might be heavy, but that's because he's all muscle. With a physique this large, it's because his body fat percentage is a staggering 3%. Chief Stacy didn't care whether Carl was made of muscle or fat. He was currently very jealous of the proud look and tone his daughter used when talking about Carl. Thus, he irritably slapped a file into Carl's arms. Carl Fisk, after our investigation of the nearby surveillance, there was no criminal behavior on your part in this matter, and you won't be prosecuted. Just sign this and you can go home. But remember, even if you're acting courageously, don't drive recklessly again, especially when there are others in the car. Understand? Yes, Officer Tilda. Carl gave Chief Stacy a salute, but his eyes winked at Gwen. I hear you, I agree, but I'm not changing, I'll do it again next time Tilda. Seeing Carl flirting with his daughter right in front of him, Chief Stacy couldn't help but glare at him again. He then handed a file to Peter and Ben Parker as well. After everyone had finished signing, Chief Stacy looked at Carl, just about to say something else, when a sudden commotion from outside interrupted him. Sir, you can't go in there. Chief Stacy frowned at the sound. As the only chief present at the station at this time, he immediately turned, pulled open the waiting room door, and walked out. The several people in the waiting room who were now free naturally followed him out, prepared to see what the fuss was about. Who would be so bold as to dare break into the New York Police Department at night? Could it be some supervillain? As it turned out, the moment he stepped out, Carl found the excitement centered on himself. Because the person who had arrived was none other than the man leading the way, dressed in a white suit, leaning on a cane, with a height exceeding 2 meters, big stomach Liang, cough, it was the demon-muscled Kingpin. Behind Kingpin, in the positions of his right and left-hand men, 2 others followed. One was Bullseye, who had a target carved on his forehead and still looked arrogant even inside the police station. The other was even more of a show-off, a you-know-who wearing a western cowboy hat late at night with the brim pulled low, making it impossible to see his face. Upon seeing Kingpin, Chief Stacy's expression became incredibly grim. He strode up to Kingpin and questioned in a low voice. Wilson Fisk, what is this? Are you planning to attack the New York Police Department? Kingpin looked down, meeting the gaze of Chief Stacy, who was nearly a head shorter than him. Even with countless officers on high alert around him, hands on their guns, Kingpin wasn't flustered at all. He smiled calmly. Chief Stacy, we're old friends, and we might even be family in the future. You shouldn't slander me so casually, Tilda. As everyone knows, I have always been a law-abiding friendly citizen and a philanthropist. How could I commit such an unforgivable evil as attacking a police station? Hearing this, Chief Stacy, who knew exactly how many deaths Kingpin's underworld forces had caused, couldn't help but grab Kingpin's collar in a rage, gritting his teeth. Whose family with you? A friendly citizen. Kingpin. Hearing that term from your mouth is an absolute insult to friendly citizens. Just you wait, Kingpin. You'd better not leave any loose ends, or one day I will lock you in prison forever. Forever. Kingpin raised his hand to stop Bullseye, who was about to move against Chief Stacy. His face remained unbothered, wearing a polite smile. Then I believe that day will never come, because I have a clear conscience regarding everything I do, Tilda. Seeing Kingpin's indifferent attitude, Chief Stacy became even angrier. It reminded him of the cold corpses the New York Police Department found in the Hell's Kitchen area every few days. Especially in these last 2 weeks, a large number of Russian Guy's gang members had died in Hell's Kitchen. Those were all once living souls, husbands and children of families. As the underworld emperor of Hell's Kitchen, how many of those lost lives were truly unrelated to Kingpin? Or rather, it wouldn't be surprising if most of them had died by Kingpin's own hand. You fool, all. Stacy raised his fist to demand justice for those victims, but before his punch could fall, Gwen stepped between them. Enough. Dad. This is the police station, don't break the law while knowing better. Facing his daughter's stubborn gaze, Chief Stacy finally lowered his fist. Gwen let out a sigh of relief and immediately turned to Kingpin, bowing slightly. I'm sorry, Uncle Fisk. My father is in a bad mood today and offended you. I apologize to you on his behalf. Kingpin reached out to support Gwen's arm, a kind smile on his face. Don't be like that, Gwen. We're all family. It's normal for family to have misunderstandings, you don't need to apologize for this. Besides, such an excellent girl was snatched away by my brat. If I were Chief Stacy, I might not be as rational as he is right now, Tilda. Hearing Kingpin's gentle words, which even included a compliment for her and her father, Gwen couldn't help but blush. She felt that Carl's father wasn't as terrifying as her father claimed. Instead, he seemed like a pretty good person. This was actually the first time Gwen had met Carl's father in real life. She had only seen him on TV before. Not on the legal channel, but on the charity news. Kingpin's first impression on Gwen, aside from his somewhat intimidating physique, was entirely that of a kind middle-aged man. Chief Stacy, knowing exactly what Kingpin was like beneath that kind exterior, pulled Gwen behind him. Though his expression remained hostile, he didn't try to fight again. Instead, he issued an order to leave. Kingpin, the police station isn't a place you can just enter whenever you want. Leave, before I put you in handcuffs. Kingpin gestured, taking a cigar offered by Bullseye between 2 fingers. After putting it in his mouth, he grinned, just like how you handcuffed my heroic son as a criminal earlier. Hearing this, Chief Stacy's eyes narrowed, and his voice turned cold. You certainly get information quickly. It seems your reach is very deep, even extending into the New York Police Department. Haha, I never said that. Now, can my hero son leave? He still has a friend waiting for him to return, Tilda. Kingpin didn't answer Chief Stacy's question directly, neither denying nor admitting it, but simply changed the subject. Hearing this, Chief Stacy's brow furrowed again. He glanced at Carl, who seemed indifferent, and questioned, it's this late and a friend is waiting for him. Kingpin, you aren't making your son do your dirty work, are you? Tisk, dirty work. I don't appreciate those words, Chief Stacy. If Carl's saving me, someone even those useless trash in the US Army couldn't save, counts as dirty work, then I'm afraid there's no justice left in this world. Before Kingpin could speak, the show-off in the cowboy hat beside him spoke up first. And with his first words, he offended the entire U.S. Army. Chief Stacy looked at the speaker in surprise. He wondered who would dare speak with such arrogance. Even Kingpin wouldn't go that far, right? Under the surprised gazes of everyone except Carl and Kingpin, the show-off reached up and raised the brim of his hat. It was Tony Stark. Chief Stacy cried out in shock. Weren't you rumored to be missing in Afghanistan? How? Wait, you said Carl saved you, what's going on? Unlike Kingpin and Carl's friendly attitude toward Chief Stacy, Tony, having been held captive for 2 whole months, had no affection for government departments. His tone was full of disdain. Even though you're a police officer, I don't believe I'm obligated to answer that question, Tilda. Now, I'm taking my hero Carl back. Whether you need bail or lawyers, I can fill this entire station with bail money right now, or I can fill it with the best lawyers in the world. Or, I can fill it with both at the same time, Tilda. Facing Tony's foul-mouthed insults, Chief Stacy's face darkened. He pointed at the station door. The New York Police Department doesn't need anything from you. You can all get out with Carl right now. Dad. Gwen cried out in dissatisfaction. HMPH. Hearing this, Chief Stacy gave a cold snort, turned around, and left, returning to his office to be rid of the sight. Sorry, Uncle Fisk, Mr. Stark. Carl, go back with Uncle Fisk first. I'll head back with my dad later. After apologizing once more, Gwen bid Carl a quick farewell and hurried off to comfort her fuming father. She didn't want her father, whose impression of Carl had only just begun to improve, to have it soured again because of others. Now that the Stacy father and daughter were gone, the other police officers were too busy avoiding trouble to pick a fight. They let Kingpin enter as he pleased and leave the station with his people just as casually. In an ignored corner of the police station, Peter only recovered from that inexplicable state of heart-pounding panic after Kingpin had left. Peter looked down at his arms, where his hair was standing on end. He swallowed hard and whispered to himself. What's going on? Why do I get such an extremely dangerous feeling just by looking at Carl's father? Is it just my imagination? Peter, what's wrong? You look pale. Are you okay? Looking up at Uncle Ben, who was full of concern, the cold sensation on Peter's body gradually dissipated, replaced by a warmth rising from within. Peter smiled and shook his head. I'm fine, Uncle Ben. I was just thinking that if it weren't for Carl today, and we lost you, how sad Aunt May would be and how much I would regret it. I'm sorry, Uncle Ben. I shouldn't have been so willful and lost my temper with you today. I just want to say, it's so good to have you here. Hearing Peter's sincere apology, Ben Parker also felt a warmth in his heart and smiled kindly. Yes, it's all thanks to your classmate Carl. You must thank him properly for me later, he's a friend worth knowing deeply. But for now, let's head home, or your Aunt May will be so worried she won't be able to sleep all night, Tilda. Peter nodded heavily. The uncle and nephew walked out of the police station. Under the warm yellow streetlights, their shadows grew longer. It was as if they were walking toward the light, while the darkness was moving further and further away. Tisk, how much further, Carl? In a deserted street several blocks away from Stark Tower, a black SUV with completely opaque windows was parked by the roadside. Sitting in the passenger seat, Tony kept glancing at the road in the rearview mirror. Carl glanced at the moving green dot on his phone and tossed the phone directly to Tony. Asking again and again. This is the 5th time you've asked me since Obadiah's motorcade left the Stark Tower garage. Is your fire of lust really that big? Can't you hold it in for a bit? Tony froze, then his mouth twitched violently as he glared at Carl. Hey, bro, that's fooling anger. What do you mean, fire of lust? I told you, I haven't become gayer. Carl leaned back in his seat, resting with his eyes closed, and said perfunctorily, okay, I know your fire of lust is intense, alright. Hey, I've realized your mouth is sometimes more hurtful than mine. Target distance 1000 meters. Signals and cameras within a 5-kilometer radius have been jammed. New York Patrol is expected to discover the anomaly in 10 minutes and arrive within 20 minutes. Suggest both of you take immediate action. Just as Tony was about to have a proper debate with Carl, a green electronic face appeared on the phone screen Carl had thrown him, speaking in a mechanical voice. Hearing this, Tony didn't care about being called gay or not. He snapped his gaze to the rearview mirror and indeed saw a black motorcade driving toward them. Carl, Obadiah Stane is here. Quick, summon your buff dudes to stop his motorcade. This time it was Carl's mouth that twitched. What the hell is buff dudes? I told you, they're called pincer shadows. Yeah, just summon your big pincers quickly before he gets away. After a couple of perfunctory words, Tony anxiously patted Carl's arm, urging him. Keep your heart in your ass. When I make a move, I never fail. He won't escape Tilda. Carl casually swatted away Tony's hand. With a thought, a pitch black, explosively muscular, tall shadow suddenly emerged from the streetlight's shadow in the middle of the road ahead of the motorcade. Well, looking at it this way, the pincer shadow really was quite muscular and imposing, so Tony's nickname wasn't entirely wrong. With such a thing suddenly appearing in the middle of the road, the driver of the lead car in Obadiah's escort motorcade had no time to react and crashed head-on into the pincer shadow. Even the Rhino couldn't budge the pincer shadow, let alone a mere car. The lead SUV was like hitting a steel wall. The front end crumpled instantly, and the rear end flew up. The cars following behind, unable to brake in time, slammed into the back of the lead car one after another. But even in the face of these consecutive impacts, the pincer shadow's body remained motionless. Instead, it raised its massive pincer and slammed it down hard on the lead car, flattening the entire roof. The driver and bodyguards inside the lead car, already dazed from the crash, were turned into human pancakes by this blow. Ketchup-like blood began to flow out from the flattened car. In a specially modified SUV in the middle of the motorcade, Obadiah, who had been smoking a cigar and dreaming of the day Stark Industries would be renamed Stane Industries, was jolted by the sudden crash. Not only did it shatter his daydream, but he also almost swallowed his entire cigar. After pulling the deep-throated cigar out of his mouth, Obadiah became furious. He kicked the back of the driver's seat hard and cursed. Do you want to be exiled to Africa? How the hell are you driving? Facing Obadiah's angry interrogation, the driver didn't respond immediately. Instead, he pointed forward in terror, his voice trembling as he shouted. Monster. There's a monster. Obadiah, who had been fantasizing about the future, might not have noticed, but the driver had watched with his own eyes as the lead car was flattened by the pincer shadow's pincer. This bizarre appearance, along with a physique and strength far beyond humans, made the driver wish he could be exiled to Africa immediately. At least the brothers in Africa weren't as terrifying as this black-clad figure, right? Hearing the driver's terrified voice, Obadiah realized something was wrong. He leaned forward to look and immediately saw the 3-meter-tall pincer shadow ahead. As an arms dealer who dealt with terrorists year-round, Obadiah's mental fortitude was much stronger than the driver's. Instead of panicking, he immediately pressed the emergency intercom in the car. Franklin, what am I paying you for? Didn't you see that monster ahead? Kill it for me, now. Zeet. However, there was no response from the intercom, only a burst of static. Obadiah's heart skipped a beat. He yanked out his phone and, sure enough, there was no signal at all. I've been set up. The thought had barely surfaced when, bang, a body slammed onto the windshield right in front of him. A closer look revealed it was none other than Franklin, the captain of the guard he'd just summoned. And only half of Franklin at that. His lower body was gone, the mangled torso smacked against the glass, eyes wide with terror, blood frothing from his lips, clearly on the verge of death. Save me. The lone remaining arm reached toward the driver and Obadiah inside the car. Arg! The driver shrieked, drowning out Franklin's plea. Only Obadiah kept his head, though his breathing quickened. Shut up and drive. He cursed himself for hiring a cheap coward, good wheelman, zero nerve. Obadiah's roar worked. The driver fell silent, and so did Franklin. Was it Obadiah's authority? Of course not. They simply couldn't scream anymore. SHLUCK. A glimmering longsword pierced through Franklin's skull, through the driver's gaping mouth, and out the seatback, stopping one finger from Obadiah's eye. Obadiah stopped breathing. He had never felt death so close. Through the cracked windshield he saw a cyan-skinned, crimson-eyed, ninja-shaped thing crouched on the hood. He called it a thing, because, though human in outline, it clearly wasn't human. The same species as those pincer monsters, just a different form. Perhaps, not even alive. Yet Obadiah stayed calm, locking the doors and sliding away from the windows to avoid his guard's fate. Running was suicide. Unknown numbers of those creatures waited outside. Only inside this armored car, until police noticed something wrong, did he stand a chance. Against ordinary attackers, or even most superhumans, he'd be right. Unfortunately, these assailants were anything but ordinary. And, you forgot to turn on the cabin light, Mr. Obadiah Stain tilde. Whoosh. A cold draft swept the interior, making Obadiah shiver. Not the AC, luckily the system was fine. Unluckily, a razor-short blade now lay across his throat. Its owner's hand rested on his shoulder. He dared not move. On his right, a black-haired man in dark clothes had appeared. Obadiah swallowed. Double whatever you're being paid, just spare me. Carl pressed the edge deeper, drawing blood. Why do targets always insult my profession with that line? Obadiah froze, then upped the ante, tenfold. Name your figure, I'll wire it right now. Tenfold. Generous, for once. Too bad your buyer's price is one you could never match. Don't you agree, Mr. Tony Stark? Yeah, the low, familiar voice came from his left. Obadiah's eyes snapped over, blade befooled. And saw the face he'd thought sent to hell. Tony. Bang. Tony drove an elbow into Obadiah's gut, palmed his bald head, and grinned. Surprise, Stain. I crawled out of hell for payback. Caught. Obadiah snarled, impossible. I paid the 10 Rings gang extra, how are you alive? After realizing their target was Tony Stark, the 10 Rings gang had sent Obadiah a ransom clip demanding more money. To finish it cleanly, he'd paid, certain they'd kill Tony. They'd sworn they would. He'd expected Tony's grave to be 3 feet in weeds, yet here he sat, very much alive. And vengeful. Tony patted Obadiah's bald scalp. Old fox, you love lies, fooled my father, fooled me, even tried to fool terrorists. But the eagle you hunted just pecked your eyes out. You lied about the real target, they lied about killing me. They took your cash, kept me alive to build them free missiles, until Carl broke me out. Now the ledger closes, and someone dies. Won't be me, so who does that leave? As Tony's voice grew colder, Carl obliged by pressing the short blade deeper into Obadiah's throat, letting the edge sink millimeter by millimeter into the man's flesh. It wasn't instantly fatal, but the viper-cold steel resting against his larynx put Obadiah through agony in both body and mind. Tony secretly gave Carl a thumbs up. This, he signaled, is what you call professionalism. Carl answered with a wink. You keep acting cool, leave the rest to me. Under that living hell of slow torture, Obadiah's bravado crumbled fast, his voice turning shrill with terror. Stop, Tony, please, make him stop. Remember when you were little. I held you in my arms. I pulled you out of the abyss and put you back in control of Stark Industries. Tony lifted a hand at the words, and Carl froze instantly. The chill left Tony's face. He slipped the blade away from Obadiah's neck and smiled thinly. True, that does remind me, you've been the good uncle who built everything alongside my father since I was a kid. Seeing the softened tone, Obadiah hid a flash of malice and nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. I was your father's best friend, your uncle. I just made one mistake. I'll never. Squelch. Before he could finish, Tony rammed the knife into Obadiah's thigh and twisted the handle viciously back and forth. Eyes blazing with a killer's aura, Tony snarled, "Stain, last chance. Tell the truth and I won't kill you." Obadiah, deathly pale, nodded frantically. Tony's knife hand trembled as he spoke, voice leaden. "This time you leaked my travel route, wanting me dead in Afghanistan so you could grab Stark Industries, but that plan didn't hatch yesterday, did it? Back in 91, the year my parents died, did you sell out their route too, setting them up for the hit?" Obadiah's breath caught, pupils shrinking, he instinctively looked away. "I don't know what you're talking about. The police report you saw said it was an accident. Their crash had nothing to do with me. Hey. SHHHK. Squelch." With a cold laugh, Tony yanked the blade free and plunged it into Obadiah's other good leg. "You think I'm still 3 years old? I never suspected you, so I missed the stink. Now you're feeding me the same shit. Do you even believe that police report yourself? I won't ask again. Did you leak their route and arrange the crash that killed my parents? Answer me." Tony twisted the knife once more. Obadiah screamed like a stuck pig. "Ah. Yes. I leaked their route, but I swear I didn't order the kill. On my life. God." Broken by the torture, Obadiah admitted his part in their deaths. Yet he insisted he hadn't sent the actual killers. Tony drew a ragged breath, fighting the urge to slit his throat. "Then who murdered them, and to whom did you give that route?" Carl, watching coldly, felt a murderous glint flash in his eyes. Every patch of shadow inside the car stirred, ready to swallow everything within. The darkness threatened not only Obadiah but Tony, for the coming answer was one Carl might dislike. From the exchange, Carl realized Hydra had likely used Obadiah's leak to send the Winter Soldier after Howard and Maria. The film had never spelled it out, so it hadn't stuck in his memory. If Obadiah spoke Hydra's name, Carl would have to silence not just him but Tony as well. Tony could bring endless wealth, yet Hydra could deliver power and influence beyond compare. Throughout history, power has always trumped money. Intent on the answer, Tony never noticed the lethal shadows, nor did the half-conscious Obadiah realize their next words would decide their fates. Tony's fate, really. Obadiah's had long been sealed. Still, today luck favored Tony. Obadiah shook his head weakly. "I don't know who they are. I didn't even seek them out, they came to me. They forced the route out of me. I had no choice. I'm sorry, Tony, truly." Tony ripped the knife free and shook his head in disgust. "No, you owe that apology to my father, who trusted you. And now, Obadiah, you're nothing but poison to Stark Industries." Realization struck. Obadiah grabbed Tony's collar in a last surge of panic. "No. You promised. Tell the truth and you wouldn't kill me, you swore." Tony slapped away the blood-weak hand, tossed the knife back to Carl, and said flatly. "Right, I promised I wouldn't kill you. I never said no one else would. Grow a better brain next life, Stain." Without another glance he stepped out and slammed the door shut. Shack. A blade sliced flesh, blood sprayed the window. Thud. After finishing Obadiah with a single cut, Carl climbed out, offered Tony a cigarette. A smoke after the deed. Better than paradise. Side by side they leaned against the car, smoking in silence. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Marvel. Daddy Kingpin. I am the Lord of the Shadows. Part 2. Inside the car, and in the other escort vehicles, countless ghost shadow ninjas were cleaning up the aftermath. The ghost shadow ninjas inside the car were erasing all traces left by Carl and Tony, while those outside were raising their AKs to deliver additional shots to the bodies of the guards. Then, they dragged out bodies from the shadows, haphazardly throwing them around the guards to simulate a scene where both sides were wiped out after a firefight. These bodies, of course, belonged to some of the Ten Rings gang members from 2 days ago when Carl rescued Tony. He had specifically instructed the Ghost Shadow ninjas to store them in the Shadow World for this very purpose. When Tony announces his return tomorrow, Carl will naturally arrange for news to expose Obadiah and the Ten Rings gang's dirty dealings, and reveal that Obadiah didn't fully pay the Ten Rings gang, leading to his death in retaliation. Isn't this arrangement very reasonable? Well, Carl thought it was quite reasonable anyway. There were also loopholes, such as fatal knife wounds on the necks of every corpse, but it wasn't a big problem. Carl would just have Hydra's people in the judiciary secretly manipulate things, and no one would suspect anything. By the time the two finished their cigarettes, the Ghost Shadow ninjas had almost finished setting up the scene and were raising several RPGs towards the cars, preparing for the final cleanup. In the distance, police sirens could also be heard. US drama trope. Police always arrive late +1. Hearing the sound, Carl placed his hand on Tony's shoulder. Time to go, brother. Tony said nothing, merely flicking his cigarette butt onto the ground. The next second, the two sank into the shadows beneath their feet. The Ghost Shadow ninjas also pulled the trigger before the police arrived. Boom, boom, boom. After several violent explosions, the Ghost Shadow ninjas erased the last suspicious traces from the scene, ensuring that this death was completely defined as an act of terrorist retaliation. The next day, the news of Obadiah's attack and death naturally made the front page. But this headline didn't last until noon, as it was overshadowed by another explosive piece of news. That was the return of Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries, to Stark Industries today. And he held a press conference at noon, announcing another major piece of news that shocked all of America, and even the world. That is, effective immediately, Stark Industries would indefinitely close its weapons division. As soon as this news broke, the impact was undoubtedly immense. Not only was the external impact huge, but internally it was a devastating blow. It's important to know that while Stark Industries was involved in various industries, the bulk of the company's profits, even 90% of its revenue, came from the highly lucrative arms trade. Furthermore, Stark Industries started with arms dealing. Now, for Tony to close the weapons division, wasn't that equivalent to castrating himself and cutting off his own retreat? Therefore, the directors of Stark Industries all entered emergency escape mode, dumping their shares at low prices to minimize their losses. Even the U.S. military, which had always considered Stark Industries its top choice, withdrew its investment from Stark Industries, unhesitatingly kicking Stark Industries off the military's arms supplier list. Everyone believed that Tony Stark had been tortured to madness during the 2 months he was kidnapped by terrorists, abandoning even the most crucial lifeline of Stark Industries. For a time, Tony was met with a chorus of curses and ridicule, both internally and externally. Justin Hammer, the CEO of Stark Industries' old rival, Hammer Industries, dramatically announced the day after Tony closed the weapons division that Hammer Industries would replace Stark Industries as the military's primary arms supplier. It seemed that, all of a sudden, Stark Industries, once the world's leading arms company, was in decline and rapidly heading towards ruin. But was that truly the case? Half a month later, in Stark Tower, where the number of employees had already been halved, Tony and Carl were raising their glasses in Tony's exclusive penthouse bar, looking completely relaxed, as if unaffected by the negative news from the outside world over the past half-month. And that was indeed the truth. Neither Tony, the CEO, nor Carl, the sole current shareholder of Stark Industries, paid any attention to the plummeting Stark stock price. Or rather, the more it crashed, the happier the two of them became. Crash. Crash. For them, the more it crashed now, the greater the returns would be in the future. Ding. Tony's private elevator opened, and a tall, elegant blonde woman with a capable demeanor stepped out. This person was naturally Pepper Potts, the sharpest sword in Tony's hand, who had the strongest backing in Marvel. Pepper walked up to Tony, glanced at the laptop in her hand, and reported. Boss, as you requested, I've been buying back all the Stark shares being dumped on the market over the past half month. Just now, the last shareholder of Stark Industries also divested, and I've acquired his shares. Now, apart from the 15% shares held by Director Fisk, all other 85% shares are under your name. Tony nodded faintly. Very good. Have you prepared what I asked you to? Pepper nodded, placed the laptop on the bar, and handed a contract to Carl. Why am I involved? Carl, who was only invited by Tony to witness the launch of the new energy project today, was surprised and took the contract. After flipping through it for a couple of glances, Carl raised an eyebrow. Transfer of 25% of Stark Industries shares. Has it finally arrived? The most classic Tony giving money scene in Marvel transmigration novels. Almost 90% of protagonists in Marvel transmigration novels earn their first large sum of money from Tony. Although Carl, born into the Fisk family, certainly didn't get his first large sum of money from Tony. But it seems he still couldn't escape this money-giving segment tilde. Carl's lips curved into a smile as he looked up at Tony opposite him, teasing. Tisk tisk, a full 25% of the shares. Even based on Stark Industries' previous market value, that would be hundreds of billions of US dollars, not to mention the inestimable value after developing the new energy market. Why are you suddenly so generous? You know, even if Kingpin took out all of the Fisk family's liquid assets, he could only buy 15% of Stark Industries shares, which had already fallen in price. To acquire 25% of the shares, even Kingpin would have to pay a considerable price tilde. Tony drained the wine in his glass, a rebellious smile playing on his lips. Tisk, you brat, what do you mean? When did I become so generous? This genius has always been this generous, all right. It's just that my generosity is only for friends and fellow geniuses. And you, my friend, you are not only the smartest genius besides me, but also my good friend. What's wrong with sharing a little bit of my wealth with a good friend? Clap, clap, clap. Carl clapped his hands and gave Tony a thumbs up. What a fine, billion bit. I, Carl Fisk, am willing to call you, Tony Stark, the world's #1 king of flexing. Tony poured another glass of wine for himself and Carl respectively, stood up, and raised his glass to Carl. Let's stop flattering each other. This 25% is actually Obadiah Stane's shares. After his crimes were established, I reclaimed the shares he held. But no matter what, you deserve this, so sign it, brother. Whether it was because Carl had saved him, helped him take revenge, or indirectly saved Pepper and Happy, in Tony's heart, Carl deserved this 25%. Hey, since you've called me brother, what else can I say? I'll sign it. Carl spoke as he signed and sealed the contract in one smooth motion, increasing his 15% stake in Stark Industries to a terrifying 40%. It was no exaggeration to say that with this 40% stake, as long as Carl didn't lose his mind in the future and do something stupid like donating it all to a charity like BLM, he wouldn't be able to squander it all even if he spent his whole life trying. Even by the time he died, this wealth might even have increased the more he spent. After all, Stark Industries was famous in Marvel for making money faster than it could be spent tilde. Seeing Carl sign the contract so decisively, Tony also showed a happy smile. Now that all the parasites in Stark Industries have been rooted out, it's time. Carl, raise your glass now. Let's officially launch Stark's counterattack plan and sweep the energy market. Carl also stood up, raised his glass, and smiled. Go for it, Tony. As I said before, you're in charge of making money, and I'm in charge of cleaning up. No one can block our path to wealth tilde. Tony shook his finger. No, 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 broaden your horizons, Carl. We're not just making money, we're changing the world. Carl shrugged. Right, changing the world while making money tilde. I really don't know why anyone would care about a string of meaningless numbers compared to changing the world tilde. Tony rolled his eyes speechlessly and clinked glasses with Carl. Clink. This was just a light clink of 2 wine glasses, but it was destined to cause an earth-shattering sensation in this world. After clinking glasses, Carl didn't drink the wine immediately but was slightly dazed for a moment. Seeing this, Tony, who had already drained his glass, couldn't help but be puzzled. What's wrong? Don't tell me that at a time like this, you've suddenly realized you haven't reached the legal drinking age yet, Tilda. Facing Tony's teasing, Carl snapped out of it, also drained his glass, and his expression returned to normal as he smiled. Of course not. I just suddenly remembered I have a date tonight. It's getting late, so I should probably head off to keep it, Tilda. After all, making a lady wait isn't the behavior of a gentleman, Tilda. Hearing this, Tony gave a wicked grin and slapped Carl's firm buttocks hard. If you're talking about that, then I understand perfectly. When I was your age, my lower body was more energetic than my upper body too, Tilda. I get you, bro. Go and put the performance of those buttocks to use, you electric little motor, Tilda. Carl said nothing, only raising his middle finger at Tony. Then, under Pepper's surprised gaze, he sank into his shadow and disappeared. The reason Carl was in such a hurry to leave was naturally not because he really had a date with Gwen, but because something more important than the new energy launcher Gwen had happened. Just now, at the moment he clinked glasses with Tony, he suddenly felt something unknown added to his shadow world. One must know that the shadow world in Marvel was equivalent to an independent dimension, a dimension belonging solely to Carl. Logically, without Carl's permission, no one should be able to break into the shadow dimension privately. But unexpectedly, just now, without any permission from him, something that wasn't there before suddenly appeared in the shadow world. And Carl was now going to see for himself exactly what this suddenly appeared thing was. The shadow world was Carl's most important trump card. He would never allow any accidents to occur. Sinking into the shadow, Carl didn't transfer to another location but appeared within the shadow world. Unlike the colorful reality, the shadow world's art style was more like inkwash painting. Everything here, mountains, water, buildings, and creatures, was in black and white. Carl appeared inside the only building in the shadow world. This was also Carl's palace, a palace only he had ever entered. But in the main hall of this palace today, there was an object that was completely out of place in this black and white world. Carl strode into the hall. The ghost shadow ninja and pincer shadow who had already surrounded the object stepped aside to clear a path, kneeling on one knee to show their respect to Carl. Carl ignored them, staring fixedly at the object in the center of the hall, his breathing becoming rapid. It was a book, a massive ancient book placed on a golden dragon stand, over 2 meters high and over 3 meters wide when unfolded. And it had a name that no Chinese person could ignore, the Book of Ages. That is, the heaven-defying divine book that could rewrite history in Jackie Chan adventures. With this, why would he need to spend any effort planning, taking things step by step for a chance to stand at the top of the world? It would just be a matter of moving a pen. With a stroke of a pen, this world, and even this universe, would be his, and everyone would have to listen to him. Carl's eyes were burning with fervor. He walked step by step to the Book of Ages, picked up the golden brush beside the book without hesitation, and prepared to write. But just as the tip of his brush was only a finger's width from the page, a sudden and intense feeling of palpitation spread from Carl's heart to his entire body. At the same time, it felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him from behind, making Carl feel like thorns were at his back. Danger. He would die. He would definitely die. A voice originating from his subconscious kept echoing in Carl's mind, making him snap back to his senses instantly. Snap. It wasn't until he threw the brush in his hand onto the ground that the inexplicable feeling of palpitations and the sensation of being watched from behind disappeared together. Carl let out a long breath and sat on the ground without any regard for his image, his back already soaked with cold sweat. Closing his eyes and sensing that there was no one else in the shadow world besides himself, Carl reopened his eyes. What on earth was that thing? Carl's expression was grave. He was certain that his sensation just now was definitely not wrong. At the moment he was about to write and change history, someone had been to his shadow world. Someone strong enough to enter and leave his dimension at will and kill him. But he didn't do that. He just watched quietly, seemingly waiting for him to make a choice before deciding whether to interfere, just like an enforcer of order. After calming down, Carl looked at the Book of Ages before him, lost in thought. It seemed that in the Marvel Universe, he couldn't just modify history at will on the Book of Ages like Shendu did in the Jackie Chan Adventures universe. The rules of the Marvel Universe were far more complex than those of the Jackie Chan Adventures universe, and there were many powerful entities maintaining the timeline. Carl estimated that even if he had successfully written a new history into the Book of Ages just now, turning the world into his personal playground, the modified world would surely attract various powerful beings who safeguard the timeline. Entities like the TVA, He Who Remains, the Watcher, or even OAA. Aside from the ordinary TVA agents, the others were not beings he could face right now. So, did I just get a useless piece of junk book? All that excitement for nothing. Giving me an unusable Book of Ages is less practical than giving me the 12 talismans. The more Carl thought about it, the angrier he got. He stood up, wanting to throw the book into the palace toilet and let this Book of Ages taste some real age-old filth. But just as his hand touched the Book of Ages, the blank pages lit up with a blinding glare comparable to a flashbang. Watch your eyes. The flash was so bright that Carl felt as if he could hear Fireman's shout from the void. Holy shit. What's going on now? Was it because he played Fireman too much in his past life and shouted, "Burn!" at everyone, and now karma was coming for him? After a good while, the blinding light finally faded, allowing Carl to lower the hand shielding his eyes. When he looked at the Book of Ages again, he was surprised to find that the previously blank pages were now being filled with lines of text. And these records were nothing else but the entire process starting from his rescue of Tony, up until he and Tony raised their glasses to officially announce Stark Industries' entry into the energy market. Carl watched with a face full of confusion, wondering if the book was trying to write a novel or just take notes for him. Do I really need a previously on recap from you? What's the point of recording things that have already happened? Should I pay you some royalties while I'm at it? Just as Carl was speechless, before he could pay any royalties, the Book of Ages actually dropped some loot for him. The words recorded in the Book of Ages suddenly emitted a golden light. This light gathered in front of Carl and actually materialized. What the golden light materialized into was an octagonal stone talisman that Carl was incredibly familiar with, engraved with a proud red rooster. This is the rooster talisman from the 12 talismans. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! 3 consecutive exclamations were enough to express Carl's shock. Carl grabbed the rooster talisman floating in front of him and gripped it tightly. His previously disgusted expression instantly shifted to one of devotion, and he bowed deeply to the Book of Ages without hesitation. Brother Book, my thoughts were a bit too loud just now. This isn't a piece of junk, this is an epic divine tome. How could I say you're useless? You're incredibly useful. Look, I have 18 years of past events that haven't been recorded yet. Why don't you record a bit more, put it all in the book, and while you're at it, drop another 8 or 10 talismans for me. That'd be great. Book of Ages. Clearly, the Book of Ages ignored Carl's greedy and unreasonable request. Or rather, it didn't have a consciousness at all. Seeing the unresponsive Book of Ages, Carl wasn't too disappointed. Instead, he looked down at the rooster talisman in his palm and began to ponder. For the past 17 years, he had always thought that the Shadow World and the Shadow Legion were his only cheats after transmigrating. Although the speed of awakening a new type of Shadow Legion every 10 years was a bit slow, Carl was actually quite satisfied with this cheat. After all, ordinary people only had one superpower, while he would automatically gain a new one every 10 years, completing another piece of his Shadow World. Once he collected all 9 types of the Shadow Legion and fully completed the Shadow World, he would directly ascend to become a Lord of the Dimension, surpassing 99% of the powerhouses in the Marvel Universe. Besides, Carl didn't plan to actually wait 80 years to become a top powerhouse in the universe after gathering all 9 legions. He also had plans to seize treasures from this universe, such as the popular 6 Infinity Stones, the real Mandarin's 10 magic rings, the wondrous 10 rings in Wenwu's hands, the artifacts of Asgard, and so on. But now, it seemed he didn't need to be in such a hurry to snatch these local Marvel treasures. He himself was holding a mountain of treasure. That treasure mountain was the Book of Ages in front of him. Although the Book of Ages couldn't modify history to make Carl reach the top in one step, it had the ability to materialize treasures like the Rooster Talisman, allowing Carl to grow stronger step by step. As for the method of materializing talismans, Carl had a rough guess. In his first 18 years, the Book of Ages never appeared. Why did it show up exactly at this time? And why did it ignore his first 18 years of history, yet specifically record the entire process from his rescue of Tony to its conclusion? There was only one reason, and that was change. He had changed what was supposed to happen on the original timeline, which triggered the Book of Ages and allowed him to obtain materialized items from it. Now, some might ask, didn't you previously change the timeline where Peter was bullied, the timeline where Gwen became Peter's girlfriend, and even the timeline where Peter's Uncle Ben died? That involves two other key points regarding change. The starting point of the timeline and narrative integrity. First, the starting point of the timeline. As everyone knows, Iron Man, as the work that revived Marvel, is a pivotal moment in the MCU universe and the most important one. It's fair to say that without this first Iron Man movie, it's uncertain if there would even be a subsequent Marvel MCU, or perhaps Marvel would be like DC, constantly rebooting its cinematic universe . According to Carl's observations, although this universe was slightly different from the MCU, it generally fell within the scope of the cinematic universe. So it was very likely that Iron Man was still the pivotal moment that officially kicked off this universe, and the Book of Ages might have appeared because of this critical point in time. Secondly, it's about narrative integrity. Over the past 18 years, Carl had indeed made many changes. For example, the series of events involving Peter mentioned earlier, the important connection between Kingpin and Pierce, or the various assassination missions Carl himself performed for Hydra, events that did not exist in the original timeline. But there's a common thread in all of this. Carl hasn't fully changed or participated in an entire story yet. The incident with Tony was the first complete story he participated in. From Tony's initial escape to him completing his revenge, Carl was involved throughout. And this is very likely the reason for the appearance of the Book of Ages. Because he changed a very, very important piece of history. The most significant evidence for this is that the Book of Ages only recorded this one event regarding Tony, and nothing else. However, this was all just Carl's speculation, he couldn't be entirely certain. After all, the Book of Ages isn't a system, it won't tell you if your guesses are correct . As for why the Book of Ages could drop talismans, that wasn't as worth looking into for Carl. After all, he was born with the Shotokan army, so what if the Book of Ages came with the 12 talismans? It's perfectly reasonable. Now, only one thing mattered to Carl, and that was to figure out the rules of the Book of Ages so it would drop more equipment for him. Starting with experiencing and changing another complete plotline. And at this point in time, what plotlines could he fully participate in and change? In the MCU in 2008, there seemed to be only one Iron Man movie. Wait, no. A flash of inspiration struck Carl. Wasn't The Incredible Hulk also a story that took place in 2008? Although he didn't remember the exact timeline of The Incredible Hulk, he remembered the post-credits scene where General Ross met with Tony. Holy crap, was his first experimental target going to be such a heavyweight? With his current strength, could he take on Hulk and the potentially appearing Abomination? While Pincer Shadows could handle power-type opponents on the level of Rhino, they might still be a bit lacking against someone like Hulk, the absolute representative of power in Marvel. Unless he could now summon the Troll Clan's giant shadows, which represent absolute power among the 9 Shadow Legions. Unfortunately, he currently only had 2 legions, the Ninja Shadows and the Pincer Shadows, The third Shadow Legion would normally awaken 2 years later, when he turned 20. And it wasn't guaranteed that the Troll clan would be the one to awaken, it could be another Shadow Legion. However, even though he didn't have the Troll clan yet, Carl wasn't actually too worried about being unable to change the events of The Incredible Hulk. After all, even if he couldn't beat them in a head-on fight, he could still hide. Whether he slipped into the shadows or used the newly acquired Rooster Talisman to fly into the air, Hulk and Abomination wouldn't be able to do anything to him. After all, those two could neither fly nor use magic attacks, they were purely physical fighters. And physical attacks were what Carl feared the least. He could wear down those two brutes until they died. Alright, enough about that for now, it's time to test out the new toy. Carl looked down at the Rooster Talisman in his hand, his eyes burning even more intensely than when Gwen was tutoring him. Because this talisman could fulfill one of humanity's greatest dreams, flight. Everyone has dreamed of being able to fly freely, and Carl was naturally no exception. Although he possessed magical powers beyond the imagination of ordinary people before, he had always regretted being unable to fly, having to wait for the day the Bat Legion awakened so the flying shadows could carry him. But now, not only could he achieve his dream of flight early, but he didn't have to rely on anyone else, he could fly on his own. Carl took a deep breath, and with a thought, the Rooster Talisman in his hand flashed with a faint light, and his body actually began to float slowly. Wahoo! Taking off. With a roar like a dragon, Carl's body soared straight into the sky. Ha 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 ha. Carl flew with abandon, soaring upward until he hit the air wall at the top of the Shadow World, the very edge, before stopping. Looking down, everything in the Shadow World had become tiny, he could even see the entire Shadow World now. This was also the first time he had seen the Shadow World from this perspective. It's beautiful, but unfortunately, it's not complete yet. Carl shook his head regretfully. If it were the complete Shadow World, it wouldn't be limited to this height of about 10,000 meters and an area he could see the end of in a single glance. He had just used his watch to record it when he took off. The 10,000-meter distance from the ground to the top took exactly 100 seconds. In other words, the speed of the Rooster Talisman was roughly 100 meters per second. To be honest, this speed isn't particularly fast for a superhuman. It's about the same as Carl's physical limit for sprinting. In terms of speed alone, the Rooster Talisman didn't give Carl much of an advantage. But you couldn't really blame the Rooster Talisman, because while it could make someone fly, its primary ability wasn't actually flight, it was levitation, or rather, telekinesis. The flight of the Rooster Talisman was actually just using telekinesis to control one's own body to levitate, it couldn't really be considered true flight. Only when combined with the super speed of the Rabbit Talisman can true high-speed flight be achieved. Obviously, Carl didn't have the Rabbit Talisman right now, only the Rooster Talisman, so he couldn't achieve high-speed flight, but that didn't mean the Rooster Talisman was that weak without the Rabbit Talisman's help. In fact, using it for flight was its weakest function. The true way to use the Rooster Talisman isn't on oneself, but on external targets. Controlling people, controlling objects, controlling everything. It could be said that the ability of telekinetic control provided a massive boost for Carl, whose side job was an assassin. From now on, even if he didn't summon the Shadow Legion, he wouldn't have to lift a finger. With just a thought, he could use any object around him to eliminate his enemies. He could even snap someone's neck directly with telekinesis without controlling other objects, killing invisibly. This greatly increased his offensive and defensive methods, diversifying his own abilities. Versatile in both offense and defense, catching enemies off guard. Who said this Rooster Talisman was weak? This Rooster Talisman is awesome. Carl spread his arms and looked down at the tiny shadow world beneath his feet, enjoying the feeling of looking down upon all living things. He enjoyed it so much that Carl simply closed his eyes and let his body free fall, enveloped in the howling wind. Carl didn't open his eyes or reuse the Rooster Talisman's ability until he hit the ground, crashing directly into the pitch-black earth. Falling from this height, let alone Carl, even the Hulk would be dazed for a while, and Spider-Man would be smashed into a pulp. But Carl was perfectly fine. It wasn't that Carl's physical fitness surpassed that of the Hulk or Spider-Man, but rather that the shadow world was his dimension and under his control. Naturally, he couldn't fall to his death in his own dimension. And I believe no idiot would fall to death in their own dimension, right? So Carl seemed to smash into the hard ground, but the ground he sank into was more like soft jelly, a pure black jelly, a pure black that New York, the city that never sleeps, would never have. Unfortunately, this beautiful black was after all flawed, unable to last forever, and was soon contaminated by other colors. When he opened his eyes again, Carl was no longer in the shadow world, that black and white, pure and quiet utopia. Instead, he had returned to New York, this noisy and unclean city that never sleeps, sitting in his Ford Raptor parked by the roadside. Carl sighed. Sigh, this sense of gap from utopia back to reality is hard to accept every time. In the shadow world, he was the absolute ruler, he could be himself and do everything he wanted. But back in the real world, he had to strive for his future again. Vroom, vroom, vroom. With the roar of the engine, the Ford Raptor drove away from Stark Tower and headed towards Midtown School. Although he didn't have a date with Gwen today, he had already told Tony he was going on a date, so how could he lie? It's definitely not because he wanted extra lessons, again. What? Gwen isn't in class at school and went to Oscorp for an internship again. Looking at the displeased Carl, Thompson quickly explained, Big brother Carl, you finally came back 2 weeks ago, but you've been missing all day for this past half month. Honestly, I can see that my cousin is already a bit angry. Starting from last week, she also often doesn't come to school, saying she's following Dr. Connors in some important research. But in my opinion, she's just angry with you. Women are like that, they never tell you directly when they're unhappy and always make you guess. I think my cousin is just like that, using some crappy research as an excuse to hide and sulk. If you buy a bouquet of flowers and take her out for a nice meal, you can definitely coax her. Thompson was still here talking incessantly, sharing his experience, but Carl was no longer in the mood to listen because Thompson's words suddenly reminded him of something. That's right. Dr. Connor's research. Combining the part about changing Peter's Uncle Ben's fate half a month ago, and the appearance of the good citizen of New York over this half month. It seems the Spider-Man vs. Lizard-Man plot is about to begin. A smile curled at the corners of Carl's mouth. It seems his first experimental target doesn't need to be Hulk. There's a more suitable ready-made plot here. The nagging Thompson saw Carl smiling and thought Carl was very satisfied with his suggestion. His eyes darted around, and he scratched his head with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Hee hee, big brother Carl, you also think my suggestion is pretty good, right? But you don't have to thank me too much for it. However, if you really want to thank me, I actually happen to have something I want to ask for your help with. It's just that I heard Uncle Fisk is quite influential in the Hell's Kitchen area. Do you think you could have Uncle Fisk recommend me to the Hell's Kitchen Mafia? It doesn't have to be a top-tier mafia, just a regular one, like Hellfire or something. Hellfire. Carl looked at Thompson with an inexplicable gaze and patted his shoulder. You kid are ugly, but you sure think beautiful thoughts. The Hellfire Club isn't some mafia, even my old man is currently only a regular member, and they don't accept ordinary people. Stop dreaming, go wash up and sleep. Hearing this, Thompson was a bit disappointed, but he immediately cheered up again. What about other mafias then? I'm not picky, just let me join one. Seeing Thompson's persistence, Carl became a bit curious. Why do you insist on joining a mafia? You should know that's not exactly a good place, right? Are you in some kind of trouble? If there's trouble, just say it. For Gwen's sake, I'll directly arrange for someone to solve it for you. Thompson's face hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he shook his head. No, it's nothing. I just think joining a mafia is cool. Looking at Thompson, who was clearly hiding something from him, Carl's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't continue to press him. He wasn't the type who liked to get to the bottom of things, especially when the other person was being a riddler. After taking a deep look at Thompson, Carl squeezed Thompson's shoulder a bit harder, his voice dropping a few degrees. If you don't say it, I'm too lazy to ask. But remember, if I find out later that you've joined some mafia or gang, I'll break your legs on Gwen's behalf and make you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Understand? Thinking back to the feeling of powerlessness when Carl lifted him with one hand last time, Thompson swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. Understood. I understand. Big Brother Fisk. After Thompson backed down, Carl nodded and turned to leave. Just as he said, he was too lazy to care what Thompson's secret was. For Carl, experimenting with the Spider-Man plot was the top priority right now. As for Thompson, at worst, his legs really get broken, and he can wait to become Agent Venom later. Although it seems Venom hasn't arrived on Earth yet. Soon, Carl arrived at one of New York's landmark buildings, the Oscorp Tower, which was only slightly more low-key than Stark Tower. After getting out of the car, Carl was just about to enter Oscorp Tower to find Gwen and ask how Dr. Connor's lizard research was progressing, but he encountered an unexpected person at the building's entrance. Hey, Carl. It really is you. Carl looked in the direction of the voice and saw a handsome young man in a black suit with sharp features walking quickly toward him with open arms. Carl recognized the newcomer at a glance, his eyebrows arching slightly. Harry, when did you get back? Weren't you studying abroad in Britain? After the two hugged, Harry's smile was a bit forced as he replied, I didn't want to go there at all. I couldn't get used to that aristocratic school in Britain. Then Harry looked at Carl, and his smile brightened again. But it's fine now. After my protests these past few years, my father finally agreed to let me come back to New York for university. I think we can finally be schoolmates again, and you can protect me just like before. Hearing this, Carl laughed and shook his head, teasing, What, were you bullied on campus again in England without my protection? Hearing this, Harry immediately puffed out his chest and showed off a few dirty moves. The upper body dragon claw and the lower body monkey steals the peach, saying proudly, How could that be? Although that aristocratic school in England had its own little cliques, their bullying methods were far inferior to those in our great US campuses. Those few moves I learned from you before were enough to knock them all down. But I really dislike that aristocratic complex of those English people, who clearly have no real ability themselves but always maintain a high and mighty attitude toward others. It's fooling disgusting. Indeed, they really are disgusting. Carl nodded in agreement, feeling the same way. He also didn't like those British guys who looked down on everyone from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing Carl agree with him, Harry's expression immediately became excited. The slight sense of distance that had developed from not seeing Carl for a few years vanished in an instant. He put his arm around Carl's shoulders and joked. Hee hee, brother Carl, you also think they're disgusting. Does that mean Midtown School also has transfer students from England? I bet you definitely taught them a lesson on how to behave, right? Carl thought about it. He didn't know if there were any English transfer students at school. After all, he hadn't been the school bully for a long time. Usually, no blind transfer student dared to provoke him. Even if some individuals had such thoughts, they were handled by Flash Thompson, his local school bully lackey. But not encountering them in school didn't mean they didn't exist outside of school. During Hydra missions, he had indeed encountered several British targets and taught them how to behave. Again. Carl gave a dangerous smile. Well, if things went smoothly, they might indeed have restarted their lives by now. Harry didn't think too deeply about the meaning behind Carl's words, assuming Carl meant a psychological reform, not realizing it was a physical one. He looked proud, as if he were the one who taught those British guys a lesson, and tilted his chin up. I knew it. In front of brother Carl, whether it's bullies or thugs, they all have to kneel and sing, conquered. Harry had no doubt about this. He recalled when he transitioned from elementary to middle school. Because of his wealthy family background, he was extorted every day by school bullies and even thugs from outside. When Harry mentioned it to his father, Norman Osborn, his father merely told him to be strong, offering no help during those suffocating days. But at that moment of despair for Harry, Carl, who had also transferred in, was like a ray of light shining into his life. One person, two iron fists, fighting from inside the school to the outside. In just one day, he not only made the school bullies as well behaved as kittens in front of Carl, but even the thugs outside had to kneel and beg for mercy. From that day on, Harry deeply admired Carl and became Carl's first underling. Moreover, Carl wasn't like his father, who was indifferent to his plight and only knew how to tell him to be strong without actually doing anything. Although Carl also told him to be strong, he taught him the means to become strong, helping him grow step by step to learn self-protection and even how to fight back, rather than just talking. Compared to Norman Osborn, in Harry's heart, Carl was more like a father to him. At least, during his most difficult period, he was. Of course, Carl didn't know Harry had this twisted sense of admiration for him. The memory flashed by, and the excitement on Harry's face faded slightly as he asked, "By the way, brother Carl, why did you come to Oscorp Tower this time? Is it some business cooperation between Uncle Fisk and my father?" Carl shook his head. "No, your Osborn family focuses on biological research, which doesn't have much connection with my father's industries. There are no cooperation projects at the moment. I came this time to find my girlfriend, Gwen. She's an intern at your company, Tilda." Hearing this, Harry was a bit surprised. "Wow, you have a girlfriend. Back when you beat everyone from the high and low grades at Midtown School, so many girls chased you, and you didn't like any of them. Now someone actually managed to take you down. Quick, take me with you. I must see what kind of sacred being she is. Could she be the goddess of love descended to Earth?" Carl shrugged speechlessly. "Please, Harry, we were only 11 then, our parts hadn't even fully developed. What could I have done after accepting them, play house with them? I didn't have the patience for that, Tilda. But if you want to follow, then let's go. It's just as well with the young master of Osborn here, it saves me from having to register Tilda." Harry laughed confidently. "Haha, of course. In my company, just act like it's your own family's company." With Harry there, it was indeed much more convenient. Not only did he not have to register, but Harry was also familiar with the way, quickly leading him to the laboratory where Dr. Connors was located. They entered the laboratory directly, without even needing to announce themselves or verify their identities. But obviously, their rude behavior made the master of the lab a bit unhappy. Dr. Connors, who had only one arm while the other sleeve hung empty, turned back to look at the open lab door, his brow furrowed. "Mr. Harry Osborn, and this gentleman, don't you two know that before entering someone else's laboratory, you should first announce yourselves and only enter after receiving permission and undergoing disinfection? Your behavior is irresponsible toward science and my research results." Harry looked indifferent and chuckled. "What does it matter? Anyway, Dr. Connors, your research has never succeeded. It's just one more failure, isn't it? What did you say?" Hearing this, Dr. Connors was like a giant lizard whose reverse scale had been touched, instantly becoming irritable. Dr. Connors rushed over in a few steps and grabbed Harry's collar, his face twitching with rage. "You playboy don't even understand what science is. You have no idea how much effort I've put into this, or how great an achievement it will be once the research is successful. You fool know nothing, what right do you have to judge my research?" Harry unceremoniously slapped Dr. Connors' hand away and said calmly, "Based on the fact that this is Oscorp, based on the fact that my last name is Osborn, and based on the fact that all your research is funded by Osborn. Are these 3 reasons enough? Lies don't hurt, the truth is the sharp blade." Harry's 3 light sentences made Dr. Connors retreat repeatedly, pointing at Harry, unable to speak. You. Just as Dr. Connors was rendered speechless by Harry's retort, the laboratory door opened again. A pretty figure in a white lab coat rushed in, pushed Harry aside, and stood protectively in front of Dr. Connors with anger. Hey, what are you doing? You can't be so rude to my teacher. Hearing Gwen's voice, Carl, who was at Dr. Connors' lab bench looking with interest at a hideously dead mouse in an isolation box, looked up and called out. Gwen. Looking toward the sound, Gwen finally saw Carl leaning to the side. Her large eyes flashed with excitement and a hint of resentment. Carl, why are you here too? Is this rude idiot your friend? Huh, you're calling me an idiot. I'm Harry Osborn, I think you're the one who looks like a. With his big brother Carl by his side, Harry's confidence automatically doubled. He opened his mouth to snap back, but before the words could come out, he was interrupted by a large palm. Carl placed his hand on Harry's face and pushed him aside. Then he gave Gwen a gentlemanly bow, pulling a bouquet of flowers from the shadow behind him. I've come to apologize to you, Gwen. I'm sorry for neglecting your feelings for the past half-month, Tilda. Will you forgive me, Tilda? As Tony's guardian, Carl had been run off his feet this past fortnight. The shareholders scheming to oust Tony for harming company interests all died at home within the fortnight. 18 stab wounds in the back, ruled suicide. So Carl took another 2 weeks off school and hadn't seen Gwen more than twice. A trace of resentment from Gwen was only natural. But as Thompson says, no girl can resist flowers, especially from the boy she loves. The little anger in Gwen's heart melted instantly. She leapt into Carl's arms, took the bouquet, and smiled up at him like a blooming flower. All right, this is the last time I forgive you, and I mean it. The last 100 millionth time. Watching Gwen so easily soothed, Carl's lips curved in a smile. Realizing he'd just offended Carl's girlfriend, Harry, knowing Carl's protective streak, thought, I'm screwed. Instead of apologizing to Gwen, Harry turned with a bright smile to the equally bewildered Dr. Connors and offered his hand. Dr. Connors, my apologies, I was rude. I sincerely apologize. I've always admired scientists like you who keep fighting despite setbacks. Tell you what, I heard my father's deadline for your project is tight. I'll ask him to extend it and increase the funding. How does that sound? Honestly, Dr. Connors didn't want to forgive the impudent kid. But, the offer was just too good. Harry had dangled something he couldn't refuse. He'd poured heart and hope into this project, he couldn't bear to see it shut down. Especially now, when success was so close. Face stiff, Connors shook Harry's hand. Fine, I accept your apology. After all, what you say is true. The moment forgiveness was granted, Harry, never mind if it was sincere, turned to Gwen with an outstretched hand. You must be my big sister-in-law. I'm Harry, Harry Osborn, Carl's best pal. Gwen glanced at him, sniffed, and looked away, ignoring the overture. She'd never liked slick hypocrites. Carl could only shake his head. He knew Harry wasn't usually this arrogant. For a rich kid he was downright low-key. Today's swagger was partly giddiness at escaping England and partly the comfort of having his big brother here for backup. And as Carl suspected, once the high wore off, seeing Gwen ignore him, Harry grew awkward and shot Carl a silent plea for help. Carl smiled, slipped an arm around Gwen, and extended his other hand to Dr. Connors. Dr. Connors, I've long admired your work. Your regenerative biology project could benefit all humanity. I'd love to collaborate if the chance arises. Flattery works on everyone. Hearing his research hailed as world-saving, Connors brightened and shook Carl's hand. And you are. Carl Fisk of Fisk Group. Just call me Carl. Surprise flickered in Connors's eyes. The heir to one of New York's top conglomerates was standing right in front of him. Realizing that, and recalling Carl's offer, Connors smiled wider. If Norman Osborn pulled the plug, he now had a lifeline. Harry, equally business savvy, stared at Carl in mock grievance. Big bro, you said we were just here to see sis, no shop talk. Now you're poaching my people. Carl shot him a look. I merely offered the doctor another option. Besides, if you ever run Osborn into the ground, he'll need somewhere to land, right? Harry's face fell. Am I that hopeless? I may not be as awesome as you, but keeping Osborne afloat. Easy. Yeah. Carl nodded absently and turned back to Connors. Dr. Connors, it's late. I'm intrigued by your lizard project. How about dinner and a chat? Connors hesitated, then nodded. Sure. I'll call a student and tell him not to come tonight. Student. Carl's brow lifted, he knew exactly who that was. Gotcha, failure man. Peter must already be helping Connors finish the lizard serum. Speak of the devil. Connors had barely raised his phone when the lab door opened again. A brown-haired kid walked in, shrugging on a white coat. Connors lowered his phone. Peter. You're early today. Peter looked up, startled to find the lab full of people, Connors, Gwen, Carl, and Harry. Harry's eyes widened, he strode over arms wide. Peter, is that really you? Long time no see. Peter blinked and hugged him back. Harry, it's been ages, 6, 7 years. Yeah, ever since I changed schools. I missed you, even went to your place, but the neighbors said you'd moved and Dad wouldn't tell me where. Peter's eyes dimmed. Soon after you left, my parents died in a plane crash. I went to live with my uncle. Harry's smile faded, he squeezed Peter's shoulder. Sorry, bro, I didn't know. Peter looked up, smiling. It's okay. That's in the past. Lately I've learned that cherishing the people still here is what matters. At the end, Peter looked at Carl and gave him a grateful smile. Thank you, Carl. If it weren't for you, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. Carl waved it off. Haven't I told you? The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. For me it was just a tap of the accelerator, and I saved a good man's life. If our places were swapped, you'd have done the same, right? Besides, you and your uncle already thanked me last time, so don't keep dwelling on it. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Peter murmured, then nodded firmly. This time, hearing those words felt different from when he'd been just an ordinary kid. Although Carl told him not to worry about it, Peter quietly filed the debt of gratitude away. Harry, hearing that Carl had saved Peter's uncle, felt genuinely happy for his friend. Peter had lost his parents as a child. If he'd then lost the uncle who raised him, Harry couldn't imagine how broken he'd be. That made Harry admire Carl even more, truly the greatest big brother in his heart. Grinning, Harry clapped his hands. Hey, everyone, look how perfect this is. Peter and I are best friends, Carl and I are best friends, Carl and Peter are classmates, and Carl's helped us both. Dr. Connors is Peter and Gwen's teacher, we're all connected. Fate brought us together today. So come on, my treat. Let's all head to the Waldorf for a get-together. Peter glanced at Dr. Connors, hesitant. I'd love to go, but the doctor's research is at a critical stage. Dr. Connors chuckled. It's fine, Peter. Harry Osborne says he'll secure more time and funding, so no rush now. Peter exhaled in relief and turned to Harry. Great, thanks, Harry. This project matters to Dr. Connors and to me. Harry threw an arm around Peter's shoulders, beaming. We're brothers, saying thanks just makes me feel like you don't see me as one. With no objections left, Connors, Gwen, and Peter, after shedding their lab coats, joined the others. 5 figures left the lab together. Yet none of them noticed that, the moment the glass door slid shut behind them, the automated algorithm flashed bright green letters announcing success. Gene recombination algorithm attempt 120,703 successful, preparing auto-injection into test subject. A green syringe delivered its contents into a white mouse in an isolation box, and something amazing happened. The mouse, missing one front leg, began regrowing the limb before their eyes. Moments later it went from limping and maimed to scampering about, whole again. And seemingly more energetic than ever. It meant Dr. Connors's lizard gene regeneration project had succeeded. But no one saw it. The 3 researchers had been whisked off to drink by Harry. Not until night blanketed the sky and city lights flickered did a tipsy Dr. Connors return alone. He'd only meant to shut down the automated program he'd left running. But once he reached the monitor, he couldn't look away. On-screen blazed. Research algorithm successful. Test subject status normal. S succeeded. Dr. Connors stared, dazed and disbelieving. Even with Peter's algorithm giving them a huge leap forward, the final biological fusion step had failed day after day. Yet while he was out for dinner, the experiment had simply, magically, worked. Could it get any more surreal? Could Carl Fisk be his lucky star? His arrival had not only won Harry's extension and extra funding but also pushed the research over the finish line. What else could you call that but a lucky star? Connors's heart pounded. He wondered if the alcohol had him dreaming. But remembering the system's completed objective, he hurried to the isolation box. Seeing the once three-legged mouse now whole and lively, he knew it wasn't a dream. It really worked. My research actually succeeded. First came elation, then he looked at his own empty right sleeve, swallowed hard, and his breathing quickened. If today's my lucky day, maybe that luck can restore me too. It wasn't that Connors lacked scientific rigor and would self-inject before human trials. He simply couldn't wait any longer. Osborne's board had given him a final ultimatum last week. 1 week. Succeed or pack up and leave. Though Harry now promised an extension, his pride balked at owing Harry Osborne unless absolutely necessary. Finishing within the deadline would be perfect. And with all the luck Carl had brought today, maybe one more dose would tip the scales. For once, the materialist Dr. Connors embraced pure belief. Osborne's pressure, Carl's luck, liquid courage, and his own desperate yearning to be whole overrode the scientist's reason. He lifted the untested regenerative serum and plunged it into the shoulder of his severed arm. Dong. As he pushed the plunger, midnight struck and a new day began, meaning Carl's lucky buff had just expired. Ah! As the green fluid entered him, Connors clutched his chest and collapsed. His blue eyes flickered eerie green, and searing pain tore through his body. In agony his vision blurred, but just before he blacked out he saw his empty right sleeve twitch, as if something inside were growing. Was that my hand? With that final thought, Dr. Connors slipped into unconsciousness on the cold lab floor. However, things are often just that coincidental. Not long after Dr. Connors fainted, the white mouse in the isolation box that had successfully undergone the experiment suddenly underwent a mutation. First, its veins bulged, its fur fell out, and green blood vessels crawled across its body. Then, amidst sharp screeches, its size began to balloon. Its already blood-red eyes became even more aggressive and tyrannical. Finally, when its growth stopped, the white mouse, which was originally not even as big as a fist, had grown several times larger, turning into a hairless, green-skinned monster the size of a small cat. Furthermore, the isolation box, which originally couldn't even be knocked open by a cat, was easily shattered by its head. After emerging, the monster that had transformed from a white mouse into a large green rat had drool dripping from the corners of its mouth. Its blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for prey. It first looked at the largest prey on the ground, Dr. Connors, but immediately, a look of fear appeared in its eyes. It was as if it was terrified of seeing its own king. Then it looked at its other white mouse compatriots, and its gaze became tyrannical once again. It crashed into the other isolation boxes at a speed that would make Usain Bolt call out to God. Afterward, the isolation boxes were filled with the screams of white mice, the sound of flesh being chewed, and the splashing of blood. Downstairs at the Oscorp Tower, inside Carl's Ford Raptor, a ghost shadow ninja suddenly and slowly emerged in the previously empty passenger seat. The ghost shadow ninja's blood-red eyes looked at Carl, and Carl looked back into its eyes. During the eye contact, Carl saw everything that had just happened in the laboratory through the ghost shadow ninja's blood-red eyes. Tisk, is it finally appearing? My lovely lizardman Dr. Tilda. As one of the main targets of his Book of Ages experimental records, he was very concerned about Dr. Connors turning into the lizardman. After all, Dr. Connors was the official beginning of the entire event. After dinner, he had rushed to the Oscorp Tower after dropping off Gwen. Originally, He just wanted to see how Dr. Connor's experimental progress was going to know how much longer it would be before the plot started, but he didn't expect a surprise this time. The plot has already begun. It seems New York is going to be quite lively these next few days. Carl took one last look up at the Oscorp Tower and drove away immediately. And now, it wasn't yet time for him to make his appearance. Because acting now wouldn't maximize the benefits. Whether it was regarding the Book of Ages or the benefits in reality, it wasn't the time. He never did anything that was a waste of effort. So even if the Book of Ages experiment failed this time, he had to gain something. As for what those gains were, there were many. The lizard serum, Dr. Connors himself, the gratitude of the Stacy family, control of the New York Police Department, and even the position of Mayor of New York City. He wanted it all. Well, it's quite a lot, isn't it? As for how to get these things, a confident smile appeared at the corner of Carl's mouth. It only required a few simple operations. Early the next morning, Carl yawned as he arrived at the Manor's dining room. At this moment in the dining room, Kingpin and Vanessa were already sitting at the table elegantly eating breakfast, with the morning news playing on the television. As Carl sat down, Alfred, the butler waiting on the side, brought a portion of breakfast for Carl as well. Carl wasn't as elegant as Kingpin and Vanessa. He devoured the breakfast on his plate in no time. Tisk, Alfred, remember to prepare soy milk and fried dough sticks for me tomorrow. Stop serving me this pig feed, it tastes absolutely terrible. Yes, young master. Alfred nodded slightly and made a note of it. Kingpin and Vanessa, who were just about to pick up a piece of food from their plates, paused. Looking down at the food in front of them, they suddenly felt like they couldn't eat anymore either. If Carl said this was pig feed and they ate it, wouldn't that make them pigs? Kingpin lost his appetite as well. He put down his knife and fork, picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, and looked at Carl with a helpless shake of his head. Carl, it's rare to see you on a morning of your day off. Tell me, is there something you want to say to me? No one knows a son better than his father, this saying applies in any country. Even for a dark underworld family like the Fisks, it was the same. If Carl let out a fart, Kingpin would know what he had eaten. Hearing this, Carl looked at the mayor of New York City on the TV, who was bragging about how much the safety rate in New York had improved since he took office. Carl's lips curled into an arc, and he said directly, "Old Fisk, do you want to be the mayor?" Kingpin, who was picking up his coffee cup to take a sip, couldn't help but have his hand tremble upon hearing this, causing a bit of coffee to spill from the cup. This was enough to show the lack of peace in Kingpin's heart at this moment. Vanessa silently wiped the table clean in front of Kingpin and placed her hand on Kingpin's large hand, soothing his startled, little heart. Kingpin took a deep breath and stared intently at Carl. "Son, are you sure?" Carl said airily, "Have I ever done anything I wasn't sure about?" Kingpin grinned and didn't beat around the bush, agreeing directly, "Good. Then I want to." Carl nodded and said calmly, "Okay, then get ready to participate in the mayoral election and prepare to take office." Kingpin asked with burning eyes, "How much longer until the time comes?" 3 to 5 days at the most, or as soon as. Before Carl could finish, the face of the mayor bragging on TV suddenly changed, and the station cut to an emergency news bulletin. This is the Daily Bugle, I am Jonah Jameson. To make a long story short, just 10 minutes ago, the masked vigilante Spider-Man, who emerged half a month ago, has once again come out to cause destruction in New York. Now let's take a look at the footage captured by our station's reporter. The footage was released, and the location of the incident was once again on the bridge with the highest appearance rate in disaster movies. However, this time it wasn't on the classic Golden Gate Bridge, but on the Manhattan Bridge. And the first thing to appear in the footage wasn't the Spider-Man Jameson mentioned, but a humanoid green-skinned lizard man, nearly 3 meters tall. This lizard man's strength was astonishing. He could flip ton-heavy vehicles with a wave of his hand. And as car after car was thrown off the bridge by the Lizard Man, the masked vigilante Spider-Man that Jameson mentioned finally appeared. Furthermore, he wasn't causing destruction as Jameson said, instead, he was saving people. Spider-Man, wearing his red and blue suit, was only normal-sized compared to the tall Lizard Man, but his strength was not lacking at all, and his speed even surpassed the common sense of human perception. Strands of spider silk were shot out. The vehicles thrown by the Lizard Man were precisely suspended from the bridge by Spider-Man. Not a single one fell into the sea below the bridge to cause casualties. Even a child trapped in one of the burning vehicles was successfully rescued by Spider-Man. However, because Spider-Man was saving people, the Lizard Man eventually managed to escape. This also led to no one knowing why the Lizard Man appeared on the Manhattan Bridge this time, what his goal was, or who the Lizard Man's true identity was, but this time, it did cause Spider-Man's reputation to soar. Before, Spider-Man was just a friendly neighborhood hero in New York, catching petty thieves on the streets in small-scale skirmishes. Now, he has suddenly become a superhero for all of New York City. Watching the report in the news, Carl took out his phone, dialed a number, and said calmly, "Start spreading the public opinion I had you prepare yesterday. Have our officials ready to make the mayor step down and support my father in becoming the new mayor of New York City." Understood. After the reply came from the other end of the phone, Carl hung up and gave Kingpin an okay gesture. "It's done. Get ready to go clean, Tilda." Hearing this, Kingpin suddenly stood up from his chair, propping himself up on the table, his eyes burning with excitement. "Don't worry, I've been preparing for this day for a long time." Everyone envied his status as the Underground Emperor, but no one knew how much he wanted to stand in the sunlight and become the ruler of the surface. He had long planned to go clean and enter politics, but he never expected this day to come so quickly and so easily. And all of this was thanks to his incredibly outstanding son. Kingpin looked at Carl, and Carl looked back at Kingpin. Carl raised his coffee cup, winked at Kingpin, and smiled. "Congratulations, Mayor Fisk Tilda. You brat." Kingpin shook his head helplessly, but the smile on his face couldn't be suppressed. Kingpin was willing to give Carl everything he had worked his whole life for, and Carl naturally would do his best to realize Kingpin's dream, helping him not only remain the Underground Emperor but also step by step become Thesherface Emperor, just in this moment of father-son bonding. The Daily Bugle news flash that had just been broadcast on TV was bumped again. The more authoritative CBS, Columbia Broadcasting System channel pushed aside the Daily Bugle's Jameson, who was in the middle of a foul-mouthed report on Spider-Man, and began broadcasting explosive news stories that were every bit as significant as the Lizard Man incident. And all of these news stories were about scandals involving the mayor. Things like visiting Little Girl Island last year, assassinating political rivals to get into office the year before, domestic violence against his wife this year, all sorts of negative news about the mayor was exposed by CBS. At the same time, people in the market were loudly proclaiming the mayor's incompetence during his tenure, spreading rhetoric unfavorable to the mayor about how New York's safety relied on superheroes. This caused the mayor of New York City, who was still bragging this morning, to have his reputation completely collapse in just 1 hour. The citizens of New York were so vitriolic they practically blasted his ancestors out of their graves. By noon, a large number of citizens were already marching in the streets of New York, shouting for the mayor to step down. Of course, all of this was specifically arranged by Carl through Hydra's resources. Whether it was the dirt on the mayor in the news, the talk of the mayor's incompetence, or even the leaders of the street protests, it was all done by Hydra's people Tilda. For Hydra, which had already permeated America like a sieve, this wasn't difficult to achieve. Now that the fatal shot had been fired by Carl, all that was left was to wait for the bullet to fly for a while. Once the mayor was successfully unseated, Kingpin could take office. As for how Kingpin could directly take office as the mayor of New York City. Hey, the support of undercover Hydra officials, the support of Stark Industries which had already swept the new energy market, and Kingpin's own long-cultivated identity as a philanthropist, are these 3 points enough when combined? What? Still not enough. Then what if Kingpin also had a superhero son? Carl promoting Little Spider to be more authoritative than the New York authorities wasn't for Peter's own good, but just to pave the way for himself. On the dark side, he was already in the ranks of candidates standing at the top of the pyramid. On the light side, he also had to stand at the top of the pyramid. Standing solely at the peak of the dark side or solely at the peak of the light side could both lead to a crash one day. But if you stood at the peak of both the dark and light sides, it would be almost impossible to crash. After all, the people on the light side are yours, and the people on the dark side are also yours. With no one to push the cart over, how could you crash? Would you drift around a corner and flip yourself over? Anyway, Carl didn't think he was the type of person who would get so carried away that he'd crash. When he reached the dual peaks of light and dark, that would be the moment Carl truly became invincible under heaven, with no enemies left in the entire world. Unless enemies came from the heavens. The next day, Carl sat in his Ford Raptor, on his way to school for the first time in a long while. To be honest, perhaps because he had lived 2 lives, he had possessed a photographic memory since childhood. He had already self-taught himself high school and college knowledge while still in elementary school. This was why he used to be called the boy genius most likely to surpass Tony Stark. So, although he often took leave and skipped classes, his grades never dropped, always remaining at a stable level. How stable, you ask? Well, let's just say Carl was ranked first in his grade every year. Is that stable enough? As for why he was going to school today, it naturally wasn't because he was bored. It was because, if he remembered correctly, after Dr. Connors turned into the Lizard Man, the location of his second appearance should be in Midtown School. So that was the real purpose of his trip to school this time. This would also be his debut battle as a hero, and the decisive bargaining chip to make his old man, Kingpin, the mayor. In a time when trust in superheroes exceeded that of the authorities, once Carl became a superhero, Kingpin's election as mayor would be a done deal. Screech. The Ford Raptor came to a stop, and Carl stepped out of the vehicle. Amidst the surprised gazes of students and teachers along the way, Carl went straight to the teaching building and walked into the classroom where a lesson was in progress. Seeing Carl enter, even Gwen and the teacher in the middle of the lesson were somewhat surprised, wondering what wind had blown this young master, who hadn't shown up for nearly 2 months, into class. Ignoring the stares of others, Carl sat directly in the empty seat next to Gwen, in front of Peter. Knock. Continue the lecture. Oh, okay. After the teacher who was called upon replied subconsciously, he realized that he had actually followed a student's command. But he didn't dare to scold Carl, instead obediently continuing the lecture. After all, since he started working at Midtown School, the principal had issued an absolute directive to all teachers and professors. That was, do not offend Carl Fisk under any circumstances, or face the consequences. In the past, there was a self-important professor who didn't believe it. Once, because Carl skipped his class, he directly summoned Carl's parent. As a result, when Kingpin arrived, the professor stammered so much he could barely speak, let alone hold anyone accountable. And the next day, this professor was transferred. Rumor has it he volunteered to teach in Africa, but anyone with a brain wouldn't believe a professor would give up a high-paying job in America to go to some godforsaken place in Africa to teach a bunch of locals. Anyway, since then, no one dared to point fingers at Carl again. Even when Carl skipped class, the teachers and professors would take the initiative to write leave notes for him, and then approve the notes they had written themselves. That's right, Carl was not only authoritative among the students, but even among the teachers. Carl, why do you have the urge to come to school today? Gwen asked in a low voice, holding a book in front of her face. Carl turned to look at Gwen and smiled slightly, because I missed you. Gwen's face flushed at his words, but the smile on the corners of her mouth was uncontrollable. The two were being sweet, but Peter, sitting behind them, was miserable. He was suddenly force-fed a mouthful of dog food. Ever since Carl saved Uncle Ben, however, Peter had already come to terms with his feelings for Gwen. Thus, there wasn't a hint of bitterness or jealousy, only the feeling of being overstuffed with dog food. Amidst Gwen and Carl's sweet whispers, Peter finally managed to endure until the end of class. Just as he was about to leave the classroom to walk off his meal, the hairs on his arms suddenly stood on end. A sense of danger struck. Peter snapped his gaze toward the direction where his spider sense was warning him. That's the bathroom. Rumble. The next moment, with a loud bang, the bathroom exploded. The scene could only be described as stuff flying everywhere. Fortunately, class had just ended and no students were in the bathroom yet, otherwise, those poor souls would have been in deep trouble. But immediately after, even those not in the bathroom at Midtown School were in for some bad luck. The students who were just about to head to the bathroom were literally met with a shitty situation. But before they could react to the mess, a monster even more terrifying than the explosion burst out from the ruined bathroom. That was the lizard man who had shocked all of New York in the news yesterday. Now, it wasn't just the bathroom that exploded, the whole school erupted instantly, filled with the terrified screams of students and their panicked flight. Except for 3 people, who neither panicked nor fled. First was Peter. Not only did he not run, but he moved against the crowd, pushing toward where the lizard man had appeared. Then there were Carl and Gwen. Carl stayed because he believed in his own power, while Gwen stayed because she believed Carl would definitely protect her. Carl stood in the hallway with his arms crossed, not panicking at all. The students fleeing from the lizard man bumped into him as if they were hitting an iron pillar. Meanwhile, Gwen hid behind Carl. She looked at Peter, who was pushing against the tide, with a strange expression. She looked up at Carl thoughtfully and asked in confusion. Carl, Peter, he. Before Gwen could finish, Carl nodded calmly. Remember that time Peter snuck into the Osborne Industries internship group? He was bitten then by a super spider from the Osborne Bio Lab. His body underwent a spider-like benign mutation. He is the Spider-Man who appeared in the last half-month. Faced with Carl's bluntness, Gwen, who already had her suspicions, widened her eyes. The sun shines on the incense burner, and Spider-Man is actually by my side. Gwen's large eyes darted around as she guessed, so Peter stopped this lizard man from causing destruction yesterday, and today it's specifically here to seek revenge on Peter. Carl shook his head. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Peter probably provoked this lizard man more than once. He likely tracked the lizard man's trail alone at night and even found. However, Peter, who only recently gained his mutation abilities, shouldn't be a match for the lizard man yet. He must have been careless and had his true identity discovered, which is why the lizard man came to the school today to pull him up by the roots. I see. Gwen nodded in realization. Carl looked at Gwen, who had no more questions, and smiled, asking back, aren't you curious how I know all this? Gwen tilted her head and smiled as well, answering, why ask? Haven't I always known that my boyfriend is very amazing? I just need to believe in you unconditionally, Tilda. The smile on Carl's face grew wider. He reached out to pat Gwen's head and took her hand. Let's go, we should join the excitement too, Tilda. Just as Gwen said, she trusted Carl unconditionally, even if Carl was now taking her to the most dangerous place in the school. Carl held Gwen's hand and also moved against the flow of people. But unlike Peter, who had to squeeze through, it was as if an invisible giant hand was in front of Carl. The students fleeing toward them were all pushed to the sides of the hallway, clearing a wide path for Carl and Gwen. This was naturally the telekinesis of the Rooster Talisman. It was also the first ability Carl intended to use in his superhero identity. As for the shadow ability, Carl intended to use it only in front of his own people, or publicly only for his villainous identity. After all, the shadow ability was just too perfect for an assassin's identity. The telekinesis of the Rooster Talisman, on the other hand, was very suitable for the flashy and cool abilities of a superhero. By the time Carl and Gwen reached the battlefield, Peter had already changed into his spider suit at some point and was locked in combat with the lizard man. At this moment, the man and the monster had just fought their way into the school library. The entire library had been ravaged by their battle, looking like a total mess. Despite this, the elderly librarian was still wearing headphones, completely oblivious to the intense battlefield behind him. He was leisurely organizing the books in front of him. Gwen was startled. It's the old librarian gentleman. Why is he still here? It's dangerous. Saying this, Gwen instinctively wanted to rush in and pull the old librarian gentleman out. But she was pulled back by Carl just as she took a step. Carl smiled. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Hearing this, Gwen thought Carl was going to take action, which is why he said that. Little did she know that Carl didn't mean that at all. Carl looked at the librarian's incredibly familiar figure, a strange light flashing in his narrowed eyes. This old man, forget the lizard man, even if Thanos came or the universe was destroyed, he wouldn't be in any trouble. Because, he had the most authoritative face in the entire Marvel world. Nevertheless, Carl hooked his finger. Invisible telekinesis activated, bringing the old man who was still organizing books over through the air. The floating old man seemed to only then notice the abnormality around him and took off his headphones. Looking at the mess in the library, the old man wasn't surprised at how he flew through thin air, nor was he surprised by Spider-Man and the lizard man fighting in the library. Instead, he held his head and complained. Oh, my God, my job is definitely gone now. Carl smiled at this and offered. Old man, my family's library is actually quite large, and we happen to have no one to help organize it. Why don't you come work at my place? The old man turned his head, circled around Carl, and scratched his head, asking, who are you? Carl shrugged. Me. Just a passing common writer. Please don't mind me, Tilda. Oh, so you're a common writer. As a writer fan, I've always wanted to meet a real common writer, but due to copyright reasons, one never could. To actually see a real one today, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Common Writer. The old librarian gentleman didn't doubt him at all. Instead, he was very excited, grabbing Carl's hand and shaking it repeatedly. It was as if he had truly met his idol. The corner of Carl's mouth twitched. Copyright. Did I hear that right? Old man, is that something you should be saying out loud? Carl looked down at the old, withered hand holding his own, yet he had the illusion that he couldn't break free no matter what. Or rather, it wasn't an illusion, he really couldn't break free. This was somewhat similar to the sense of cross-dimensional observation he felt last time in the Shadow World when he intended to use the Book of Ages to modify history, but it also seemed different. That gaze last time was powerful and devoid of any emotion, like a cold machine. While the feeling the old man gave him was equally irresistibly powerful, it lacked that hair-raising coldness. So there was only one truth, which was, why the hell was he thinking so much? The reason he wasn't afraid of the old man at all was precisely because the old man himself never interfered with the development of the Marvel Universe. He was just an observer, who liked to make cameos across various Marvel universes, wasn't he? As for who, or what, the person watching him in the Shadow World was, it didn't matter at all. Soldiers will be blocked by generals, and water by earth. At worst, I'll just die. After being struck dead by lightning in his previous life, he had already enjoyed more than 10 years of life as a young master. Even if he died now, it was worth it. Nice mindset, young man Tilda. Hearing the kind voice in front of him, Carl snapped back to his senses. He looked up to see the old man staring at him with a beaming smile. Ah, this annoying mind-reading ability. I can't read minds, Tilda. Carl. While the old and the young were having a cross-server chat, one thinking, one speaking. Gwen, whose attention was entirely on the library because she couldn't understand their riddles, spoke up. Carl, Mr. Librarian, I don't think now is the time for your small talk. Hey. Spider-Man looks like he's about to lose. Carl looked over upon hearing this and saw that little spider, Due to the size difference with the lizard man and his subconscious habit of restraining his strength, had already fallen into a disadvantage in the fight, with several claw marks added to his body. Seeing this, the old man let go of Carl's hand, looked toward the library again, and patted Carl on the shoulder. Oh, Kamen Rider, the failure man is really about to fail this time. It's time for your debut. Hurry and transform so I can see your rider strength. The old man's pat seemed light, but it made Carl take a step directly from outside the library door into the library. Someone intruding into the battlefield naturally caught the attention of both Spider-Man and the Lizardman. Little Spider, wrapped in the Lizardman's tail, was startled to see Carl and instinctively shouted, "Carl, what are you doing here? Run! Carl! If I said I was just passing by and was pushed in by an old man who doesn't follow the rules of martial virtue, would you believe me?" Whether little Spider believed it or not, the Lizardman didn't seem to believe it at all. After violently whipping away the wrapped little spider with its tail, it lunged at Carl, its ferocious expression making it look like it had a grudge against him. In fact, the Lizardman and Carl really did have a tiny bit of a grudge. Because it was Dr. Connor's blind trust in Carl's mysterious luck bonus that led him to become the Lizardman he was today. Although Dr. Connors was not purely his own conscious self right now, deep down, he did have grievances against Carl. And this grievance was infinitely magnified under his second lizard persona, turning into an unforgettable hatred for Carl. If it weren't for the blind self-confidence Carl gave him, perhaps after rigorous testing, he wouldn't have turned into this monster that was neither human nor ghost. So, yes, the Lizardman held a natural hatred toward Carl. And this was exactly what Carl wanted. If he initiated the fight with the Lizardman himself, there would always be a slight sense of losing face by stealing someone else's prey. But if the Lizardman took the initiative to come at him, then this show of power would happen naturally. Carl's lips curled into a smirk as he reached out toward the pouncing Lizardman, and in an instant, the Lizardman was frozen in midair by telekinesis. With no leverage, no matter how the Lizardman thrashed in midair, it couldn't break free from the invisible telekinesis or escape its control. But since this is a performance, it would be too boring without an audience. Little lizard, let's go out and play . With a wave of Carl's hand, the Lizardman was suddenly sent flying sideways, crashing through the wall. Rumble. The Lizardman's entire body was forcibly smashed by telekinesis all the way from the library to the playground outside, creating a massive commotion. The Midtown School students, who had just run out of the teaching building area to the relatively safe playground, felt like the sky was falling when they saw the Lizardman crashing down from above. Are you kidding me? We finally managed to escape, and the monster followed us out. But before they could scatter and run again, another figure slowly floated out from the large hole in the wall of the teaching building that the Lizardman had just smashed through. That's right, floating out in midair. And the one floating out was a figure known to everyone at Midtown School. The person who was constantly on leave but always topped the grade rankings, the close boyfriend of the school beauty, the strictest boss of the school bullies, and the school hunk himself, Carl Fisk. Holy shit. You're telling me this already perfect man is actually a superhuman now? This simply shattered the worldviews of all the teachers and students on the playground. For a moment, they even forgot to run, all staring blankly up at Carl in midair. Carl also looked down at the teachers and students filling the playground and nodded with satisfaction. The number of viewers in the live room is sufficient now. He believed that after today, he would become New York's second famous superhero besides Spider-Man. And the first superhero to reveal his true identity. But first, he needed to win a beautiful opening victory. Carl looked down at the Lizardman, who was shaking its head and climbing up on the playground. With a light lift of his hand, the basketball hoops and streetlights on the playground were uprooted one after another, floating around him. It had to be said that whether in terms of practicality or style, telekinetic control was an extremely excellent ability. Vroom 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 vroom. While everyone, including the Lizardman, was shocked by Carl's move, the sound of helicopter rotors suddenly came from the sky. A helicopter with the CBS logo flew in from the distance, with field cameramen and reporters already in position. Okay, the audience, actors, and live broadcast are all in place. Next is the beautiful finale phase. Carl looked at the lizard man, his fingers slowly clenching, twisting all the metal around him into several meter-long spiral spears. He looked at the lizard man and said indifferently, "Hands behind your head, kneel on the ground, and surrender. I'll only say it once." Hiss. Watching Carl twist the already oppressive iron poles in midair into sharp spirals, the lizard man's now forked tongue couldn't help but let out a cold hiss of air, its small eyes constantly scanning left and right for an escape route. He had mutated, not turned stupid. From that single exchange just now, the lizard man knew he was absolutely no match for Carl. Now that his opponent had displayed even more powerful abilities, he certainly wasn't going to be foolish enough to throw himself against a steel pillar like an egg. He couldn't win a head-on fight, and since the other could fly, he definitely couldn't outrun him either. That left only one final option. The lizard man's dangerous vertical pupils locked onto the students who, instead of running away when Carl appeared, had stayed behind to watch the spectacle. You all like watching the show, don't you? Then today, I'll make you part of the show. As a supervillain capable of suppressing Spider-Man, the lizard man didn't just rely on brute strength, he was a being with all physical attributes maxed out. Strength, intelligence, recovery, and even speed. Whoosh! With a surge of power from his dinosaur-like thick legs, the lizard man turned into a blur and charged toward the crowd of students who were busy snapping photos with their phones, intending to grab a couple as hostages. The sudden burst of speed was so fast that even Carl felt he couldn't compare. And the two people he charged toward happened to be Gwen's best friends, the sisters Kate and Emma. Amidst the sisters' terrified expressions, the lizard man's sharp claws were less than a meter away in an instant. Murata. The lizard man's vertical pupils were filled with excitement, as if he had already succeeded. But Carl's burst of speed might not be as fast as the lizard man's, but can any speed outpace a single thought? With a single glance from Carl, a spiral spear beside him instantly flew out. Swoosh. Thud. Just as the lizard man's sharp claws were about to seize the sisters, a spear descended from the sky and slammed into the ground in front of them, blocking the lizard man and causing him to crash headfirst into the spiral spear, bouncing back and landing hard on his backside. Before the dazed lizard man could stand up again, Carl reached out and snapped his fingers. Snap! Swoosh 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 swoosh. Thud 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 thud. Several more whistles of air followed as multiple spiral spears rained down, piercing the ground around the lizard man to form a metal cage. Sensing something was wrong, the lizard man looked up at the only part not yet sealed, the sky, and pushed off with his legs, intending to leap out. But Carl was faster. With a thought, the tips of the spears forming the cage bent inward and closed together, instantly sealing the only exit at the top. Thud. This caused the leaping lizard man to slam his head again right after the first hit. He crouched on the ground clutching his head, unable to get back up. A pure melee villain of the lizard man's level really posed no challenge to the current Carl. He had done enough showing off for his debut battle. So, Carl didn't plan to drag it out any longer. He reached out toward the metal cage below, his fingers curling slightly. Clang clatter clatter. With a series of metallic groans, the metal cage began to warp, twisting from a square cage into a much denser spherical one, capturing the lizard man inside like a pokeball. Seeing the lizard man easily dealt with by Carl, the playground full of students erupted into wild cheers after a few seconds of silence. Carl! 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 Hero! 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 All the students cheered while crowding toward Carl's direction. The Kate sisters, who had just been saved by Carl, were at the very front, raising their hands high toward Carl in the air, shouting until their voices went hoarse. In midair, with his back to the sun, Carl looked down at his first batch of little fanboys and fangirls, a smile slowly tugging at the corners of his mouth. This feeling, actually seems pretty good tilde. At the hole in the library upstairs, Gwen leaned against the wall, watching Carl being admired by thousands, a happy smile also appearing on her face. Her boyfriend is a superhero. This feeling also seems pretty good. Peter, who had been delayed after being swatted away by the lizard man, arrived to find himself clinging to the outer wall of the teaching building in a state of utter confusion. I was only out for less than a minute, and you already dealt with the lizard man who almost killed me last night and was beating me up today. Is this even reasonable? Peter knew Carl wasn't simple, but he didn't expect Carl to be this extraordinary. Woo 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 tilde 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 tilde. In American TV shows, whenever a hero finishes a battle, the police always arrive just in time, and this time was no exception. However, when the convoy of police cars drove onto the campus, the leader who stepped out wasn't the director of the New York Police Department or the chief, but the mayor. That's right, it was the mayor of New York City, who had been made notorious by Carl's secret machinations. Carl narrowed his eyes, already guessing the mayor's purpose for coming here. What else could it be? He's here to steal the credit. The mayor, currently burdened with more scandals than a bottom-tier influencer, desperately needed a major achievement to turn around his rock-bottom reputation and save his position. And what could be a greater achievement right now than capturing the lizardman monster that was destroying New York? The portly mayor stepped out of the car and immediately pointed rudely at the trapped lizardman, shouting an order, "SWAT, take this monster away. I want to interrogate it personally." The SWAT team members, hearing the mayor's command, looked at each other and then up at Carl, whose expression was obscured as he stood in the sky with his back to the sun, and swallowed hard. "Mayor, are you freaking serious? It's not like we just arrived. We were already watching from the perimeter while he was taking down this lizard man, we just hadn't turned on the sirens and lights yet. Don't you have any idea what kind of power he has?" The guy raised his hand and all the metal on the playground flew up, then he waved his hand and captured the lizard man like a Pokemon. "And now you want us to snatch prey from under the nose of this god?" To be honest, the SWAT team really didn't want to go. In their eyes, this mayor's reputation was already so foul that he had dragged down the entire New York Police Department. He might even be kicked out of office tomorrow. There was absolutely no need for them to offend a powerful superhero for this fat pig. Seeing that the SWAT team wasn't listening to him, the mayor grew exasperated. He looked around and finally locked onto a soft target. That was our Chief Stacy, with justice written all over his face. He was also the only chief willing to follow the mayor on this call. The other chiefs, including the deputy director and the director, were unwilling to go on a mission with this notorious mayor at this time, for fear of getting smeared with the same filth. Only Chief Stacy, who put duty above all else, had once again picked up this rotten job no one else wanted. The mayor pointed at Chief Stacy and roared arrogantly, "You! What are you waiting for? Get your officers moving. Do you want to lose your job?" Chief Stacy's expression was actually quite grim, especially at the thought of having to seize prey from his daughter's boyfriend. His face turned ashen. But again, duty called, he couldn't disobey. Superheroes might sound nice, but to put it bluntly, they were vigilantes without law enforcement powers, their actions were fundamentally illegal. Therefore, the police department had the right to take over supervillains defeated by superheroes, and they even had the power to arrest the superheroes themselves. It was just that before, no police officer would be stupid enough to risk public outrage by arresting a hero recognized by the citizens. But before was before, and now is now. Don't confuse the past with the present. No one dared to before, but today, the cornered mayor can no longer care about so much. The mayor's sinister, beady little eyes darted around. Suddenly, he pointed at Carl and Peter on the wall, shouting with spit flying everywhere. And these two guys. Not only did they destroy school facilities, they also took illegal action and ruined my carefully prepared operation to capture the lizard man. Arrest these two outlaws as well. As soon as these words were spoken, the students blocked outside by the police immediately became agitated. They pointed at the mayor and began a cordial greeting that started with his mother and used his ancestors as the radius. But the mayor didn't care about these insults at all. After all, this country has only been established for over 200 years. His mother was a refugee who fled here, threw him into a toilet after giving birth, and vanished. He didn't even know who his ancestors or his mother were. Ignorance is indeed bliss. Amidst the curses filling the playground, even Peter on the wall, who considered himself quite noble, was stunned and pointed at himself in disbelief. What the F? How is this my business too? The mayor means that because Carl and I stepped in to stop the lizard man and save the students from its clutches, we're in the wrong. Is that something a human being would say? Even Carl's mouth twitched. He knew the mayor was stupid, but he didn't expect him to be as stupid as a pig. To arrest two superheroes who just saved tens of thousands of students in broad daylight. Although Carl understood the mayor was acting out of desperation, he was still flabbergasted by this absurd move. It seems letting Kingpin take over and replace this pig of a mayor might actually be a great thing for New York. Chief Stacy also didn't expect the mayor to say something so brainless. His already suppressed heart could no longer take it, and he said in a deep voice. Mayor Lancher, we can take the lizard man away according to legal procedures, but Carl and that masked vigilante were at most acting as good Samaritans in this matter. We have no reason to take them away. If you insist on arresting them, then fire me. I can't do this. Chief Stacy didn't like masked vigilantes like Spider-Man, but he could tolerate a mayor who arrested people indiscriminately for his own interests even less. He wasn't a fool. He could see at a glance that the mayor was targeting Carl and Spider-Man as retaliation for yesterday's public opinion. The mayor felt that since the citizens thought superheroes were more reliable, he would arrest the heroes they liked. Without superheroes, wouldn't they have to obediently rely on official power? This approach was very official, but it was completely contrary to Chief Stacy's principles. Even if he were to arrest these superheroes one day, it certainly wouldn't be for a reason like this. Besides, one could argue that Spider-Man sometimes ignores police deployments while acting as a vigilante, causing some operations to fail. But Carl, except for his origin, was a completely law-abiding five-star citizen and the boyfriend his precious daughter was quite satisfied with. Therefore, no matter what, Chief Stacy would not arrest Carl. Hearing a mere chief like Stacy dare to speak so boldly to him, the other officers and SWAT members followed suit. One by one, they lowered their weapons and stood their ground, unmoved. The mayor was nearly driven to a heart attack, his finger trembling as he pointed at Chief Stacy and all the officers. You, and you all. Fine. Very well. You won't follow my orders, will you? Then you can all wait to be fired. However, facing the mayor's threat, not a single officer paid him any mind. A few hot-tempered ones even flipped him the bird. Times have changed. You, currently smelling of manure, still think you're that high and mighty mayor. Didn't you see your former fair-weather official friends distancing themselves as far as possible from you? You are now isolated, without help, and despised by all. Let's see who gets kicked out first. Or you idiot. Seeing everyone, including the officers who used to be obedient, standing against him, the mayor leaned against a car clutching his chest, too angry to speak. Only after this moronic mayor finally stopped giving reckless orders did Chief Stacy breathe a sigh of relief. He looked up at Carl and called out. Carl, we need to take the lizard man away so it can face legal judgment. Is that all right? Carl slowly descended to the ground, meeting Chief Stacy's gaze. If it were anyone else, definitely not. I wouldn't trust them. But since my father-in-law has spoken, I naturally can't refuse. Consider this monster an early promotion gift for you, father-in-law Tilda. Hearing Carl agree, Chief Stacy first let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that his old dignity was finally preserved. Then he asked with some confusion, what promotion gift? Carl smiled slightly. I won't spoil it, otherwise there'd be no surprise, right? Gwen is still up there. She just had a bit of a scare, so I think I should go and keep her company Tilda. By the way, it's okay if Gwen doesn't come home tonight, right? I'll take your silence as consent. Bye-bye Tilda. Without waiting for Chief Stacy's answer, Carl quickly finished speaking and turned to leave at a brisk pace. By the time Chief Stacy processed Carl's words, not even a ghost of him was left. This made Chief Stacy's face turn as dark as a coal cellar. He turned around, waved his hand, and gave a cold command. Get the lizardman into the armored vehicle. We're leaving. Looking at Chief Stacy, to whom even a superhero had to show respect, the officer's eyes were full of admiration. They saluted and answered loudly. Understood, officer. The officers and SWAT members, who had just ignored the mayor, now stood perfectly straight and executed Chief Stacy's orders with incredible efficiency. PFF'd. Seeing this scene, the mayor could finally no longer withstand the blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood several meters away and fainted. Whoa, this fat pig's blood pressure is quite high. Seeing this, not only did no officer immediately go to help the mayor, but one of them even instinctively made a joke. Chief Stacy frowned and snorted coldly. Call a rescue team to come over and take him to the hospital. Don't let him die in a place of learning. The rest of you, leave one squad to continue cordoning off the scene. Everyone else, take the lizardman and return to the station. After speaking, Chief Stacy turned and got into a police car, leading the team to haul away the lizardman along with the iron ball trapping it. Carl, who had flown back into the teaching building, landed beside Gwen and glanced back at the departing police convoy with a faint, imperceptible smile. Hey, my prey isn't that easy to take away Tilda. And the lizardman is even harder to capture Tilda. He had only trapped the lizardman just now without causing it any serious injuries. It could be said that the lizardman was still in its peak state. Given some time, it wasn't impossible for it to escape from a metal cage no longer controlled by his telekinesis. And once it escaped, the consequences, tisk tisk, were easy to imagine. Tilda. Tonight, I can only wish everyone in the New York Police Department good luck. Tilda. Everything is relative. When someone is unlucky, someone else is naturally lucky. Tonight might be a bad day for the police station, but it was a harvest day for Carl. His experiments with the Book of Ages tonight, along with all his plans for real-world benefits, could finally come to a close. But for now, he had to comfort the Gwen first. Tilda. Since he had already revealed his abilities, Carl didn't intend to act low-key, like before. Amidst Gwen's exclamation, he picked her up in a princess carry and soared into the sky, brazenly flying her out of the school. Leaving behind a crowd of envious students below, as well as Peter on the wall. Peter, envious, it's so good to be able to fly. This is much more convenient than swinging around. Kate, Emma, envious, if only it were as Carl was holding. Mary Jane, jealous, it should have been me Carl was holding. Flash Thompson, that's right. I'm jealous of my cousin. I want to be held and flown by Big Brother Fisk too. Peter, Kate, Emma, Mary Jane, there's something wrong with you, kid. HMPH, ha, hey, hey. 5 hours later. Night, the New York Police Department's annex prison. Open the door. At the prison gate, several men in black wearing sunglasses ordered the prison guards on duty. Seeing these guys acting so pretentious by wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night, the guard felt extremely annoyed and let out a cold laugh. Hey, sorry. Chief Stacy said that until the special personnel arriving tomorrow to audit the monster inside get here, no one can enter this prison, not even the mayor. Now, because Carl had given the lizardman to Chief Stacy to help him take credit, even the director had to give Chief Stacy face and hand over full authority of this case to him. So for the prison guards, Chief Stacy's words were no different from the director's. The cold-faced man in the black suit who spoke was stunned. He didn't expect a mere prison guard to dare be so arrogant toward them. Just as he was about to scold him, he was pushed aside by a hand. Turning around, he saw that the one who pushed him was an ordinary middle-aged man with a gentle smile and a slightly balding head. But the cold-faced agent quickly lowered his head. Officer Coulson. That's right, the newcomers were the SHIELD agent team led by Coulson. Coulson took off his sunglasses, wearing his signature, "Nice guy," smile, and handed an FBI ID to the prison guard. Officer, we are the special personnel you mentioned. The situation is urgent, so we arrived early. The prison guard was also someone who responded better to kindness than force. Seeing that the officer had lowered his posture so much, he didn't feel like making things difficult anymore. After verifying the credentials in the police system, he opened the heavy iron gate of the prison where the lizard man was held. Thank you. Coulson nodded to the guard and led the group of men in black inside. This prison had been cleared out in advance because it was holding the lizard man. All prisoners had been transferred to other facilities to avoid unnecessary commotion or accidents. Thus, Coulson didn't see any other prisoners along the way and smoothly reached the deepest part where the lizard man was being held. Unlike other cell doors made of iron bars, the cell holding the lizard man was a thick, airtight iron door. In front of the iron door, two fully armed police officers with guns stood guard. Clearly, Chief Stacy had not underestimated the lizard man, instead, he had set its threat level very high. FBI special agents, please open the door. This time, Coulson didn't let his agents speak, he pulled out his FBI ID and identified himself. The two officers checked the ID, glanced at each other, and nodded. One of the older officers cautioned Coulson in a low voice, Agent, I know you've experienced many bizarre incidents that we ordinary officers haven't. But I still have to warn you, the guy locked inside is very dangerous. So, whatever you do, do not open the iron ball, holding it, that's the final measure restraining it. Coulson didn't nod, only smiling faintly, thank you for the advice. You can go off duty now, we'll take it from here. Seeing that Coulson didn't agree, the old officer's eyes narrowed. He didn't try to persuade him further, slapped the keys into Coulson's hand, and quickly left with the other officer. Good words can't persuade a ghost determined to die. Once there was no one else left except for the shield. Agents, Coulson made a gesture. An agent beside him understood immediately, took a holographic device out of his briefcase, and pressed it to the floor. With a flash of blue light from the device, the monitors in the police station's surveillance room flickered. The agent who installed the device nodded to Coulson. Sir, we've taken control of the police station's surveillance footage. Coulson nodded calmly. Prepare tetrodotoxin B to be injected into the target, as well as the syringe for drawing a blood sample. Understood. Coulson took the keys the old officer had given him and opened the iron door. Behind him, two agents were ready, one holding a metal syringe filled with blue liquid, and the other holding an empty one. Entering the cell, the first thing Coulson saw was a 3-meter-high iron ball composed of various twisted metals. Then, through the gaps in the iron ball, he saw the massive green figure inside. At the same time, a pair of exceptionally cold green vertical pupils from within the iron ball locked onto Coulson. Or rather, the open iron door behind Coulson. Facing these cold beastly eyes, Coulson showed no fear. He took a file from a nearby agent, turned it toward the lizard man, and smiled. You are Dr. Kurt Connors, am I right? The lizard man's mouth curled into a cold, cruel arc, its raspy voice sounding like a soul from hell. Kurt Connors. HMPH, that weakling died long ago after I appeared. And your end will eventually be the same as his. Threats. That's also my favorite part. Coulson shrugged and crooked his finger. A nearby agent handed him a large iron needle, the kind used for injecting sows. Coulson smiled menacingly. Tetrodotoxin B was originally extracted by Dr. Bruce Banner to suppress that green big guy inside him, who is even more terrifying than Utilda. But unfortunately, it didn't have much effect on the big guy inside Dr. Banner. However, while it might not work on that green big guy, for ordinary people, and for you, the effect might be excessive tilde. Especially the amount in this syringe, it's a massive dose sufficient to cause hundreds of deaths. Do you think you can withstand it as you are now? Hearing this, the lizard man couldn't help but fall silent. Although it was the second personality born after Dr. Connors injected the lizard serum, it wasn't truly Dr. Connors. But it also inherited Dr. Connors' knowledge and memories, so it naturally understood who the big guy the other party mentioned was, and understood that even with its vastly improved physical fitness, it absolutely couldn't withstand such a large amount of tetrodotoxin B. After a long silence, the lizard man looked up coldly at Coulson and asked, "What do you want?" Coulson's smile deepened upon hearing this. "Sensible. We've been to your lab in Oscorp Tower and your home. The lab equipment, experimental records, and even the lizard serum samples in both locations have all disappeared. I need you to tell me where you hid them." Hearing this, a strange smile suddenly curled on the lizard man's lips. "So you want my lizard serum?" Coulson glanced at the lizard man's intact and strong right arm and nodded in admission. "That's right. Being able to heal a mutilated body and grant ordinary people incredible superhuman power, the lizard serum has great research value for us." Clang. The lizard man's massive body, which had been sitting inside the iron sphere, suddenly stood up. Its head hit the iron plating on top with a dull thud, its eyes full of excitement. "Yeah, very good. You have good taste. The lizard serum, it indeed has great research value. It's also the best gift I bring to humanity, a gift that can allow all of humanity to evolve into new humans once more. And I am the god of the new humans. Everyone in this world should follow me to complete this evolution together. And you, agent, you are lucky. I happen to need an assistant, so you will be the first human to have their evolution personally completed by me." Hearing this, Coulson's sixth sense as a veteran agent suddenly screamed a warning. He subconsciously took a step back and shouted, "Fire the tranquilizers at him, quickly." But firing now was clearly too late. The lizard man took a heavy step forward. The iron sphere that imprisoned it became its weapon instead, and the entire sphere slammed forward. Coulson's pupils constricted. His body reacted faster than his brain, and he subconsciously dove to the side, narrowly escaping. But the agents behind him weren't so lucky. Two of them were crushed directly into meat paste by the large iron sphere. Even the agents guarding the door were sent flying by the sudden impact of the iron sphere, falling to the ground without a sound. In an instant, the situation was reversed. The scene that was originally Coulson interrogating the lizardman instantly turned into a scene of the lizardman's carnage of the agents. The other agents who hadn't been hit reacted quickly enough, immediately pulling out their guns and firing at the lizardman. But the same logic applied. The iron sphere that trapped the lizardman not only became its weapon but also became its protective gear. The bullets hit the iron sphere, and not only did they fail to hit the lizardman inside, but a ricocheting bullet even killed an agent instead. "Cease fire. Fire. Stop shooting, use the anesthetic gas grenades." At the critical moment, it was Coulson, the team leader, who calmed down. He quickly stopped the other agents from continuing to fire and provided the best combat strategy for the moment. Click. Peesh. As the pin hit the ground, Coulson threw an anesthetic gas grenade in front of the large iron sphere. A large amount of gray smoke instantly billowed out from it. The other surviving agents followed suit, throwing anesthetic gas grenades toward the location of the large iron sphere. The large iron sphere could block bullets, but it couldn't stop the pervasive smoke. The anesthetic gas continuously seeped through the gaps in the sphere, quickly filling the entire sphere and enveloping the lizardman inside. The lizardman soon went silent, and it seemed the anesthetic gas had taken effect. Coulson and the other agents put on gas masks. After waiting a while for the anesthetic gas to take full effect, he made a hand gesture and slowly approached the iron sphere with guns raised. "Get the tetrodotoxin B ready. The target has resisted. Inject a lethal dose directly and take him out." "Copy that." Hearing this, an agent took the only syringe of tetrodotoxin B from Coulson's hand and stepped forward, while the other agents and Coulson, as the commander, covered him with their guns. After carefully arriving in front of the iron sphere and seeing the slumped lizardman inside, the agent holding the syringe let out a long sigh of relief and turned to shout to Coulson behind him. "Officer, the target is unconscious. I'm now preparing to inject the tetro." Peesh. Before the agent could finish his sentence, his throat was suddenly choked by blood as a sharp, green, bloody tail burst through his chest. The lizard man, who was supposed to have fainted, actually stood up from the iron sphere as if nothing had happened and smiled cruelly. Hee hee, lizards aren't that easily anesthetized. And now the only thing you have to deal with me is in my hands. How are you going to stop me now? With those outdated little toys in your hands. The lizard man raised both claws, its 10 sharp fingers piercing directly through the thick iron plating of the sphere. Then, with a surge of strength from its arms, it actually tore the iron sphere in half. This power could only be described as terrifyingly formidable. Fire! Fire! While ordering them to fire, Coulson pressed his earpiece to call for help. Director, the lizard man has escaped. I need backup. I need backup. Hold on, Coulson. The strike team will arrive in 10 minutes. Before then, escape as fast as you can. Hearing Nick Fury's voice from the other end of the earpiece, Coulson, who had already emptied his pistol's magazine, turned pale, his tone full of resolution. Director, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape this time. The ordinary pistols in the hands of these agents weren't exactly useless against the lizard man, but it was like HP-1, HP-1, HP-1. Oh, by the way, the lizard man's maximum HP is 10,000, and it also has a passive health regeneration skill. With the lizard man's speed and power, the agents led by Coulson couldn't even manage to flee. They could only watch in despair as the lizard man swiped through them like children, one by one. Finally, in the prison filled with the blood of agents, only Coulson remained alive besides the lizard man. And at this moment, Coulson's situation was no better than being dead. He was being held aloft by the lizard man's tail wrapped around his neck. The lizard man looked at the struggling, powerless Coulson on its tail and bared its mouth full of sharp teeth. Didn't you want my lizard serum? Today, I'll let you have your wish. Before the prison guards could arrive, the lizard man swept Coulson into the ventilation duct above the corridor, eventually finding a sewer entrance and silently leaving the prison grounds. As everyone knows, New York is huge, and the underground world of its sewer system is equally vast and interconnected. The lizard man had moved the equipment for making its lizard serum to this filthy underground world where few would ever care to tread. Coulson was carried through the sewers by the lizard man. Just as he felt like his body was about to fall apart, they finally reached their destination. Its sewer laboratory. Seeing the equipment and data in the sewer, Coulson finally understood why S.H.I.E.L.D. had never been able to find these things. This guy actually put scientific equipment that requires a sterile environment in the sewer with the most bacteria. Who the hell could have thought of that? The lizard man took a green syringe from a cabinet, pulled Coulson in front of it, and sneered. Didn't you like threatening me with needles? Let's see which is more powerful. The tetrodotoxin B extracted by Dr. Banner, or the lizard serum I extracted, shall we? And you will be the test subject. Any objections? Coulson looked at the needle. He hadn't even feared death just a moment ago, but now he was truly afraid. He swallowed hard, glanced once more at the filthy surroundings, and asked in terror, Did you sterilize that needle? An evil smile spread across the lizard man's hideous face. Sterilize. Hey, does it look like there are conditions for sterilization here? And to tell you the truth, not only has this needle not been sterilized, but I and the lab mice have already used it repeatedly. Don't worry, though, the lizard serum's self-healing properties are powerful. These few germs won't kill you. With that, the lizard man plunged the germ-ridden needle into Coulson's neck. As Coulson watched in despair, the green serum was fully injected into his body. The lizard serum, modified a second time by the lizard man, took effect extremely quickly. Dr. Connor's original version took several hours to start the mutation, but this second-generation lizard serum worked instantly. In less than a minute, Coulson went from being merely balding to a completely green, bald head. Similarly, Coulson also developed a second lizard personality. However, this personality was clearly not as intelligent as Dr. Connor's. His eyes were filled with brutality, and his physique was a size smaller than Dr. Connor's, standing just over 2 meters tall. This was naturally a special design by Dr. Connor's lizard personality. Otherwise, if every transformed lizardman retained their full intelligence and memories, they would inevitably have their own ideas, leading to conflict. Just like humans today, and that was not what it wanted to see. It wanted a completely obedient new race with only its voice. But if it was to be a race, two people weren't enough, and not having their own territory was even worse. So, it needed to transform more of its kind until all of New York, and the whole world, were converted into the new lizardman race. And for this, it would need a rain-making device from its former employer that could disperse the lizard serum across the entire city. That night, the balcony of a penthouse suite in a five-star hotel not far from Oscorp Tower. Young master, as you expected, the lizardman has successfully escaped and taken Phil Coulson, one of Nick Fury's confidants. Now Nick Fury wants me to lead a team to recapture the lizardman. Officer Pierce told me to listen to you. Do we need to launch a capture operation? No need. Go out for a late-night snack with the brothers from the strike team. My treat. Ignore that arrogant cabinet. Understood. Beep. Hanging up the phone with crossbones, Carl, shirtless and with only a bath towel wrapped around his waist, sat on a beach chair and lit a cigarette, taking a relaxing puff. Phew tilde 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 tilde. A cigarette after the fact is better than being an immortal god tilde. But after just one puff, the cigarette in his hand was snatched away from behind by a pale hand. Relaxing is fine, but not this. Turning to see Gwen's pouting face behind him, Carl smiled dotingly. He grabbed her wrist and pulled Gwen, who was also wrapped in a towel, into his arms. Resting his chin on her bare white shoulder, he said leisurely. If smoking isn't allowed for relaxation, then how do you think I should relax? Feeling herself suddenly lifted a bit higher, propped up by something, Gwen's face turned so red she almost steamed once she realized what was happening. She muttered softly. We just did it, and you want it again. Carl lazily inhaled the scent of Gwen's hair and sighed. Sigh, I can never get enough of being with you, but unfortunately. Gwen asked curiously, unfortunately what? Carl stood up holding Gwen. In the room, their clothes flew over one by one, automatically dressing them. Once he and Gwen were fully dressed, Carl looked toward Oscorp Tower and said calmly. Unfortunately, tonight is destined not to be peaceful. Someone wanted to obtain power they couldn't control, but ended up losing more than they gained. Not only did they lose their most trusted subordinate, but they've also plunged this city that never sleeps into crisis once again. As one of the few women in Marvel with both high IQ and EQ, Gwen guessed the general situation from Carl's few simple words. Her brows furrowed as she said solemnly. Could it be that the lizard man you had my father take back this afternoon has been released again? Carl nodded. Exactly. And it's even more dangerous this time. Not only has it escaped, but it also plans to turn this entire city into a lizard city. So, Gwen, for your safety, before I completely resolve this matter, you need to stay in my world for a while. I don't want anything to happen to you tilde. Into your world. What do you mean? Gwen was stunned, even her clever brain couldn't figure out what that meant. But in the next second, the ground vanished beneath her feet, and after a brief darkness, she found herself in a palace composed of black and white. Looking up at the sky, it was pure white, without even a single cloud. Looking down at her feet, the ground was pure black, without a hint of any other color. When Gwen looked up, she saw a row of ninjas with black clothes and red eyes bringing her various entertainment devices, drinks, and snacks, kneeling respectfully before her. This is Carl's world. My boyfriend is not only a superhero but also owns an entire world. Gwen's eyes widened, her mouth agape in surprise. Swoosh. Of the only two people he cared about in this city, one was already protected in the absolutely safe shadow world, and for the other, it would be good enough if he didn't put others in danger. Now he had no more worries and could finally let loose and have some fun. With his arms crossed, Carl slowly rose into the air, looking down at the entire city. In this neon-lit city that never sleeps, the streets were flashing with red lights representing danger and cold blue lights. Police cars with flashing red and blue lights and Spider-Man in his red and blue uniform were all heading toward Oscorp Tower with a shared goal. On the roof of Oscorp Tower, two green lizard men were installing a serum dispersal device, preparing to give New York a rain of lizard serum, letting this city full of different skin colors have a unified skin tone for the first time. However, before the police and the swinging Spider-Man could arrive, a burst of energetic music suddenly echoed through the night sky. Carl looked toward the sound and saw an Iron Man, also primarily red with gold as a secondary color, flying in high profile from the distance. No need to guess, with such a high profile and flashy armor, it could absolutely only be that poser Tony. However, Carl didn't expect Tony to move so fast. While entering the new energy market, he managed to build the Mk2 in less than a month. He looked at Spider-Man swinging in the distance, then at the flying Iron Man. Carl suddenly realized that superheroes in New York, or rather in US comics, really loved making their suits red. For instance, he could think of Spider-Man, Iron Man, Ant-Man, Daredevil, Deadpool, and Red Guardian. And among these people, almost all of them were the kings of trash talk, each one more of a chatterbox than the last. Could it be that Red has some kind of mysterious buff? He didn't have his own suit yet, should he also get a flashy red one? Carl thought about himself wearing a tight red suit, couldn't help but shudder, and immediately dismissed the idea. That image would be an eyesore. His suit should be a more low-profile color, like black or something, or he could just wear casual clothes. After all, who says a superhero has to wear a uniform? Especially a pseudo-superhero like him who prioritizes profit and even moonlights as a supervillain. While Carl was lost in thought, Tony had already flown to the Oscorp Tower. Flying in his Iron Man armor, his speed naturally couldn't be matched by police cars or Peter swinging on webs. Tony didn't waste words upon arrival. Raising his hands, two repulsor blasts directly sent the Lizardman Connors and Lizardman Coulson, who were setting up the device's launch program, flying. Tony hovered above the two, locking his palm repulsors on them, and shouted flippantly. Hey, you two goblin cosplayers down there, do me a favor. Just stay on the ground, put your claws up, and surrender quietly, okay? Lizardmen have thick skin and flesh. Even after taking a repulsor blast to the back, it wasn't a big deal. Dr. Lizard ignored Tony's warning, climbed up on his own, looked up at Tony hovering in midair, and said coldly. Another nuisance. First Peter Parker, then Carl Fisk. And who are you, you arrogant tin man? Tony glanced at the cloudburst device, which was already on a 1-minute countdown, his palm repulsors ready to fire. Stop wasting time. I'm your daddy, my green-skinned son. Do your old man a favor and stop this thing, okay? As a reward, I can promise not to blast a big hole in you later. The Lizardman sneered. Hey, in your dreams. Kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, the Lizardman that Coulson had turned into rushed out, jumping 10 meters with his powerful post-mutation leaping ability, pouncing at Tony in midair. Tony naturally wouldn't choose to go head-to-head with a mutated monster. He increased the power of his boot thrusters and flew higher to dodge. After letting the Lizardman Coulson swipe at the air a few times, he fell off the edge of the building. Tony smiled triumphantly at this. Haha, stupid, right? I can fly. You won't turn it off, right? Then don't blame me for being rude. Remember to have Osborn send the damage bill to my company later. Seeing the two lizardmen attack, Tony didn't bother worrying about whether he would destroy the Osborn Enterprises cloudburst device and aimed a palm repulsor right at it. Zap boom. But Dr. Connors the Lizardman was prepared. He used his massive body to block Tony's palm repulsor and threw a steel pipe, which he had pulled off while Coulson was ambushing, violently at Tony in the air. Sir, watch out. Attack incoming from 8 o'clock. Tony, who was flying the Iron Man armor officially for the first time and wasn't very skilled yet, was caught off guard despite Jarvis's warning. He was hit right in the forehead by the steel pipe, lost balance due to dizziness, and crashed onto the roof. Seeing Tony fall to the ground, His home turf, drive. Lizard's eyes gleamed with joy. He rushed towards Tony, intending to finish off this annoying Tin Man first. Since he could tear apart the iron sphere that trapped him with his bare hands, he could tear this Tin Man apart with his claws just the same. Hey, Doctor, stop. Thwip thwip. However, just as the lizard man's claws were about to strike Tony's armor, two strands of white webbing stuck to his hands from behind. Even with his strength, he was forcibly stopped. The lizard man looked back and saw that annoying Spider-Man appearing again on the spire. One after another, it's endless. Do you all want to stop me from evolving all of humanity? Only one step away from success but constantly obstructed, Dr. Lizard's eyes were bloodshot, and he was completely enraged. He grabbed the webbing stuck to his hands, violently yanked Spider-Man down from the spire, swung him around a few times, and threw him out. Spider-Man let out a Tomcat-style scream and was thrown off the building. Clearly, like Tony, Peter had only recently acquired his powers and wasn't very skilled at using them yet. Dr. Lizard turned around to finish Tony off, but Tony had already recovered. His palm repulsor was aimed right at its head, and the moment it turned, a blast hit it in the face. But even a blast to the head only made Dr. Lizard shake his head, it didn't cause much damage. This made Tony's face inside the helmet darken. Sir, the Mk2 is a test model and is not equipped with high-power weaponry. The built-in particle palm repulsors cannot cause effective damage. It is recommended to retreat and call for backup. Jarvis, but the problem is we don't have time to wait for backup. Tony glanced at the cloudburst device, which had only 10 seconds left on the countdown. While continuing to suppress Dr. Lizard with his palm repulsors, he turned his thrusters to full power and flew towards the machine, intending to smash it with a head-on crash. But Tony obviously forgot that there was more than one Lizardman. Before he could hit the cloudburst device, the Lizardman Coulson had climbed back up to the top of the building at some point and slammed into Tony from the side, flying off with him. And the countdown on the screen had already reached the final second. Tony, held tightly by the Lizardman Coulson, widened his eyes in desperation. No. Dr. Lizard's expression, on the other hand, had become excited. Ha ha ha, it's too late, I've succeeded. But the experience of countless predecessors tells us, never pop the champagne early, even if you are only 1 second away from success. The dispersal device had indeed not been stopped, it was successfully launched. But, that concentrated serum launched by the machine weirdly froze in midair. Instead of spreading out, it was actually compressing inward. Until finally, it compressed into a green palm with its middle finger sticking straight up. Seeing this scene, the Lizardman doctor's eyes widened. Realizing something, he frantically looked around as if searching for someone. Stop looking. Your grandfather is right above your head, little lizard Tilda. Looking up, the Lizardman saw two people floating above him at some unknown time. One was Carl, who was using telekinesis to wrap up the launched lizard serum. The other was that BYD Parker who had just been thrown off the building by Dr. Lizard. Peter was being held by Carl like a little chick. He awkwardly waved his hand at the people looking up from below. Hi. Lizardman. Tony. Tony also looked up at Carl, who had his arms crossed in midair. He felt his fists hardening, they were already clenched tight. Not just because he had previously claimed to be the Lizardman's father, and now Carl was claiming to be the Lizardman's grandfather, wasn't that like saying he was Tony's father. But also because if Carl had heard him say he was the Lizardman's father, it meant Carl had arrived long ago and had been secretly watching him make a fool of himself. What a good brother. Carl controlled the serum mist to flip the middle finger at the Lizardman. Tony, gritting his teeth, also reached out and flipped a middle finger at his malicious friend Carl. Tisk, what a bunch of rude guys. Taste my great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger. Seeing Tony constantly waving his middle finger, a wicked smile curled on Carl's lips. He directly slammed the giant green finger in the sky down toward Dr. Lizard. Tony's soul almost left his body in fear. I haven't slipped away yet. But it was too late for him to run. After the giant green middle finger pressed down on the lizardman doctor, the resulting explosion of mist covered the entire rooftop, naturally including Tony. But the next moment, Tony piloted his armor and broke through the smoke. Except for the surface of the armor being a bit green, he hovered in front of Carl completely unscathed. Wearing the iron armor, how could Tony possibly be infected by the lizard serum? But before Tony could demand accountability, Carl threw the Peter he was holding directly at him. "I'll handle them. You and this kid go down to the streets and evacuate the crowds around Oscorp Tower." Evacuate the crowd? Why? Tony's face under the mask was full of confusion. In his view, Carl, who could already summon two different types of shadow soldiers, was strong enough to easily deal with these two lizardmen. Now that Carl had also shown an ability similar to telekinesis, there should be absolutely no need to evacuate when facing these two lizardmen. Carl looked at Tony and said calmly, "Who told you there were only two lizardmen?" "What?" Tony was startled and suddenly looked down at the streets below. Through the thermal imaging of his armor, he saw sewer manhole covers around Oscorp Tower being pushed open one after another. Lizardmen crawled out and were attacking the surrounding citizens. "This is a big problem. Little red guy, leave this to the show-off Carl. We're going down." Tony cursed, and regardless of whether Spider-Man was willing or not, he took him and flew down toward the base of Oscorp Tower. Carl remained alone in the air above the roof, looking down at the top of Oscorp Tower shrouded in green mist, his eyes flashing. It seemed that his and Tony's intervention had not only resulted in the original Spider-Man plot having two powerful allies for the side of justice, but also caused changes for the villain, Dr. Lizard. Dr. Lizard had not only transformed Coulson into a lizardman but had also created many more lizardman minions. And while these lizardmen were just minions to Carl, to ordinary people, they were unstoppable prehistoric beasts. This was also why Carl insisted on taking Gwen into the shadow world. Furthermore, Carl squinted his eyes as he looked at the changing green mist. This time, the changes weren't limited to just more minions. That finger of his just now didn't seem to have harmed Dr. Lizard, instead, it seemed to have given him a buff. Within the green mist below, a massive figure slowly stood up, and a hideous head poked out from the smoke. It was none other than the twice mutated Dr. Lizard. Because he had inhaled a massive dose of the lizard serum, Dr. Lizard's size had surged from about 3 meters to a terrifying 5 meters. Moreover, his skin, which was previously covered in fine lizard scales but still relatively smooth, had now become lumpy like pustules. Sharp dorsal fins, like those of Godzilla, had grown on his tail and back. His appearance had become even more terrifying. Carl's mouth twitched. So ugly. Can he even turn back into a human? He had originally planned to let Dr. Lizard revert to Dr. Connors to use him for his own purposes. Dr. Lizard also felt his second evolution. His even more hideous lizard face suddenly looked up at Carl, his eyes filled with bone-deep hatred as he roared. "Carl Fisk, I will tear you to pieces." Having evolved again, he was now confident he could defeat this enemy whom he couldn't beat even with full strength before. Dr. Lizard bent his legs, charged up, and launched himself upward, the reaction force cracking the ground beneath him. And then, Carl easily dodged sideways, controlled him with telekinesis, smashed him, lifted him, smashed him, lifted him, smashed him. Dr. Lizard was defeated. The Coulson Lizardman, who was also nearly 4 meters tall after his second mutation, saw this scene and suddenly felt his brain, which was previously filled with chaos, only knowing slaughter and following Dr. Lizard's orders, clear up quite a bit. "I'll die. Can't win. Run." The Coulson Lizardman didn't hesitate, he turned around and jumped off the building again. But no matter how fast Lizard Coulson ran, could he be faster than a single thought from Carl? Carl reached out. Telekinetic control, smash, lift, smash, lift, smash. Lizard Coulson was defeated. Lowly physical warriors will always be lowly physical warriors. Did they think a little blood rage could stand against someone like him, who was a combined mage, summoner, assassin, and warrior? Ridiculous. Glancing at the helicopters in the sky that had filmed the entire process, Carl took the unconscious Dr. Lizard and Lizard Coulson with him as trophies and leapt down from Oscorp Tower. In the streets below, Tony and Peter had already formed a defensive line with the police to jointly combat the continuously emerging lizardmen. But the opposition was entirely composed of superhuman lizard mutants, while only Peter and Tony counted as superhumans on this side. The power gap between the two sides was huge, the police were about to break, and the defensive line was shrinking. And Chief Stacy, who was at the very front of the defensive line, hadn't noticed that a few clever lizardmen had crawled out of a restroom within the perimeter and were sneakily circling behind the police line, intending to ambush them from the rear. Watch your back. By the time Tony, who was responsible for the other side of the defensive line, noticed something was wrong, it was already too late. The lizardmen had already succeeded in a sneak attack from behind. After killing several officers, they completely disrupted the police defense line from within. Even Chief Stacy, who was in charge of commanding this police line, was targeted by a lizardman that lunged at him with its bloody maw wide open. Roar. Crack. But just as Chief Stacy could see the cavities in the mouth of the lizardman lunging at him, it was eerily frozen in midair, as if someone had pressed the pause button. And there was only one person who could do this. Chief Stacy jerked his head up and saw Carl slowly descending from the sky like a god, with his arms wide open. Or rather, to the officers present and the citizens within the defensive line, Carl was their god right now. Because Carl hadn't just frozen the lizardman lunging at Chief Stacy, he had controlled every single one of them, hundreds of lizardmen, both inside and outside the defense line. On the scene, as Carl slightly raised his arms, the dense crowd of lizardmen began to lift off the ground, floating into the air and losing all their threat. With his own power alone, Carl easily resolved the lizardman disaster that had nearly wiped out the New York Police Department and threatened all of New York. In the crowd below, a chubby black officer patted the tall, thin, bald officer next to him, who wasn't quite as dark, and said blankly, "My God, Andre, look. He's like a god." "No. He's not like a god, he is a god, Migan." The officer named Andre looked at Carl with an exceptionally fanatical gaze. After answering Migan, he suddenly raised his hands high and shouted, "God. God. He is the superhero, God." Hearing his black best friend Andre shouting like that, Migan didn't hesitate and followed suit immediately. He also raised his hands, jumping and shouting along with Andre, calling Carl, God. As everyone knows, superhero codenames in American comics are usually given by the bystanders, like Tony's Iron Man and Peter's Spider-Man. When the other officers and citizens heard the Black brothers calling Carl, God, they immediately felt the name was perfectly appropriate. Carl's ability to save countless believers and defeat countless demons with a wave of his hand, wasn't that exactly what a god would do? This hero codename is great. Simply fantastic. The word, God, spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000, and 1,000 to 10,000, until everyone within the defensive line began cheering for Carl as God. And these 10,000 people would surely spread Carl's God codename to 100,000, a million, 10 million, 100 million, until it spread across the US and even the world. In response, Carl, who was controlling hundreds of lizardmen in midair, gave a helpless smile. He pressed his hands down toward the fanatically cheering crowd, though he couldn't suppress the grin on his face, and said casually, "Keep it low-key, low-key. Everyone, there's no need for such an exaggerated title like God. Just calling me God is fine." Of course, Carl's voice telling them to keep it low-key was immediately drowned out by the fanatical waves below, failing to stop them from continuing to call him God. So Carl could only helplessly, reluctantly, and very unwillingly accept this high-profile hero codename. The only thing Carl could guarantee was that in the future, these fans would definitely not regret giving him such an exaggerated hero title. By the time he gathered all 9 Shadow Legions and the 12 Talismans in the future, he truly would be an omnipotent God. Of course, he wasn't there yet. Right now, he was just a person with a bit of extraordinary power. While everyone was jumping and cheering for Carl in the sky, Chief Stacy, who remained relatively calm and restrained, or rather, was too embarrassed to lose his composure in front of his daughter's boyfriend, cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted up at Carl. Hey, Carl, don't kill these lizardmen. They're all innocent homeless citizens transformed by Dr. Lizard. Let's handcuff them first. Although Carl's hearing wasn't superhuman, it was still quite excellent. Therefore, even in such a noisy environment, he could still hear Chief Stacy's words clearly and look down to nod at him. Tony also flew to Carl's side at this moment, turning on his armor's loudspeaker. Hey, guys, I totally understand your excitement at seeing our savior appear in your most desperate hour. Really, nobody understands it better than I do. But please, can everyone calm down? Especially the officers on the scene. You need to exercise some restraint and fulfill your duties first. I'm sure whether you want autographs or photos later, your God's father-in-law, Chief Stacy, will arrange it for you, won't he? Tony's words not only successfully restored order and calm to the scene but also gave Chief Stacy a boost, raising his prestige among the police and citizens to another level. The father-in-law of God. Heavens, after this incident, Chief Stacy's prestige in the New York Police Department would likely surpass that of the director himself. Well, this was already enough for Carl to arrange his promotion conditions. That's right, he didn't just plan to replace the mayor of New York City, he also planned to replace the director of the New York Police Department. And keeping the benefits within the family, the mayor's position was for his old man, Kingpin, while the director's position would naturally go to his prospective father-in-law, Chief Stacy. Carl patted Tony on the back to show that he had done a great job with that assist. However, watching the police below take out their small handcuffs intending to restrain the lizardmen, he shook his head. Those things were fine for ordinary people, but it was impossible to restrain these lizardmen whose strength started in the tonnage range. With one hand controlling the hundreds of lizardmen in the sky, Carl reached his other hand toward the ground. After a tremor, steel bars burst out from the concrete ground and rose into the air, wrapping each lizardman in midair into a steel cocoon. However, although Carl appeared to be using his hands to control things, he actually didn't need any physical movement at all to use the Rooster Talisman's telekinesis. He only needed a thought to achieve the same effect. Carl did this intentionally to mislead anyone watching from the shadows into thinking his powers required his arms to activate. If there were any future actions targeted at him, this misconception might cause the opponent to suffer a major loss. And this divine hand of Carl's once again made the people below cry out that it was a miracle. It also meant that even without Carl's telekinetic control, these lizardmen became completely harmless. After all, Carl had stuffed a piece of steel bar into each of their mouths. Citizens could even get up close to view these lizardmen, just like watching monkeys behind bars in a zoo. However, there were some consequences. The underground rebar for several nearby streets had been completely drained by Carl, leaving the concrete pavement riddled with potholes. The subsequent reconstruction costs were sure to be a hefty sum. But it didn't matter. Carl lacked many things right now, but money wasn't one of them. Today's total destruction would be paid for by young Master Fisk, or rather, the young Master Stark next to him. Carl patted Tony's shoulder and smirked. Little Tony, since your daddy has solved all the trouble, I'll leave the after-sales service to you. No problem, right? Without waiting for Tony's answer, Carl soared into the sky and disappeared into the night, leaving only Tony in midair giving him the middle finger as a farewell. Of course, before leaving, Carl also took away the lizardman that Dr. Connors had transformed into. After all, this was also one of his trophies this time. After flying through the shadow of a building, Carl suddenly dove into the shadow world with Dr. Lizard, shaking off all the tails following him. Especially that tail in the sky. Hundreds of meters above the ground, within the invisible dark clouds, a Quinjet came to a stop. Hawkeye Barton frowned as he watched Carl suddenly disappear from the scan and pressed the communication button in the jet. Director, I've lost him. Carl Fisk has disappeared with Dr. Connors. Nick Fury fell silent for a moment before his cold voice came through. Mission over. Return to headquarters now. Barton hesitated and asked, but didn't you say Dr. Connors was very important to us? Aren't we going to try and get him? Nick Fury snorted, his tone tinged with a bit of resentment. HMPH. If it were anyone else, we might have a chance, but that little brat will never hand him over. We can't afford to provoke the people behind him either, so just give up on Dr. Connors. Also, get back as soon as possible. I have a top-secret escort mission for you to carry out immediately. Barton raised an eyebrow at the news, his tone complaining, another escort mission. Your last escort mission was a disaster for Natasha. She almost died on that one, and it left a hideous scar on her stomach that will never go away. Nick Fury choked for a moment on the other end and cleared his throat. Cough. Last time was an accident. That escort was carried out in cooperation with the Israeli military, but as you know, the situation over there is extremely unstable. It's very likely the security route was leaked from within the Israeli military. But this time, the personnel involved are only from our agency, so I guarantee there won't be any leaks. As long as nothing unexpected happens, I guarantee nothing will go wrong. Barton's lip twitched, thinking that this big black guy was just talking in circles. Nothing will go wrong as long as nothing unexpected happens. But what if something unexpected does happen? But as a mere employee, Barton didn't have much of a say, let alone the ability to refuse a mission assigned by his boss. So he could only ask helplessly, well, can you at least tell me the target of this escort in advance? I hope it's not someone who likes to run around like the one Natasha escorted last time. On the other end, Nick Fury's lips curled into a confident smirk. Don't worry, even if you wanted your target to run around this time, he wouldn't be able to. Barton frowned at those words, and then something suddenly occurred to him, making him lean back. Can't run even if he wanted to. Another important person. You're not making me escort hawking, are you? Even over the radio, Barton could feel how speechless Nick Fury was at that moment. After a long silence, Nick Fury sighed and answered. Sigh, according to procedure, I shouldn't tell you about the mission beforehand. But since you're the person I trust most, and to stop you from overthinking, I'll make an exception and tell you who your escort target is. Actually, I believe you're very familiar with him, or rather, all Americans are. He's the national hero who thwarted Hydra during World War II, and the world's first superhero. He is Captain America. Barton and Nick Fury spoke almost simultaneously. However, the two expressed two completely different emotions. Barton's was shock and disbelief, while Nick Fury's was pride and confidence. Over the past year, the appearance of superhumans had become increasingly frequent, which was a major headache for Nick Fury as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a supernatural department. After all, while S.H.I.E.L.D. had some superhuman agents and weapons to deal with them, it lacked a comprehensive plan or a super team capable of handling all superhumans. If S.H.I.E.L.D. were to face off against those off-the-charts superhumans, like the Hulk, inside Dr. Banner, or the newly appeared God, Carl, Nick Fury had no guarantee of victory. But just 2 days ago, a scientific expedition in the North Pole sent back intelligence that they had discovered Red Skull's aircraft, which had crashed nearly 70 years ago during World War II. News about Hydra was naturally a top priority for S.H.I.E.L.D., which was originally created specifically to deal with Hydra. So Nick Fury even went there in person. As a result, he found a pleasant surprise, an antique that had been frozen in the aircraft for nearly 70 years. Captain America, Steve Rogers. Furthermore, through life sign detection instruments, Nick Fury discovered that Captain America, who had been frozen for nearly 70 years, actually still showed signs of life. This was simply an incredible miracle. At the same time, a bold plan began to take shape in Nick Fury's mind. A plan he had envisioned over a decade ago, after that woman as powerful as a god descended upon Earth. And that was the Avengers Initiative. A team composed of superpowered individuals to respond to extraordinary events. A super team that S.H.I.E.L.D. urgently needed in this era where superhumans were appearing more and more frequently. And what is the most important part of a team? Without a doubt, it must be a qualified captain. And who could be more suitable to lead this super team than Captain America, whose strength and reputation were unparalleled? Therefore, Nick Fury attached great importance to Captain America and planned to arrange for his ace agent, Hawkeye Barton, to escort the frozen captain back. After a long moment of shock, Barton regained his composure and laughed. Hey, if Coulson knew the target of the escort was his idol, he'd be more than willing to take on this mission. Nick Fury sighed on the other end of the line. Yeah, I actually intended for Coulson and you to carry out this mission together, but unfortunately. The smile vanished from Barton's face, replaced by a flicker of worry. By the way, Fury, after Coulson turned into a lizard man, he underwent a secondary infection, and his level of infection is much deeper than that of other citizens. Earlier, Carl Fisk tied him up with rebar and left him on the street. Should I bring him back now for treatment at the agency? On the other end, Nick Fury fell silent again before saying in a low voice, no, leave him at the New York Police Department with the other mutated citizens. We'll wait until Tony Stark develops an antidote to return him to normal. Barton was a bit surprised. Oh, leaving Coulson with Stark. You seem to have a lot of faith in that playboy. Nick Fury said seriously. Don't underestimate him. To be able to shrink the arc reactor left by Howard to the size of a fist and create a generational armor, his talent is no less than that of one of our S.H.I.E.L.D. founders, his father Howard Stark. And Tony Stark, as well as Carl Fisk. These two are useful for an important plan I have coming up. Leaving Coulson with Stark might help us build a closer connection in advance. Barton was stunned. Plan. What plan? That's not something you need to know right now. In short, once you bring the captain back, you'll naturally find out. After saying that, Nick Fury cut the communication directly. So, am I also a part of this plan? Barton thought to himself. After muttering a few words, he didn't think much more of it, started the Quinjet, and left. What Barton didn't know was that this top-secret conversation between him and Nick Fury was heard clearly by the ghost shadow ninja hidden in his shadow, and shared with Carl in real time. In the shadow world, Carl's eyes narrowed slightly, also lost in thought. The Avengers Initiative, Captain America, how interesting. And Nick Fury, that black braised egg, actually included me in his list of candidates for the Avengers. Ha! As expected of Nick Fury. Always trying to control power he cannot master. Simply foolish. He hadn't actively provoked Nick Fury, yet Nick Fury had already set his sights on him. Then don't blame him for being unkind. The Avengers can appear, but they absolutely cannot be under the control of the Black Braised Egg or Captain America. Or rather, the powerful force of the Avengers cannot be in anyone's hands, it can only be in the hands of Carl Fisk. Any competitor has only one path: death. Furthermore, Captain America, Nick Fury's designated leader for the Avengers, is a mortal enemy to Hydra. In the original story, before Captain America woke up, Hydra had been lurking for decades. Not only were they not discovered, but their influence grew larger and larger globally. But after Captain America woke up, in less than 10 short years, Hydra completely collapsed. The long-prepared Insight project was sabotaged, Alexander Pierce's lineage, the largest S.H.I.E.L.D. branch of Hydra, was wiped out, most of HYDRA's data was exposed, several other frozen winter soldiers were killed, the precious digital life form Dr. Zola was destroyed, Baron Strucker's branch of Hydra was also annihilated. Therefore, a cold light flashed in Carl's eyes, he already had murderous intent. Captain America's strength is merely optional for the entire Earth. But for Carl, who already considers Hydra his own, the disadvantages outweigh the benefits. Thus, in Carl's heart, Captain America already has a path to death. This escort journey for Hawkeye is destined to be far from peaceful. It might even be more miserable than that of Natasha, that poisonous spider. After all, Hawkeye is just as useless to Carl. After all, Hawkeye is just an ordinary person, with slightly better eyesight and more accurate arrows. However, Hawkeye is still on his way back to SHIELD headquarters, so there's no rush. Carl needs to check the experimental results first. His entry into the shadow world this time was, of course, not just to shake off the futales following him. The main reason was to enter the shadow world to verify the rules for the Book of Ages rewards. Carl descended from the sky, slowly landing beside Gwen, who was anxiously pacing back and forth in the palace. Seeing Carl land, Gwen's face lit up with joy. She looked him up and down while asking with concern, "Carl, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Carl smiled slightly and shook his head gently. "I'm fine. Chief Stacy is also fine. I've already resolved the matter." Hearing this, Gwen finally let out a long sigh of relief. Then she looked at the iron-wrapped bundle floating down behind Carl. She already had a guess about his identity, and her gaze was somewhat complicated. "Carl, is he?" Without needing Gwen to say the name, Carl nodded directly. "Yes, he is your teacher, Dr. Connors." Because he injected an untested lizard healing serum, he mutated into his current lizardman form. The drug also caused a second, violent Dr. Lizard personality to emerge. Gwen sighed silently. "Professor, why did you have to?" As Dr. Connor's most outstanding student, having even followed him in research, how could Gwen not know how deep Dr. Connor's obsession with a healthy body was? Carl pulled the emotionally conflicted Gwen into his arms and smiled. "But don't worry. Although the trouble Dr. Connors caused this time is significant, fortunately, his identity hasn't been exposed, and his actions weren't of his own volition, so I will protect him. But a mistake is a mistake. So I can't really let Dr. Connors continue to act recklessly on his own as before. All his future activities must be under my supervision, and he can no longer be your teacher." "Ah, is that allowed?" Gwen was stunned. It wasn't that she thought Carl was wrong, but as the daughter of a police chief, she instinctively felt this seemed illegal. After all, while Carl had an extraordinary background and a godfather who was the United Nations Secretary, and was now a superhero. But in the end, background doesn't represent the law. The United Nations Secretary has no authority over America's affairs, and superheroes have no law enforcement power. So, logically speaking, Carl has no right to confine Dr. Connors. Unless it's illegal imprisonment, but would Carl be a person who breaks the law? Gwen absolutely didn't believe so. After all, her boyfriend was a superhero who had just saved New York. Carl saw Gwen's doubts, stroked her hair, and said calmly, "Don't worry, I won't illegally imprison someone's freedom. After all, that's a serious crime. I am acting legally. Tomorrow, the new mayor and the new New York Police Department commissioner will grant me the supervisory rights to look after Dr. Connors." New mayor and new commissioner. Gwen was even more confused. She had only been in this strange world for a little while. What on earth happened outside? A great rebellion. Seeing Gwen's dazed and adorably silly look, Carl rubbed her head dotingly. "All right, don't think too much. You'll understand everything tomorrow. So, you saw the records on there, didn't you?" After Carl finished speaking, he changed the subject and pointed to the Book of Ages in the center of the palace. But to his surprise, Gwen looked puzzled. She looked at Carl, then at where he was pointing, and shook her head. "See what? There's nothing there." Carl was slightly taken aback. He looked closely into Gwen's eyes, and indeed, he couldn't see any trace of the Book of Ages in the reflection of her pupils. Could it be, only he can see the Book of Ages? He hooked his finger, and the rooster talisman floated out from the pitch-black ground. The shadow world was a dimension belonging to Carl, so as long as the rooster talisman was within the shadow world, he could exert the power of the talisman. This also avoided the risk of the talisman being stolen. Carl held the rooster talisman and gestured toward Gwen. "Can you see this?" Gwen still shook her head. "In my eyes, you have nothing in your hand." Carl became thoughtful upon hearing this. "Stretch out your hand." Gwen obediently stretched out her hand. Carl placed the rooster talisman on Gwen's hand. Sure enough, Just as Carl had guessed, the rooster talisman passed directly through Gwen's palm like a phantom and fell to the ground. So, the Book of Ages, and the treasures it drops, can only be seen and used by Carl himself. This was a mix of good and bad news. The good part was that there was no way for the Book of Ages or the talismans to be taken by others. The bad part was that he couldn't lend the treasures dropped by the Book of Ages to others to use. For example, his old man or Gwen. But overall, the fact that others couldn't see or touch the Book of Ages and the talismans was more beneficial than detrimental to Carl. After all, these two things were vital to Carl and could not be lost. After thinking it through, Carl's face lit up with a satisfied smile. He turned his head to look at Gwen, who was waiting obediently to the side without interrupting him. "I'll have a personal guard send you to Chief Stacy first. I might be out for a day or two. Dr. Connors is too dangerous, so until Tony develops an antidote, he'll be locked in this world first." Gwen naturally had no objection to Carl's arrangement. She nodded in agreement without any extra questions. Carl snapped his fingers, and two cool-looking ghost shadow ninjas wearing black suits and sunglasses immediately emerged from the ground. The suit-clad ghost shadow ninjas stepped forward, bowed to Gwen, and respectfully raised their hands. The strength of Ghost Shadow Ninjas was not uniform, there were differences in rank. And these Ghost Shadow Ninjas wearing black suits, who were clearly more intelligent, were the personal guard, who were a level stronger than ordinary Ghost Shadow Ninjas. In reality, Ghost Shadow Ninja was a unified title, and there was no official designation for a personal guard. This term was just a joke made by netizens because the Ghost Shadow Ninjas summoned by Shendu were kicked away one by Jackie Chan, while the ones summoned by Jade could beat him up. However, some Ghost Shadow Ninjas in the Shadow World were indeed stronger. Gwen placed her forearms on the raised hands of the suit-clad ninjas. The two Ghost Shadow Ninjas immediately took Gwen and sank into the ground, leaving the Shadow World to escort her to find Chief Stacy. Carl, meanwhile, turned his gaze back to the Book of Ages and took a deep breath. Three pure ones, Jade Emperor, Buddha, God, Virgin Mary, Jesus, Old Man Stan Lee, please protect me and let this be a success, and let it drop something gold. After finishing his prayer in his heart, Carl reached out and pressed his hand onto the Book of Ages. Next, it was time to witness a miracle. Whoosh! The Book of Ages did not disappoint Carl. It truly shone with a brilliant light just like last time. It then automatically turned a page, recording the entire process of Carl's participation in the Spider-Man plot on a blank page. Under Carl's expectant gaze, the golden light of the words recorded in the Book of Ages began to converge and materialize, and another talisman wrapped in golden light appeared once more. Yes. 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 Carl's face was full of excitement. He was excited not only because the Book of Ages had dropped another talisman for him, but even more so because it proved his guess about the Book of Ages dropping gold was correct. In that case, he wouldn't have to worry about being unable to obtain other talismans or other treasures in the future. As long as he changed and participated in the plot, he could obtain a steady stream of treasures. Now, let me see which little darling this talisman is. Carl couldn't wait for the golden light on the talisman to disappear. He directly reached out and grabbed the talisman floating in midair in his palm. As the bits of golden light were violently crushed by him, the talisman finally revealed its full appearance. Carved on it was none other than a small green sheep. The gentle sheep, allowing you to master the power of the soul. Powerful soul energy surged from the sheep talisman into Carl's soul, causing a substantial flash of light in his eyes, as blinding as two high-beam headlights. Astral projection, soul stripping, traversing dreams, and even, soul attacks and soul modification. When the white light in Carl's eyes receded, he had already mastered the soul abilities of the sheep talisman. In addition to the few simple abilities shown in the animation, Carl discovered that the sheep talisman could actually be used for attacks and brainwashing. First was the attack. The sheep talisman's attack was similar to the rooster talisman's, both were invisible. But the difference was that the rooster talisman's telekinesis caused damage on a physical level, while the sheep talisman's attack caused damage on a spiritual level. He could use the sheep talisman to perform skills similar to a spiritual impact wave. In a way, it was even more impressive than the rooster talisman's telekinesis. After all, most heroes and villains in American comics might have a powerful physical body, but their souls were not much stronger than those of ordinary people. Next was soul modification. As Carl said, this was brainwashing at the soul level. And it was even more terrifying and inescapable than the electric shock therapy brainwashing used by Hydra. With Hydra's physical brainwashing, you could still break out of the brainwashed state through memory awakening or technological means like those in Wakanda. But the brainwashing of the sheep talisman, which acted on the soul level, could no longer be considered brainwashing in the conventional sense. Instead, it was equivalent to killing the original personality and fabricating a new personality. Since the new personality was inherently this way, how could it change back to the original? So, this sheep talisman was simply terrifyingly powerful. Wait. Carl suddenly thought of something. Now that he had the sheep talisman, maybe he didn't have to kill Captain America anymore. He could also brainwash Captain America, turning him from Captain America into the opposite, Captain Hydra. The more Carl thought about it, the more feasible and interesting the idea seemed. He was even getting a bit impatient. Just thinking about changing Captain America from righteous, kind, and polite to evil, cruel, and foul-mouthed made him feel a burst of excitement. Fun. This was simply too much fun. But just as Carl wanted to set off immediately and follow Hawkeye to the North Pole to transform his polite captain, suddenly, a mutation occurred in the shadow world. The ground and the sky began to vibrate violently at the same time. This is. Carl's eyes widened slightly. He soared into the sky and looked down at the shadow world below from a high vantage point. He saw that the edges of the shadow world were currently expanding and growing larger. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.